7 of Norway Chess 2023. I'm your host, Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and I am joined by the man, the myth, the legend, James Canty. James, welcome to the show.
What is up, Big Bach from every single block? That's the man himself. What's up, guys? We are here, and we are watching, obviously, today's round with Shakh versus Hikaru. Chat, how are you doing? I'm doing great today, Bach. So, we got our man doing his thing today. We got white.
Exactly. Yeah, we got the white pieces against Shakh Mamadjarov. I think definitely a good chance for him to move up in the standings. Shakh currently in 5th place. I think he's probably on like 50% in the classical portion. We also have some other exciting pairings. Magnus Carlsen is playing with the white pieces against Ferrugia. Wesley So is playing with white against Noderbeck. Then we have Fabiano Caruana, our leader, playing with the white pieces against Gukesh. And then we have Anish Giri playing against Aryan Tari. So, Canty, what do you think? I mean, Fabiano with the white piece against Gukesh, I'm sure he's looking to extend his lead in that game.
Yeah, anytime you have the white pieces. I mean, for me, I like with white and black, I'm trying to play for win. But also, yeah, definitely with the white pieces, you're definitely looking for that win a lot. So I think Fabiano is too as well. We know his repertoire is very nice, and if he gets the positions he likes, it's going to be, he can beat anyone. So, and it's gonna be good. I think Fabio is in probably slight initiative here, but Gukesh is extremely strong, as we already know. He already beat Ferrugia with black, right? So he's you got to be careful out here if you are Fabio.
Yeah, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do. I'm pretty curious to see how he's going to open up this game. He's going to play e4, d4, knight f3. We saw against Tari, he played the move e4, but he didn't really get much out of the opening. He said later in the interview that he just wanted to get a game of chess. So what do you think? How is he going to open up? Is it going to be e4, d4, or something like knight f3 or c4?
That's a good question. You know what? I love his knight f3, so I'm going to go knight f3, but he usually doesn't do that in classical. So it's even though I want to see knight f3, he usually always does like d4. I think we're going to see a d4 opening from him in the classical game. What do you think, Chad?
Yeah.
Chad, what do you think? Bach, what do you think?
I mean, I regard Hikaru generally more of an e4 player. I mean, he can play d4, but Shakh is super solid there as well. I forgot exactly what he plays, something like the Queen's Gambit Accepted, or maybe some sort of Nimzo. I think Hikaru is going to stick to his guns with move 1e4. Then I guess Shakh is going to play e5, and then maybe another Italian, maybe a Rui Lopez. Very difficult to say. I guess he might try his luck in the Rui Lopez. Difficult, yeah, really difficult to say.
Yeah, really difficult to say there. Look at see him on the screen. I guess I'm not sure who that is, but somebody's making the first move today. Do you know who that is, Bach, or what?
I honestly have no idea. No, but
Okay.
we see indeed someone there. It is.
Oh, like Rex.
We are
Is that
currently.
Rex? No, that's not him. But it kind of looks like him.
Okay, and d4 is on the board. Now, I guess that is the move that Hikaru wants to play. Now, what I do know is that even after the ceremonial first move, generally the players take it back, then officially play their first move. But I guess since he is telling this guy to make this move, that is how he is going to start the game. So let's see what is going to happen. I expect Shakh to respond with... I forgot. I think Shakh plays the Queen's Gambit Accepted, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he plays aggressive stuff. So Queen's Gambit Accepted has many aggressive lines, obviously, there. So, I mean, I'm a fan of his play, Shakh, that is. And I mean, Hikaru, too, as well, but definitely a fan of Shakh's dynamic play. So we'll see what he does. We may see a Queen's Gambit Accepted. He may surprise us and play something completely different, but let's see. They're waiting right now. They're both waiting. Taking this coffee sip. Okay, I got you. Coffee sip, or I was tea. I saw the little tea bag. Okay.
Yep, and it's a tea indeed. And
let's go.
Hikaru currently only having one can. I'm sure he's gonna grab those green cans later. Okay, we see a nice easy clap there, and they're shaking hands. All right, I guess we're getting underway any second now. So I wonder if Hikaru, oh, he takes the pawn back, but they shake hands, they start the clock, and d4 it is. All right, so
D4
let's see
on the board, and he gets a walk already in prep, already like he did yesterday, right?
Wait,
D4 walk away.
Yep.
D4
well, he
walk
just
away.
wants to make sure that his chair is well dressed, so that is why he's putting on the jacket. We see d5 by Shakh. Maybe Hikaru will play something like a London, to keep the pieces on the board. I think Shakh, again, he's more of a Queen's Gambit Accepted player. We see Hikaru adjusting his pieces. So let's see which move he is going to go for. And there we have c4. Hey, We predicted the opening right, James.
Already. Queen's Gambit Accepted is there. He's playing the Queen's Gambit Accepted. We talked about this already. So, all right, here we go. We're going down. And I think, you know what? What's funny is Hikaru is going to blitz out some moves. A lot. Because
Exactly.
he's prepped this already. He's already thinking.
Yeah, and he's prepped by a Lil Jon. Yeah. All right, so e4 by far the sharpest move. If you want to have a quieter game, you can play knight f3 followed by e3. But Hikaru playing very sharp with the move e4. Now you can also play b5 here, defending this pawn, knight f6 as well. But e5 is black's most solid response. Hikaru is taking some time on a thing, but as far as I know, knight f3 is pretty much the only move here for white. So let's see what he's going to do. I mean, I'll be surprised if he doesn't do this. And then Shakh has some options. He can take on d4, bishop b4, check as well. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't this what Shakh had yesterday with the white piece against Wesley?
You know what? I actually was not checking that. I was doing my own study all day, working. But also, you can tell us there, Bach. Did this happen yesterday with Wesley in that game? And what happened? What was the result there? I forgot.
It ended in a draw, and Wesley won that Armageddon.
Oh, yeah, Armageddon. Correct. I remember that. I do remember that game, in fact. Shakh is a
Exactly,
little
yes.
indecisive. Okay, they're trying to figure this out. But, I mean, this is the beginning of the game. He knows this stuff. He's seen it before. Reaching for something. What is he going to do? Bishop b4 check.
Bishop b4 check on the board. Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think yesterday he himself played the move knight to c3. Then there was a trade on d4 or something like that, knight f6. I remember Wesley managed to regain the pawn. He had a very slight edge, but Shakh managed to equalize, and we have to move knight c3 on the board by Hikaru. So I'm sure he's still in prep. Now I expect Shakh to play the move knight f6 or maybe take on d4. White is generally considered to be a little bit better. We are eventually going to get this pawn back after knight f6. I'm sure this is theory, but I'm just curious. What happens if we give a check? Now we check the king, attack the bishop. Black has to go here. We have to move d5, but I assume this works out for black because they create this attack over here. And Hikaru plays the move knight takes e5, taking the pawn in the middle. Now I guess knight takes e4 loses because of this. And although you still have this.
Still can take on c3. Wow, that's sick. That's crazy. This is some type of advanced Rogozin. By the way, knight takes e5 is on the board right now, in fact. Plays b5. Whoa. What the heck is that move? I mean, I'm assuming it's obviously some type of prep here, but yeah, especially with him moving instantly. F3, you've seen it before. Like, wow, F3 is already there. I actually like this for white, obviously. I mean, I just like to have these dynamic positions. I have a big center here, but my bishops aren't the greatest yet. I do not like, can't get my bishop out yet. A4, blitzing this stuff out. It's getting sharp already. Ooh, I love it.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen yet. With the move b5, black is defending the pawn on c4 and also making sure that we do not have this check on a4. So f3 was played by Hikaru, strengthening this pawn over here. And now a4, chipping away at black's pawn structure on the queen side. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there have been some games here. I remember Jordan playing a game against Parham. Jordan lost with the black piece again in Vaikanze. I also remember Anish having this with the black piece against Duda in the recent Super Bad Classic. I think it goes something like takes. White takes with the queen. Black goes queen e7, sacking the pawn. White takes. Black goes here. We take the queen. And white is up 2 pawns, but black gets pretty good compensation after bishop to e6. But we're going down that line, c takes d4, and queen takes d4 is on the board.
And then takes, and okay, we have active pieces. Yeah, this stuff's going to be very equal. Maybe the A pawn could be very weak after we liquidate everything and have the open A file at some point, and we can maybe win the A7 pawn, have some things of our own to play with. Active pieces, though, definitely super equal. I'm not, hate trading queens, like, bro, like, man, trading them queens makes stuff just harder and longer. In fact, here, but queen e7. Okay, Shakh was like, nah, I'm good, bro. I don't even want to go down this route. So he went queen e7. But yeah, I'm hyped about that from my standpoint. I'm not gonna lie. Takes on b5, and then we can take on c4 now too as well. Pretty nice. Whoa, sharp. And playing quickly, obviously, is prep.
Yeah, so Hikaru playing super quickly. They're going down this line that we discussed earlier. Rook d8 on the board, queen takes c4. You leave your knight on e5 hanging, but the moment black takes, they're no longer defending this bishop over here. And white takes. In this position, is just completely winning because white has 2 bishops, 2 extra pawns, and white's king is getting out of the center very quickly. So bishop e6 played by Shakh, but I like the fact that Hikaru is going down the sharp line. Queen e2 has been played, And the big question is, who's going to be the better prepared player? I mean, Hikaru, he's up 2 pawns, but it's not going to be easy to complete his development. If you can move out the bishop and go kingside castles, white is borderline winning, but black will ask some questions in the meantime. Starting with queen c7, attacking the knight on e5, and threatening to take on c3. So Hikaru addresses both threats by going knight to c4, and knight bd7 played instantly by Big Shakh. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do here.
These boys are prepped all the way out. I think my greatest tournament ever in December was Charlotte. I got Charlotte next month. I love playing in Charlotte, so I'm like ready. I got back-to-back. So I played in back-to-back tournaments. I had a game that I played a strong international master. It ended in a draw, but I did have like the prep for that game. It was at least 20 moves of prep, and it was really nice. And I'm just blitzing out the moves, and it's wild. And Nicholas Theodorou sitting right next to me, right? This tournament, I played 4 GMs. I lost to 1, beat 1, drew 2. It was nice. But Theodorou was next to me, right? So with having this type of prep, you pushing it out, and it's like sharp, and you feel good. I'm walking around. I'm doing all the stuff Hikaru's doing. Feels like he stands up, walks around. Look at this. It's great. It feels good to have your prep here. And I'm sure you've had the same thing as well, Bach, with like you just making the moves and you're just flowing. It's just flowing. You're doing everything. And then you move around. Look at Giri. What's up, Giri? Giri coming in. Let me check. Okay, cool. All right. And then he walks away. Wow.
That's such a Giri move. Like, I've known him since so long, and he likes to do this. Like, look at people's score sheet, like, oh, what is this line that they're going down? And then he looks up like, yeah, I checked this, a couple years ago. Anyway, knight c5 has been played by Big Shakh. He took a little pause there. Now, I guess Hikaru has to play the move rook c6. Again, Anish, he had that game against Duda, so that's why he came in to take a little peek. Queen e7 check, still blitzing. Queen e7 also looks to be the only move, by the way, because you have to protect this knight over here, and your queen is under attack. And now queen f2 by Hikaru. But Hikaru is the one that's moving a little bit quicker, which is really good. Which it kind of tells me that Hikaru has still looked at this morning or last night with Lil Jon. And I guess Shakh has looked at this a while ago, but it might not be as fresh in his memory. And I think the onus is on black to prove the compensation. If black doesn't do anything here and white gets bishop 2 and kingside castles, white is borderline winning because we are up 2 pawns.
I forgot. Yeah. It's funny. We are up 2 pawns. It's so sharp and he's moving so fast. You're like, what is even going on right now? You can't even stop to talk because they're literally just instantly. I mean, look at, but did he just, that was a pawn there? Go back 1 move. Excuse me. That was a pawn.
That was a pawn there.
Oh,
yep,
my goodness.
He sacked.
Woohoo! Here we go, chat. Let me sip my coffee. Hold on. Cheers, chat. Coffee. Y'all need to sip your coffee right now. We about to be here for a while.
Mm-hmm.
It's about to get spicy. Wow. He sacked the whole thing, bro. Okay, takes. Whoa, that's a P. I mean, that's a P sack. That's a real P sack, family. His king is in the middle of the board. I do see that. And then he did also take twice. He got the pawn back. So he said, those 2 pawns, Bach, yeah, I'm going to give them up. I'm going to get those right back. Now I'm down a piece now, but this is crazy. And then obviously, I mean, Hikaru's looked at this. This is crazy. Like queen f4 instantly, like not thinking, yeah, that's cool and all. Oh, wow, you sacked the piece. Queen f4 moves on you. Knight takes, and maybe king f2.
Yeah, so let's see. I suppose the check has to take here. We're going to have to recapture. Black takes here with the check. Now, I assume moves like bishop d2 are just bound to backfire because we step into the line of fire. So like I said, probably king to f2. And now is going to be the big question what Shakh is going to do here. White is up a piece for only 1 pawn, but our king is pretty exposed. And by the way, these moves have been played. Let's catch up real quick. Takes, check, king f2, and rook d5 played.
Bro, chill. Y'all need to relax. Okay, we got the chat here. What are y'all doing right now? Okay. Right.
And Hikaru blitzes out queen e4. Big Shakh wanted to get up from the board, but Hikaru doesn't let him.
Look at the psychological, you know what I'm saying? Like, I had literally my French game was just like this. It was a game that Duda, it was only 1 game in the engine that I found on not engine, but on the database that I found this very sharp line and I'm blitzing it out. And Nicholas Theodorou was looking at the game like, what are y'all doing? Because it was wild like that. It was a French. I played E6. It was like so crazy. It was wild. Then I took a 40-minute think to find the rest after I was out of prep. But man, I mean, when the prep works, like you feel good. Look at him walking around, sipping the water. He want to do some push-ups. He's so pumped right now. Of course, walking around, doing his thing, sipping the water, not a care in the world right now. Hikaru going through some sharp prep right now. And he's like, hey, who's going to be more prepped at the end of this one? I'm up a piece, big fella. But of course, Shakh has found every move so far moving very quickly. So this is a very sharp game. I'm excited to see what happens next.
Yeah, so let's see. Queen e4 still blitzed out by Hikaru. He's up a little bit of time, so maybe he's still the one who has this position fresher in his mind. But Shakh also has been moving quickly, so let's see what he's going to do. Queen e4, again, if white gets a couple moves, like maybe bishop e2, he should be able to consolidate, but Big Shakh still has some time to do something about that. Now, let's see what's going to happen. I think he's either going to play queen f6 or rook to f5. So let's say go queen f6. Can we go back to g1? I assume
Definitely.
we can, but after something like this, or maybe a rook d1, black definitely still has compensation. The threats are not easy to address. We could perhaps also go to e2 with that e to develop like this. It's all looking super sharp, but I feel like Hikaru has looked at this with Lil Jon, so that is definitely a good sign.
Definitely a good sign here for the home team because I mean, he's moving quickly, bro. Like this is super sharp. He didn't think at all. Man sacked the piece, played rook d5. Do you even rook lift? Definitely Shakh does because he did a heavy rook lift there on d5. Very nice stuff. Rook to d5. And then obviously we have rook f5, queen f6 check, but we can always tuck with king g1 and play queen f3 if he tries to attack the bishop, obviously in many ways. So it's pretty good for white here. Okay, black does have some serious compensation, but I think, it's all about who is going to be the most, better prepped or the best calculator out of this once we get out of prep.
Mm-hmm. Right, so let's have a look. We have a battle of chairs, and some people are asking in the chat, who is Lil Jon?
Yeah.
Lil Jon is Hikaru's second.
What?
He's giving him the energy. And Shakh sits down, stands up again, takes off the jacket. Now, I guess he's not... I guess he's seen this move, but he is just recollecting his thoughts. I mean, he doesn't move instantly, or does it look like to you that he's out of book, James?
When you put your hands on your head like that, you are out of prep. You are out of prep. And Hikaru probably sees that from afar. I mean, he's watching the screens, he's watching the board. And when you're a chess player and you play in tournaments, this is a good body language signal here to let you know, oh, you are, especially if you're in prep, literally you just push, you just move fast. Oh, I'm in prep. I'm like looking at, and for me, I like to sell it. So if I'm in prep, I'm going to move fast, and I like to look at the board next to me. Like I'm not interested in my own game. It was funny. Hans used to do a lot of that. I ain't even gonna lie, but that's what I used to be so bored at the board. He would be sitting at the board like this, bro. Can you move, bro? And I'm like, oh, that's irritating. Like that would irritate you because the guy's moving so quickly. He's doing his thing, right? So of course, as soon as they sit there like that, oh, he's in the zone. That's win by. That's already a psych win, like we had yesterday with Fallujah. Yes, of course, we went to the draw game, but that's a psych win here. We are already. We got our mans out of prep, and you're down a piece, buddy. You're gonna have to find all of this, on your own. Which he's very strong. He can't find a lot of moves, but obviously, this may be a time where he may think a lot, like we saw yesterday with Fallujah.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think this is definitely a tell that Shakh is out of book. Like I said, he's putting his hands in his head. He's looking very, very focused, really working at the board. He's not recollecting, right? If he would be recollecting, he would be staring away or staring at the ceiling. But we can really tell that this move has taken him by surprise. By the way, also thanks to Darks for the host. And here's the thing, like yesterday, when Hikaru surprised Fallujah in the opening, I mean, it was good and it allowed him to equalize. But here, if you are out of book with the black pieces, the price of every move is so high that you might just get into a lost position over the next couple of moves. So Shakh here is walking a very tight rope to maintain equality, and it's for sure not going to be easy. Right now he's on his own, and Hikaru is still blitzing out computer moves. So let's see how Shakh is going to hang on. But for now, it's looking great for Hikaru.
Absolutely. A lot of power comes in the preparation. I mean, you can be very prepped, and it works a lot, as you can see right now. I mean, he's just walking around. Look at Geary right here. He's like, yo, check the drip real quick. Y'all, you see the suit? All right, let me walk away real quick. Yeah, so there's Geary on the screen again, pacing, doing what he usually does every round, right? So we see Geary there, but Shakh is in the zone here. He has to think, and he's probably going to spend a lot of time. And he's, just nodding there. Okay, Hikaru, I see you. Somebody says Hikaru is playing Title Tuesday in the confessional booth. Exactly. Shakh back into the think tank. Yeah, this is already tough for your boy. Hikaru is definitely, I think, a psych win 2 days in a row here. Very nice. And this one's even sharper than yesterday by a lot. You're down a piece, Shakh. So any move you mess up, you still down a piece. Obviously, we have 2 pawns for it, but and maybe a little compensation here, obviously, with the king being out. But yeah, he's going to have to be very accurate here.
Yeah, no, for sure. I kind of wonder why it's always Geary that is pacing around. I mean, maybe his board is nearby. So let's have a look. I mean, Shakh could also give a check with the rook. Now here, like, let's say we go king to g1 and black goes rook d8. I mean, rook d1 is a threat, I assume, although maybe, like, is it? We do have to move rook c8. I mean, super sharp position, and I definitely don't think that this is a position you want to find yourself in if you are out of prep and your opponent is still blitzing out every move. So I wonder what exactly was the novelty in this game. Perhaps we can look it up real quick. But yeah, what else do you make of what other observations do you have so far about this game, James?
I'm a big fan of development and activity. Lots of pieces moving quickly. So I was just like, get this bishop to d3 ASAP. With the queen on e4, I'm just going to get it there as fast as humanly possible. Play h3 and then put the king on h2 if the rook goes obviously to f5. But yeah, I need to get my rook out too as well. I was also considering an h4 and try to rook lift that way, rook h3 to f3 or something. Just because my rook, okay, yes, if my king goes to g1, I'm up a piece, but that piece, one of them, in fact, is locked on h1. So for the time being, using initiative, if I'm black here, I need to be fast and say that, hey, white, you're down a piece still, and that's the rook on the h1 square. So if my king's on g1, so I like a bishop d3, h3, or h4. Get this king out of the way, obviously, and move the rook somewhere. So, but at the end of the day, I mean, even I can play b6 and or maybe try to take the a7 pawn at some point, have a passer. White has a lot of choices here, a lot of options, and this piece sacrifices. Very, very sharp. It's tough playing. I understand that Shakh style. I'm the same way. Shakh's my guy, because I play the same way. I lost the game to Pepe Quinta, grandmaster in the Portugal Maya Chess Open, something like that. What I did was I sacked a piece somewhere in there, and the piece sack was right, but the precision that it took to afterwards was so high that I shouldn't have even went for the piece sacrifice in the first place because of the precision that it would take afterwards. So it's really tough in these type of positions, especially if I'm not in prep. The precision it takes, queen f6 check, and now maybe king to g1.
All right, so queen f6 check has been played by Big Shakh. I wonder if he was just recollecting his thoughts. We see Hikaru sitting down with a can of green Norwegian mountain water, and he blitzes out the move king to g1. He sat down for a second, he looked away from the board, and he quickly plays it. I also had a quick look, by the way. The first novelty of the game was on move number 14. So here, two games have been played. In that aforementioned game between Duda and Geary, Duda played the move b6, and Geary was able to equalize. And there was also a game between Pragnananda with the black pieces against Pranav Anand. And in that game, Pranav played knight c6, and Prag was able to equalize as well. But knight c4 is the first new move of the game, but it is by far and large the top engine move. So that is why both players, even though it's a novelty, they still have 10 more moves of prep. And yeah, so queen f6 and king g1 is on the board. Let's see how Shakh is gonna continue here. I mean, rook d1 makes sense, attacking the bishop over here, or just bringing the rook into the game with rook a to d8.
That's a great question here. Rook d1, maybe queen f3. So maybe rook d8 and then rook d8. And maybe we start to think a little bit after rook a to d8. Yeah, rook d1 is going to allow queen f3, which he probably just doesn't want. I mean, we're going to trade. We are definitely trading. Yeah, there's no way, because your rook's hanging too. Maybe queen d8, but then now you're being passive. So it's no good there. So definitely it's got to be rook a d8 probably.
I think so too. Just bringing in more pieces. And by the way, do we have more moves? Oh, yes. Rook 88 has been played, and we see Hikaru reaching for a piece yet again. So let's see what it is going to be. I mean, he takes the pawn on a7, but now let's say Shakh plays rook f5.
Bro, this game is crazy. All this prep.
I know that Hikaru likes to grab pawns, but taking this pawn on a7 again, it's all prep. He's currently up a piece, but it's not going to be easy to entangle here at all. And I kind of wonder when Shakh is officially going to be out of book. I still feel like queen f6 followed by rook 88. He might still have looked at that at some point because he played it after, if you are completely out of book here, you could also spend half an hour. But he spent 5 minutes or so for his move, 8 minutes to be precise. So I think there is a chance he could have still looked at this.
Yeah, he could have still looked at this as well, but he also could be just trying to play quickly too, just like Hikaru is. And I've seen not tilts, but like Shakh, where he just moving fast and then just blunders, like whatever. Maybe he was just not in prep anymore and just moving quickly, which does happen. I mean, look how this is tough. You have to play B6, B7, B8 is queening. Like I'm on the right square now, so I play B6, but of course I have to be careful immediately after B6. There's Bishop D4 check. So I have to move the bishop and then, or maybe play G3 or something like that. That's going to be kind of weak. So he did take the pawn, though. That is a freebie. Maybe we can take on B5 if I'm black here. Wow, this is so sharp.
This is like this could potentially
sharp,
be a short game.
Yeah.
What Shakh can do in this position is play rook to f5, attack the bishop. And we have to go bishop d3. If we go bishop e2, black has rook e1 check, take, and rook upon mate.
Did you do your tactics today, chat? You didn't? Okay, cool. Do them right now while you're watching. Pull up Puzzle Rush. Do your tactics right now. Puzzle Rush, survival or 5-minute while you're watching us today. That's a nice one. Bishop e2 is not a move.
Exactly. Now, knight e3 is a move, but black has to move rook to f4, attacking our queen. We can give up the queen here for a bunch of material. I mean, we have a rook, a bishop, and a knight for the queen. However, really the problem is our king over here. And I guess black makes a draw with rook d2, threatening checkmate in 1. And if we go h3, black can give a check and force a perpetual this way. So, I don't know. Like, after rook f5, we can go bishop d3. Black goes rook d5 back, attacking our bishop. Bishop e2 again runs into this, which leads to mate. And if we go back to f1, there's rook f5 again, which is a repetition. Now, we do have the move queen takes h7, but black goes here. We check, king e7, rook c7, check, rook here, take.
Wait, was there bishop
but it seems
c5
like
in there? Right here.
No, because I guess we just take and like bishop d4.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Especially even after rook d7 too as well. Sheesh. Dang, that's crazy.
So there is a chance this could end in a quick repetition. But I don't know, Hikaru is looking fairly focused. He might still have something. He might still pull a rabbit out of his head. But I don't know. I mean, there is a chance also that this is his try. Like, he goes for this line and he thinks like, okay, if Shakh finds every single move, the game will end in a draw. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? And if he doesn't find the right moves, then I might get a winning position out of the opening. So let's see what's going to happen. But again, there might still be a chance that Shakh knows all of this.
Yeah, correct. It could. It's very likely that he has seen this before. But also, I mean, time is already, as we sit here talking, relaxing. How you doing, chat? Oh, okay. Oh, I'm good. 12 minutes, right? We have a 12-minute time edge already. So, of course, there's so many moves that have happened, and we get time on 40 as well. But yeah, we're already up 12 minutes. You have to find it right now. And I think Shakh is taking his time right now to figure this thing out. He is a quicker mover. Like, he moves quite quickly any game he plays, really. So it doesn't matter. Like, if you're up a lot of time, he likes to move quickly. So, and he calculates fast, and he's an aggressive player. So he's sitting there doing the Hikaru, looking at, takes, just, I think, Baduki. I mean, Baduki. Right. Yeah, he's looking back at the board there, and he calculates. And Hikaru is just relaxed, right? This is a pose where I am not worried at all. Very relaxed from Hikaru, and that's very cool to see. We saw this yesterday at some point until what was that? The turning point. Something happened. I forgot where. Oh, E takes F6. E takes F6, and that's when it got a little bit weird. But today, very relaxed. Very relaxed. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, so let's see what Shakh is going to do. He could also take this pawn over here, but that would allow Hikaru some time to consolidate, I guess, something like h3. And it's not easy for black to create threats, because if you go, for example, rook to d1, we now have rook c8 check. You cannot take a rook because that leads to checkmate. And so you're forced to play rook d8. And, well, now white can trade, and this definitely alleviates some of the pressure. That being said, I mean, white is still not completely out of the woods. You would love to play king h2, then move out the bishop, but this allows queen to c7. So I think Hikaru, even if Shakh doesn't find the right moves, Hikaru will be better, but it's not going to be 100% straightforward because we are so tied up with our king and rook in the corner. But I really do wonder how Hikaru plans to keep the game going after rook to f5. I mean, he could try to maybe make a quick draw, so he can play the late Title Tuesday, but I think he should be in time anyway for late Title Tuesday, and his main focus really should be on the tournament again, there are those rating points up for grabs. He doesn't have the chance every day to play classical chess, and now is his chance. And I know he loves playing Title Tuesday, but there will be many more weeks in which he can play.
Yeah, he's like a bully. It's almost like, bro, can you let somebody else play? Like, you don't have to play these. You know that, right? Hikaru, you don't have to play these every Tuesday. But of course, he does as much as he can. So Bishop D3, I think, is probably good after Rook F5. We do have that. We also have H3, as a move too as well, but not after Rook F5. Yeah, we only have like 2 moves, 93 or Bishop D3 after Rook F5, which is probably a very likely move that he will play next.
Exactly. Yeah, he's just on that Sigma grind set. I mean, he's just grinding every tournament that he can play, every Title Tuesday, every Arena Kings. I mean, why not? It's what you guys want to watch. And yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's a lot of fun watching him compete, and it's incredible
Absolutely.
how often he manages to win. I mean, he recently crossed 50 wins, and now he's at like 52, 53, or
Wow.
54. I don't even know. So I'm sure he has announced that he wants to play tonight, the late Title Tuesday, even though it's going kind of late. But fortunately for him, there is a rest day tomorrow. Shakh does seem to be officially out of book. Like, he's going for a long think, but fortunately for him, he does have 1 hour and 38 minutes on the clock. So that is the thing in classical. Just surprising your opponent is not gonna be enough, because they also still have a lot of time to figure out the right moves over the board.
You know what's funny as we talk about this, he was up 12 minutes. In 4 minutes, he'll be up 20 minutes, right? It's just how fast this goes is ridiculous sometimes, right? It may think, and it's a long, okay, yeah, it's a lot of time still. Hour 38 minutes, definitely tons of time. But as we saw yesterday, Veruja was getting in some time trouble there. And definitely, okay, he squeezed away with the draw there that helped us out, and we went to Armageddon and we won the game here. But there is some possibilities where, like, 4 minutes go by, you in some trouble. Rook F5, he played, he's like, yeah, you know what? I don't need to think that longer anymore. Now he's showing you, Hikaru. Let me walk around, right? It's always a battle of walking around trying to assert your dominance, or like, no, I got it. No, I'm comfortable. No, I'm comfortable. No, I am comfortable. Right. Back and forth, like getting up, flexing, saying that, yeah, I got this. No, I got this. So Rook F5 played and walking around. So Rook F5 hitting the bishop on F1, bishop D3, or knight E3.
All right. So yeah, Rook F5 has been played by Shakh, attacking the bishop on F1, threatening mate in 1 move. All right, so I think Hikaru only has 2 reasonable ways to deal with this, either knight E3 or bishop to D3. So let's see which one he is going to choose. So let's have a look at knight E3 again. I mean, you attack the rook, defending this bishop over here. I guess Rook F4 by Big Shakh. Now, if we take that leads to this position we saw over here with rook takes C3, and after rook to D2, I don't see a good way to avoid a repetition. I mean, again, like H3, black can check and go back to F4. This one right here. Let's see. Can we move the queen by any chance? Like queen to B1.
Yeah,
it is a move, but I'm starting
go.
to become a little bit worried. I mean, white is so passive over here. Like, there's a lot of pieces in the attack, and you might also risk losing here.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. The activity is evident, and like it feels like you're a move away from being mated. The accuracy. I mean, you can spend probably 30 minutes here at least just to make sure you don't get mated right here with the white pieces. I mean, yes, of course. Oh, I'm up a piece, quotation marks, but the piece that you are up is on H1 right now. So, you can't do anything about it. And obviously, okay, it's not the H1 rook, but you are up a piece, but you are missing a piece as well. Rook H1 is the move, is the rook that we're missing. You can't use it. Then where's the piece that you actually are up? It's kind of hard to use that. So black definitely has a huge initiative here. But at the same time, bishop d3 or knight e3, I think bishop d3 probably is an easier way to keep pieces on the board. But I mean, he could just stop us, maybe like g6 or an h6, or kind of chill, and then maybe we consolidate with h3 as our goal. H3, try to play king h2, get the rook out. Then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so let's see what Hikaru is gonna play. You make a very good point. We are up a piece, but look at all of black's pieces. The queen is active, the 2 rooks are active, the 2 bishops are active, and white indeed has a weak king, but also the rook on h1 is not playing. The bishop on f1 also is not doing that much, and white's pieces are a little bit scattered over the board. Hikaru currently is away. I don't know if he's in a confessional or if he just went to get some water or another drink, but I'm sure he will be back soon, because as we currently have the Battle of Chairs. But this might just end in a draw very soon, as the chat is pointing out. After bishop d3, we might be looking at a repetition with rook d5 and bishop f1. That being said, though, okay, so here we have Hikaru coming back. Let's see what we can tell from his body language. And there he goes, bishop d3.
I saw from his face he was super confident. As soon as I looked at him and he sat down, if he wasn't shaking, he didn't even make a facial expression, which a lot of times you don't when you're just in prep. You don't need to. You don't make any move. You just, oh, okay, cool. Bishop d3. This is what you played. Now rook d5. Now, okay, a little bit of, yeah. So I can see now a little eyebrow raise. He's like, draw. He doesn't. Right. And then, okay, so this might be some type of draw here. Bishop f1, rook f5, bishop d3, and then they go to Armageddon.
No, I could tell there from Hikaru's body language after rook f5. He's like, how does Shakh know every single move here? He does look a little bit disappointed or dejected. Someone in the chat said that and there we have it, bishop f1. That's kind of admitting that this variation is just a draw. Someone in the chat was pointing out that he did a confessional where he announced a draw. I don't know if that is true, but yeah, we seem to be headed for a draw here. So a little bit disappointing. I mean, I was excited for this game. He blitzed out his prep, but now after bishop f1, that would be a third time repetition, and so we would be looking at a very early result here.
Bishop f1, there it is. He's like, you want to draw? You do it? Yeah. But okay, yeah, draw. Yes, draw. Yes, chat. Yes. We have a draw. I mean, what else do you want me to do? I mean, obviously, I blah, 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 blah. It takes. And then blah, 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 blah. Like, you know.
They almost agree to a draw, but they can't. So Shakh is telling the arbiter, like, hey, rook f5 is a 3-time repetition. The arbiter is coming in. He's pointing out the move. Hikaru is not objecting. So I'm sure the draw is going to be official very, very soon. They're writing it down. They're writing down the result, and they're signing the score sheet, and it is in the books. All right, so very early result right here. I'm sure that Hikaru didn't want to force a draw, but it seems like Shakh just knew every single move in the variation. I mean, that's how it goes at the top level. But he's shaking his head, and yeah, we are going to get an Armageddon in this game. So, I mean, not a terrible result, especially if he wins the Armageddon, but the gap between Hikaru and Fabiano will now stay quite significant.
Yeah, that's gonna be strong there. Who's Fabi playing again?
Fabiano. Okay, yeah. So let's have a quick look. I expect Hikaru's game to start like 5 minutes before the top of the hour, or maybe at the top of the hour. Let's see. But Fabiano is playing Gukesh with the white pieces.
Got it.
And big shocker here in the opening choice. We have a Berlin. That's not an opening we see a lot at the top level. It's variation with takes on c6 and knight bd2. Kind of similar to what Fabiano had yesterday. King h1. Interesting move. And he goes for queen e1. Some interesting maneuvers. I would say this is looking approximately even. I mean, this one before is a little bit of weakness.
That's a nice move by Gukesh as well. Bishop d4. I mean, the piece is kind of loose on c3. Like, loose pieces drop off, and there's ways and tactics and things that you can do around loose pieces. So I'm a big fan of this bishop d4 move from Gukesh there. Yeah, he can also, this could also be very draw-like too as well. But there's a lot of play left, obviously. We do want to keep tension, I'm thinking, but maybe we have to take this first, allow e takes d4, and then figure out what to do next. The knight on d2 is not the greatest, and the bishop on e6, I don't want to go knight c4 or knight b3, which now he takes, but now how do I deal with the b4 pawn?
Right, so Gukesh for sure is going to recapture, and the pawn on b4 is hanging. Very good question. I mean, this pawn definitely is weak. If you go rook b1, about a queen b1 blitzed out by Fabiano, so his idea is probably that in case black takes and takes, you have to move rook b1, but also this pawn on d4 is hanging. Other way, rook b1, queen c3 is a clever little detail, because after takes, your knight is under attack, and black is up a pawn. So I guess here you will have to take on d4. Let's say black takes and goes rook a8. White is the slightly better pawn structure, but black is controlling the only open file on the board, so I assume this position should be equal.
Yeah, definitely equal. Not a fan of it from white's point. It feels like black has a lot here that he can play for. It just feels like he's a little bit more initiative, right? Initiative is important to understand and do and deal with, but I mean, we will see kind of what happens here in all these games. Armageddon's coming up, though, guys, as we have a quick draw from the man. We have a quick draw. They blitzed all that prep out there. It's amazing how fast that was there, and he found every move. What else can you do? Like, Shakh definitely found every move. Stuff.
Yeah, no, it's tough. It's tough at the top level. The players were super well prepared, and we definitely saw that in that game. But the good news is I don't really see Fabiano winning this game with a bite piece against Gukesh. I mean, Gukesh playing very solid chess. That being said, it's still very early on, so we'll see what is going to happen. But let's say, this game ends in a draw as well, then the gap will probably be like 2.5 or 2 points. Let's have a
Mhm.
look at some of the other games. I mean, the game between Magnus and Ali Reza is straight up fire because it started
Woo!
off as a Ali Reza was inviting the Taimanov, and Magnus goes for the move bishop to d3, very unusual move. Ali Reza goes knight c6, castles, and here g5.
Oh, flip the board
Wow.
here. Flip the board, actually. What's funny is I was just looking at these files yesterday, but usually there's a rook on e1 with g5 happens. I was hyped with here, and the line stops right here. Like it just stops at g5. I'm like Mr. Chessable. I know all the lines, right? So I even got box books. So Bach got a fire Chessable course. Make sure I go get Box Nimzo Indian. My Joe Baba London course is dropping too as well very soon, guys. G5 is a nasty move here. Very good stuff. You have G4, you have Bishop G7, Knight E7, Knight G6, Knight F4, right? Rook G8, all kind of stuff. So it's a very cool line here, but the line does stop at G5. So this is kind of uncharted in a way. Magnus in the think tank trying to figure out what to do because there's many ways you can go. Black has lots of options. I can go G4, I can go H5, I can go Bishop G7, I can go Knight E7, Knight G6 at some point. So there's a lot of things to do here. I'm a big fan of this game, and it's gonna be some action here for sure. We have Bishop B5 though, and Bishop G7 on the board.
Bishop b5. Now, I'm a little bit surprised that Ali Reza didn't play g4 because after g4, the knight has to go back to the passive e1 square. Maybe
Right.
something like h5. Looking
Easy.
lots of fun at the very least. And I don't know, why is the chat rioting? James, why is the chat rioting? Like, are they unhappy that Hikaru drew so quickly?
No, man. Why does the chat riot? I think you know what they're just riot. And they're like, what are we rioting for? I mean, because we are. Like, they don't have an answer. So they just like are they're just doing it, because everyone else is doing it here as we see the chat going crazy there. But yeah, we do have a draw here as well. So maybe they wanted to see some action there. But hey, we can't be mad at our guy. How many Armageddons has he won? He only lost like one, right? To Magnus. So these Armageddons are working. So we have another Armageddon coming up. He gets to take a quick break. He has the white pieces and he has more time. But Shakh does have the draw odds. And he's going to go, into his bag here. Hikaru is. And he's going to play something that probably will throw Shakh off. Is a great strategy there so that he's not super prepped and he can use his time, which is only 7 minutes, and try to take that win there in the Armageddon with the white pieces.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think he will approach this Armageddon game quite differently. I think he will just try to play chess on like knight f3 followed by d3, just keeping all of the pieces on the board. I mean, he cannot go down a super theoretical line because, hey, you see, if your opponent knows all of the moves, then the game might just end in a forced draw. All right, so let's see how this game is going to continue. We also have some other games. We have the game between Wesley So and Noorderbeck Adasattorf. Another Queen's Gambit accepted. Wow, this opening is becoming extremely popular at the top level. And we saw in the game between Hikaru and Shakh that Bishop b4 was played. But Noorderbeck takes on d4. Bishop takes c4 by Wesley. Knight c6, defending the pawn. Castles, Queen f6. Bishop g5, Queen g6. All pretty standard stuff. Wesley still down a pawn, but he has a lead in development. But he's down half an hour on the clock. So we'll see how this one is going to develop. By the way, we got confirmation that Hikaru's Armageddon game is going to start in 10 minutes from now.
Perfect. 10 minutes chat. So get some water, coffee, whatever you need, stretch, get some food, come back, get a snack if you have to, whatever you need. But we do have the Armageddon game coming up with Hikaru. So he's going to get out of here early today. I mean, just like period. Like he's going to be out here in the next 30 minutes, 40 minutes. He's going to be done for the day. In fact, going into the rest day, we already have the draw. So now we have the Armageddon game, which is going to last 17 minutes max. In fact, having no increment at this game. Well, but okay, we do have increment. I think in that the Armageddon is like increment after move 40 or 60 or something strange like that. Isn't it? Isn't it something like that, Block, for the Armageddon?
Yeah, it's 10 minutes for white, 7 minutes for black, and only a 1 second increment starting from move 40. So
Move 40,
can go a
okay.
little bit longer than 10 or 70 minutes.
17 minutes,
Maybe like 20 minutes tops, like tops. It
Right.
really doesn't go longer than that. All right, so let's see what is happening in some of the other games. Magnus traded on c6, Gukesh still thinking, and then we have the game between Anish Giri and Aryantari. So Aryantari, he did work for Anish for a while. Aryantari, by the way, he wanted to open up with an Imzo, and Anish says no, he goes into the Catalan, And Aryan goes for this very forcing line with pawn takes c4 and c5. Castles knight c6, queen a4, bishop d7 takes b5, queen d3, c4. Aryan, no wait, Anish seems to be winning the opening battle for now, because Aryan is the first one to really think here. The computer is saying that the position should be completely fine for Aryan, but he is out of book, and that's generally not a spot you want to be at when you play Anish with the black pieces.
Oh, yeah, you definitely, especially playing Anish Giri, Mr. Prep himself, right? One of the greatest prepared players there is, right, in history. So, of course, being out of preparation is going to be tough for you. But there are moves that you can figure out here, and sort of some easy moves, like knight takes b5 is coming. So maybe defend the pawn, rook b8 or queen b6, maybe consider even b4, but that makes c4 very weak. We also could castle, let him take on b5 at some points, play knight b4 ourselves, and have some ideas. So I think he wants to figure out, how does he want to do it? Do I want to just castle or defend this pawn? So it does narrow his options. I'm either going to castle or probably move this pawn or defend it in that way. But he wants to figure out which way is the best for him.
Yeah, so let's see what he is going to do. I mean, I think in case he castles, Anish will take the pawn, or maybe take here first and then take here. So then after knight b4, queen a4, the knight on b4 is not defended. But yeah, I like the moves that you suggested, queen b6 or rook to b8. I guess queen b6 looks the most logical, or rook is already in the game. So yeah, I think we have an interesting round ahead of us. It's really going to come down to that game of Fabiano. I mean, if Fabiano wins that game, he would extend his lead to right now he has a lead of let me check real quick. He has a lead of 1.5 points. If he would win this game, his lead would all of a sudden be like 4 points again. So that is quite a lot. So it's really up to Hikaru to win this Armageddon and hope that Fabiano doesn't win this game, and hopefully he loses the Armageddon as well.
Yeah, hopefully this is Armageddon as well. Yeah, that's what we want. It's exactly what we want here. And then we have what, 10 minutes or something like that. Jeffrey Clark, what's up, Clark? Jeffrey, how do you get the hat? Oh, I got it. I got you, bro. Let me put it in the chat. Am I in the chat? Merch.com. It'll show up here.
Yeah, I think really the most important thing for Hikaru is that he doesn't let the gap between himself and Fabiano get bigger than 3 points. I mean, if it's, let's say, 2.5 or 2 points, he can still leapfrog him with a win in the last round. But let's say it's 3.5 or it's 4, then it's just too much. So that is really the most important thing. Right now, or before the round, it was 2.5 points. Hikaru can get an additional 0.5 point on the scoreboard, and Gukesh decides not to take the pawn on b4, but he plays the move b6, preparing the move c5 to extend on the queen side. And honestly, James, I kind of like this move. If you get c5 in, like let's say here, c5 takes, this is looking completely fine for black. I mean, you have rook fb8 coming. Right. White is this extra pawn in the center, but it's quite useless, and maybe on a good day, you can prepare the c4 push with something like knight b6 and pushing the pawn.
No, that is 100% correct. I actually already liked black in these type of positions. Always, weirdly enough, in in the opening battle with this Berlin and the bishops, and even though it's closed, I always even tell this too. Closed positions mostly open up 9 times out of 10. They definitely at some point start to open up, which favor the bishop or bishops if you have them. So I mean, it's difficult because I mean the knights are superfluous, what Dvoretsky calls them. They do the same thing. The knight on d2, the knight on f3 do the same thing, kind of. Okay, yeah, not really. One can go to b3, the other one can't. But do you want to go to b3? Not really. You want to go to c4? Not really. So this knight's not doing much at all. In fact, black's pieces are, I feel, slightly, just a little bit, probably more active or preferred than white's pieces here. So I think Gukesh definitely has some great chances here to do a lot. c5 is a good move coming up, and like we can undouble the pawns. In fact, in some cases, maybe queen takes c5, and obviously, I think you'll have queen b2 there, hitting the d4 pawn, so it's going to be quite annoying. But, I think black definitely is doing very good. You also have f5 too as well. At some point, break on f5. Maybe try to get our own king side attack on because your queen's on the queen side. So lots of things to think about for Fabi.
Yeah, no, for sure. And what the interesting thing is you made a very good point that both of white's knights are kind of doing the same job. I very often feel that if you have one knight against bishop, it's generally equal. If you have, let's say, 2 bishops against a bishop and a knight, the 2 bishops are almost always better. And generally, I also feel like if you have a bishop and a knight, the bishop and the knight are often better than the 2 knights. Because, again, like you said, the 2 knights are often doing the same job. And we kind of see that here, whereas black is really putting their bishop and knight to work, like both of them. All right, so let's see what Fabiano is going to do. I mean, after move b6, now perhaps Gukesh is threatening to take over here. And before, although this pawn is still hanging, I think he just wants to expand with the move c5. And, Fabiano has his work cut out for him. I mean, he really has to decide how he's going to deal with this queen side extension. It's not going to be expansion. It's not going to be easy. And by the way, the Armageddon between Hikaru and Shakh is going to start in 3 minutes. So, James, what is your prediction going to be the first move for Hikaru?
Well, of course, this is online, and it's faster time controls, but he scores 60% plus with knight f3, e3, b3. The Nimzo Larsen type, it's very fun. Keeps pieces on the board a lot of times. He's very sick with it. He played against literally everyone. So, I like that from him. I like to see that from him because, I mean, I even have I have one game I beat this IM very strong in 22 moves. I was just showing it recently. And that was a nice knight f3, b3. Had a great game. Kept pieces on the board, got aggressive. I played an H-pawn storm. You can be very flexible with this opening. He could go d4 again, but I mean, that just was an easy draw for Shakh, to be honest. So we want to give him some problems and pose him some problems here because a draw is going to be in Shakh's favor, having the 7 minutes, but I have win and draw odds. Obviously, I win and I win, I draw, I win. So I think he should play something like knight f3, or he could go e4 and play super aggressive type of e4. So it's either going to be, I think, e4 or knight f3.
Yeah, so let's see. I mean, Fabiano currently in the tank. But Atari just castled, sacrificing the pawn on b5. I'm sure that Giri is still in prep. He's just taking his time right now. And I guess he is going to take on f6 and then on b5. But we'll just have to wait for more moves there. The game between Hikaru and Shakh is going to get underway very, very soon. I don't see it right now. We also have some interesting developments in the game between Magnus and Firouzja. So bishop b5 was played, bishop g7, takes on c6, and pawn takes. Black has these double pawns over here, but it's not going to be easy for white to take advantage of them. In the meantime, Ali Reza is also expanding on the queen side with g4, followed by h5 perhaps. So very interesting game here. I don't know, James, who do you expect to emerge victorious from this one?
Which side do you think I like here, Bach? Go into the think tank here. It may take you a few days to figure this one out. Who do you think I would like in this position?
Good question. I mean, it's going to be double-edged fight. I mean, at some point, Magnus should get his first win of the tournament. I mean, at some point, it's just going to happen. So it might as well happen in this game. He's got the type of position he wants because what he really hates, and that's what he said in a recent tournament, in a recent podcast. He hates it when his opponent blitzes out every move and kills the game. Kind of what Shakh did, where they just kill the game, don't leave any play. But here we have a game on our hands, and a very interesting one. So given the fact that Magnus is the better player, I expect him to win this one. That's my prediction.
And you know what? I expect that too as well when I see Magnus play. But, I mean, when these type of positions are really sharp, I'm a big fan of just sharp play. My favorite players, Grandfather Tao. Don't we, we look alike, I mean, you can see the resemblance. Like, that's my granddad, right? I love Grandfather Tao there. Obviously, his we call him Uncle Nesmith being off at the channel.
Underway,
okay.
So
let's go. I told you. I know my boy. I know my dog, bro. Flex real hard. Chat. Let's go.
By Shakh. Now, what Hikaru often likes to do here is take here on f6, and there we have it, followed by bishop b5 or c3 and d4. I know him. He wants to go d4, maybe g3, bishop g2, and play against the pawn on d5, which is now a little bit weak.
I hate taking on f6, though. I do hate taking on f6. I like playing the bishop b5 check one in this line. But, man, I just hate taking that. I mean, it's so positional after that. Now, obviously, Hikaru will play a Berlin and a Queen's Gambit decline, the most boring. It's like, he doesn't care about positional anything. But at the same time, from a human standpoint, Hikaru being half human, right? It is definitely annoying to face some of these lines with the white pieces because it's just super positional. Okay, we have an ISO pawn on d5. That's really all you can ask for from here. I have a target. The pawn on d5 is isolated. We can bully this the whole game. That's really what it's about. I like to play more dynamically, obviously, so I would not take on f6. I usually go bishop b5 check in that position. But we'll see what Hikaru has up his sleeve here. This pawn can be easily defended with black.
Yeah, so b6 by Shakh. Maybe he wants to go bishop to a6, attack this rook over here. Also making sure that in case Hikaru takes, he can always recapture with the b-pawn. And I had a blitz game here recently with Hikaru where he employed a very similar setup. So 91, logical move by Hikaru. He wants to go knight d3, potentially knight f4.
Yeah.
And but the question is, what are we going to do with this now? We can go to d2, but where does it go from there? I mean, knight a3 is not really a move because black is always going to take here and the knight is under attack. But I guess this knight is going to go to d3, the other knight is going to go to d2, and Hikaru will, one way or another, figure out a way to maneuver. But look at the clock. Look at the clock. He started up with a 3-minute advantage, and now it's almost 4 minutes.
Yeah, it has to be. You want to play stuff that you're right. Shaq already down 1.5 minutes. Exactly. Cringe Stealer in the chat, right? He's already down time. Like he's already down time here. Well, he already started with that. Obviously, he started with 7 to 10. But as the time edge, you know how fast Hikaru moves, and it's dangerous and it's accurate. It's very scary stuff sometimes when you're facing him. But I mean, again, this is the position I really did not want to see from Hikaru here. I wanted to see something a little bit more, pressure, putting more pressure on black. And you can in this system here, but it is quite difficult. I mean, it feels like black is, it's equal, and that's exactly what it is. In fact, Bishop H3, okay, that's more King's Indian-esque. I do like that as well. Shout out to you, Jeffrey Clark. I just saw your order go through, bro. He just got something from the merch store here. Bach got merch too. Y'all know that. We setting up Bach merch. We gotta get your merch right, Bach. So yeah, shout out to you, Jeffrey Clark. Thank you. Bishop H3 from Hikaru. Bishop H6. Wow, crafty. F3? What is? Oh, he gonna take on B1. Wow.
Yeah, this move bishop h6, I kind of like it from Shakh. He wants to take here. We don't want to take with the e-pawn because the pawn on d4 becomes very weak. I don't know about this move bishop to h3. Like I said, it's very crafty, avoiding the trade of bishops, but it's going to be very difficult to actually trap this bishop with f3, especially now that the pawn on e3 is weak. Perhaps he wants to go knight d2. I think for Hikaru, just the most important thing is to keep the game going. And I don't know, he's a little bit tied up here. Like, what do we do? Shakh is threatening to take on e2 and then take on d4. Maybe we have to go rook e1, but I don't know. Like, take
gross, bro.
Also, there's this, like, to watch out for.
Oh, my goodness. And this is like, going back, the bishop takes f6 line is just not, I don't like it. I just hate playing that line. It's so annoying to play from, an initiative, like a dynamic player standpoint.
Can he do this, take, and can he do bishop takes c3, something like that, takes?
He might do it because it's Shakh. He might do it just because. I mean, like, oh, I don't know if it worked. I'm just about to do it. Like, that's what he does. Shakh plays this type of chess all the time. He's definitely calculating.
Oh, and there it is. Bishop takes c3, take, king of 1.
What do you think this was going to be? Brilliant move. Oh, my goodness. It's a tough
and then
game.
rook e8, what happens there?
A tough day in the office is all I'm saying right now. This is really annoying. Takes, king f1, rook e8, knight c3. We always want to see our guys succeed here. I think that bishop f6 is just tough, man. I mean, right choice of opening. I think probably the wrong line. Wrong line. King f1, rook e8. Now, very possible to make some mistakes here. There's rook e8. Wait a second. Bishop d7? Is that anything? I mean, you want to take on e2? I take on e2. Oh, you got queen f3.
I take on e2 and queen f3, yeah. But what happens if we go knight to c3 or knight d2? Yeah, it looks super scary, but I don't see an immediate knockout for Big Shakh, although I guess there might be something, but I don't see it right away. So let's see what's going to happen. Although I think really the problem for white is that it's really difficult to entangle, and Shakh has got a lot of pieces in the attack. So this is probably where Hikaru is going to take a real think. And let's see what he's going to come up with. He looks a little bit nervous, but so let's see the move he's going to play.
I don't know. Yeah, I can't see the knockout blow either on knight c3. And I'm like, we do puzzle rush, Bach. We hit puzzle rush. So, I'm looking at knight c3, and I just don't see it. I don't see it yet. Knight c3, I was looking at bishop e2, obviously knight e2, queen f3. He plays knight d2. Same idea. Well, maybe, he wants to take the bishop. Wow, look at the engine. -2? Whoa, bro, what? -2? Okay, take.
But
I don't know. Maybe queen d3 or something?
And I guess we don't have a move. Like, we cannot get rid of this queen. We cannot move the knight anywhere. It's really stuck. This is a threat. And what do we do? Like, king of 2. There's stuff like rook takes c2 and queen d4, which is a knockout punch because we collect the rook in the corner. But Shakh has got less than 4 minutes to figure it out. But he finds bishop takes c2. Can we take with the queen? Is that a move?
That is a move. That is a move, Bach. That is a move. We might have to go this route. Queen takes c2 must be better because we don't want to get pinned up. So queen takes d4. Maybe we go, oh my goodness, where do I put the queen? Do I take the 2 for 1? Like, ooh, queen f2. Yeah, not too bad. Queen f2, and we're out of it. Sheesh. So queen e2, so he can't take trade queen. So I mean, he probably doesn't want to trade queen, so queen e2 definitely.
And he takes the queen. Yeah, that definitely looks like D move. Let's see, queen h6, clever move, attacking the queen, and the
That's
bishop over
cute.
here. Okay, so
Queen
queen g2,
g2.
only move, I imagine. And now the question is, how is Big Shaq going to continue? He can take this one over here, and he certainly has play, but is it going to be enough? Queen g2 by Hikaru on the board. Knight takes d4. Came through for a second. I think it's the move Shaq has played. It also looks very logical. And by the way, knight takes d4 threatens a very nasty knight c2, attacking this rook, and a fork on e3. So
Pretty
tough
gross.
position for Hikaru.
Yeah, definitely tough here. Rook takes e8. Of course, we can use our time advantage. And as time gets lower, more mistakes happen, right? No matter how good you are. Of course, when you get lower on time, you are prone to making mistakes and not be as accurate. So we hope for here. In fact, chat, this is your time to just spam. We need to spam right now more than ever in the chat because it's definitely it's crazy. We need the energy. We need the spams from you. And if we win this game, it's solely because of you guys, chat. Okay, obviously Hikaru too, but mostly you, chat. Let's get the spam
Exactly.
going.
He needs you
We need
more
that.
than ever
We need
right
some
now. I
power.
mean, he looks to be in a tough spot. I mean, Shaq having a lot of threats. Knight d4 seems to be on the board. It's not coming through on the relay. Whereas if we look at the camera, the knight is clearly on d4. So Shaq's clock is not ticking. He's probably around like 3.5 minutes. Hikaru thinking in the meantime. I don't know exactly what the clock situation is, but I assume he's around 5.5 minutes. But I don't know what the move is here. I mean, it's looking really tough to keep the game going. And he's played the move bishop to g4, as far as I can tell.
Bishop g4. Maybe he wants to reroute, maybe like a bishop f3 or something like that. Oh, the board, the move's not coming through on the board.
The bishop
Oh yeah,
g4.
interesting. Well, yeah, I'm looking at the board. Yeah, it doesn't. It did not update on our end. Interesting. Knight c2, bishop f3. He just gave up the exchange to take the d5 pawn. Bro, this boy say -4, Bach. Let's say a whole almost a rook, my guy. We up. Like, what does that mean? We're up. Okay, rook takes.
Yeah, super tricky position for Hikaru. Queen f2, good move, offering the trade of queens. Now, we couldn't quite take the pawn over here. Black would have played something like rook a8 and followed by queen to d3. There's just too much stuff hanging. Rook c8 by Shaq. Okay, I think it's not terrible for Hikaru to get the queens off, but it's going to be really difficult to win this game.
Yeah.
Shaq has got a 1, 2, 3 pawns for the two minor pieces, and rook c3, fantastic move. He wants to go either rook c2 or rook c1. If Shaq gets in rook c1, they would completely kill all of Hikaru's plays. So maybe you have to play something like rook e1, but a4 has been played. Does he want to... Although I guess there you trade and take on d5. That might not be terrible.
Yeah, and we can play king e2 and we can hold. We can hold the pawns so he can't grab any of our pawns here. Then we have to probably try to navigate the king to the queen side, win the a7, b6 pawns, and queen one of ours if we trade the rooks here. So he tries rook c2, different try here. We could go king d3 here. And maybe he goes rook c3. Bishop d5
C2
though.
on the board.
So yeah, king e2 probably. And then we play bishop d5. King e3. Oh, allowing rook c3, but then we're king
Wait,
d4.
check. What? Oh, king
King
d4.
d4, yeah. It's a cool move, right? King d4.
Right, because if you take this rook, then you take the rook on c3. It's almost a knockout blow because after king e2, there's rook takes f3, and you're never going to win this endgame. But indeed, there is king to d4, and look at Shaq's clock. He's getting down to 2.5 minutes. Hikaru is in a tough position, and remember, he needs to win, but he's fighting as hard as he can. So keep spamming that energy. It seems to be working.
Rook d1, maybe rook d1, defend the knight. Check takes. Yeah, we can take if he checks, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Oh my
and
goodness, he has rook d2 there, winning the endgame. Wow, if rook d1, what did he play? He played king d3,
okay, so
rook's check, king takes.
King takes d4, only move. Hikaru plays a rook c7 back. Okay, the knight's under attack. The knight moves, you hang this. Super tricky stuff. I mean, aha! If king d3, he wants to go rook to c3 and force a draw. So maybe Hikaru has to go here or start jumping with his knight, but it's all looking super loose. But if he can get Shaq low on time, and if he can keep the position complicated, anything is still possible.
Shoot, they getting close to the increment. But okay, it's only 1 second, so it's not too bad. It's only 1 second. You know what I mean? Okay. This is not a lot. Okay, so all right, here we go, chat. Look, we need this energy right now. This is tough. It's very possible though. We can make some moves. King. Oh, he played knight f1. Clever. Bishop d5.
Bishop
Ooh,
d5.
93. Nice. Coming back around. This is still ugly, bro. Dang. I don't have like nothing. F5, rook e1. Shoot.
Or maybe a5, trying to open up the rook that way. I mean, Hikaru is fighting. It's not over. You could lose the h-pawn, though, However, if you keep this rook on the board, there's always going to be a chance. Rook d1. I guess Shakh is going to go king g7, and there it is. h4, nice move. He wants to bring his knight into the game without hanging it. Rook e2. I guess, wait, is rook e2 played? Because sometimes the players make the move, but they don't release it. Knight e3. Again, as long as there's no tactic and Hikaru can hang on, there will be chances. Rook b2 attacking this pawn. Maybe king c3?
I do like king c3. He goes rook f2 or h2.
Okay, rook d3.
Got it.
Making a lot of sense. I mean, now everything is protected, and Hikaru can start jumping around with his knight. Knight c4, d5, h5 played by Big Shakh. King c4, aha. He wants to come up with the king on the board.
Yeah, that's exactly what we talked about before. Getting that king over there to the queen side of the board, gobble up those pawns. If king b5, there might be a rook f3, weirdly enough. That's a really crazy looking move, but it hits g3. And also, if you take the rook, we do rook takes d3 in that situation. So we got to be careful. There might be no, there's no knight f5 yet. So rook f3, really cool move from Shakh if we move our king away from the defense of the rook on d3. So he goes rook d4.
Before stopping the f4 push, rook e2 played, attacking the knight. I guess you have to go back, although you can go king d3. But I like the idea of going king b5 to c6, at least creating some counterplay on the queen side. There he goes, rook d3, rook f2 by Shakh. Shakh only needs a draw, so of course he's happy to repeat. But look at the clock, Shakh down to 1.5 minutes. If Hikaru can keep pushing him down, there are going to be chances. But let's see how he's going to do it. It's not easy at all.
Come on, chat. Minute 30. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Energy, chat. Energy. Minute and 30.
Energy.
Minute and 30. He was just at like 2:30. You know what I mean? So minute off the clock. Do another minute. He's only going to have 30 seconds. We need that right now. All that energy. This is what you came for, chat. Your time is now. Come on. We got this. We got this. Rookie 2. Knight d1. Exactly. Flagging. Exactly, Michael. Flag him. It doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you get it done. It doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done. Rook check. King b5 is rook c5 checks. Got to be careful.
I think we have to go back with king to d3, and let's see what Shakh is going to do there. Maybe rook h2, threatening f4. We cannot take out the rook. They'll leave this hanging. So Hikaru goes king to e3. But yeah, exactly. Even with 1 second of increment, maybe he can still, push him through the clock, make him lose on time. I mean, it's very much possible because 1 second really is nothing. So let's see. Shakh gives a check. Hikaru, I guess he's going to go to f3.
Okay, question mark. Okay. Yeah. Let's go.
4 played.
Yeah.
All right.
Under a minute.
Definitely chances here.
Under 1 minute. Under 1 minute, guys.
7.
They do have the 1 second increment.
King. Maybe king f3 or something. I mean, king e5 is possible, but keep sending in that energy. Like you said, Shakh is below a minute, and there are going to be chances. Hikaru goes b4.
Okay, making him think. Making him think. Shakh here, definitely, you can tell he's nervous, right? Knees weak, arms are heavy, right? Palm
spaghetti. 43 seconds. Rookie 2. But on the surface, he looks calm and ready. Wait, rookie 4 here?
Exactly.
Wait, what do we do with the rookie 4?
4?
I guess maybe we take it. No, we can take with the rook. Takes, and we trade 1 pair of rooks, but we get a pawn. It's really not the end of the world. Rookie 1 has been played. Maybe b5 or something. Okay, or move the knight up.
Question mark. Another question mark. 30 seconds on the clock. We are not going down. We're not going down this game, chat. I don't see it happening. Not enough time. Not enough. Okay, whatever.
Oh, rookie 4 here. Rookie 4. Oh, nasty. And he finds it. Oh, no. Take the rooks have been traded off. That's a big mistake because with the rooks off the board, this definitely limits Hikaru's winning chances. But he's moving his king up. King d4.
King e3. I mean,
d4 last here.
All right.
But g5 now by Big Shakh. He starts storming on the king side. I mean, Hikaru's got nothing going so far on this side. But e5. Take. It's not over. 19 seconds for Shakh. 19 seconds. Then a6 and knight b5.
Yep, a6, knight b5. Well, you see it. It.
A6 by Shakh. King. What do we do? Knight a4 maybe? Knight e5. Knight e2 played.
Oh, that's a nice
knight
move. I like that.
Knight a4. Wait, this is smart. Knight a4.
Knight a4 hit h5.
Bishop c4 here.
Bishop c4 is nice too. Bishop c4, knight f4, one of these.
Shakh down to 9 seconds with only 1 second of increment on the clock. I mean, let's say bishop c4, rook g4, take. Bishop b7. Shakh gives a check, king e3, I assume.
Yeah, just
and then rook d6. But then knight f4. There's definitely chances here, but I feel like objectively Shakh should hold. But with a little time on the clock, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen with that 10 seconds. This is why you got to move quick. You got to move quick. Oh my God, I'm going crazy. Exactly right. Just stand up, scream wherever you are. And then they like, what are you doing? I'm watching chess, bro. What? Rook g7. Okay, king e3, knight f4. No
I don't know
repeat.
how you can keep this game going. Shaq wants to go rook g4. It goes bishop c6, rook g2, rook g4. Okay, bishop b7 now. Bishop b7, give the h pawn and go
I
all
take
in
you
on the a
take.
pawn. It's the only way.
It's the only way. This is the way,
4
Jedi. This is the
seconds.
way.
Okay, takes. a3
Check.
check. Oh no, no.
I
And rook
mean,
a4. King c5, only move to keep the game going. f4, bishop b7. Wait, it's not over. Bishop f3.
push.
Wait, how do you stop
Whoa.
this pawn?
I don't
Rook
know. And you
f2,
don't
maybe
have
we
no
just push.
time. Rook F2.
Wait,
Oh my goodness.
push. Take, push.
Push.
Wait, is he winning? Push.
Queen.
Or
Ah, this
knight
is
c3. What? No,
crazy.
knight c3, you push.
And then
What is going on? Do you
take
just queen
queen.
here?
55 seconds. Queen takes. There's got to be a way to win the rook. There's no way.
Oh, wait,
Check.
queen a6, queen a6, queen a6, queen and queen a6.
Oh, that's it.
That's
Queen
the
and queen
way. Go,
A6. That's
go.
it.
No, he misses it. Knight
Oh no.
c3. Rook at, oh
I
no,
think they do.
take
You have to take
e2.
it. Oh my god.
Oh my god, those are very basic tactics. Okay, you've got to take the rook. But Shaq lost on time?
Oh, get him off the board.
Oh, what a game. What a game.
Get him off the board, chat. Let's go, chat. Can I get some energy from you, chat? That's all you right there,
Wow,
chat. That's
what
all
a
you.
game.
Wow.
Shaq blundered the game. Then Hikaru blundered the win, and Shaq blundered the clock. What a game. But hey,
Oh my
he won,
goodness.
and that's all thanks to you guys. You guys sent in that energy in a hopeless position in which Hikaru needed a win, but we got it done. We got it done, and Hikaru gets a very crucial half a point on the board.
It doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done. Did he get it done? Exactly. We win. That's it. Very nice. Got the dub. It was messy. Doesn't matter how you got it. It matters if you got it done, and he got it done today. Very nice game.
Exactly. Pat yourself on the back. We got the dub here. All right, so someone's asking, can we recap the last moves real quick? So let's tune in here after bishop takes a6. Shakh objectively is doing fine, but Hikaru got the counterplay he needed. He wants to push this a pawn down the board. That's his only chance. So Shaq gives a check. Now, if we take rook a4 as played, black is going to take this pawn, and there's no chance for white to win. So Hikaru goes king c5. Now, after rook a4, he can defend the pawn with king b5 or king b6. So Shaq goes f4, trying to push the pawn, but Hikaru here makes a very clever move. He goes bishop to b7, stopping the pawn and making way for his a pawn. Shaq goes rook h2, bishop f3, defending the knight, and again, that pawn is just moving forward. Rook f2, sacrificing the bishop with a6, rook f3, a7, rook f2, and here I was shocked that Hikaru didn't play a8 queen. Black can take here, and with a rook and a couple of pawns, there are some chances for a draw, but queen a6 would have killed it instantly with a double attack on the king and the rook. Rook's knight c3 was played, but rook a2, great move by Shaq. That is that if you take, there's e2, but when Shaq played rook a2, he lost on time.
Man, that was crazy, chat. That was crazy. He lost on time, and all he did was moving quickly here, just getting it done. He did miss that tactic there. Of course, even the best sometimes. That's why we say Carl's half a human, right? So that was the human part where he just missed the tactic there, but we got it done anyway against Shaq here, and we win again in Armageddon. That was very nasty. Good stuff. We got it done. And we move on, and we go into the rest day feeling good. Yeah, okay, it was sloppy, so what? But we got the win, and we go into the rest day up still, feeling good. So now the pressure is really on Fabi.
Exactly, yeah. And as we told you guys, in time pressure with only 1 second of increment, anything can happen, and Hikaru managed to switch this one around. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to take a little break, but don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss any of the action in all of the other games. Also, we will try to get Hikaru for an interview. So we will see you guys at the other end of this break. welcome back everyone to Norway Chess 2023. Always interesting to hear Hikaru's thoughts. So he talked a little bit about his game, about the Armageddon as well, and the games that are currently going on. All right, so we have this game, James, between Fabiano and Gukesh. Hikaru thought it's just petering out. What is your take on this game so far?
Yeah, it definitely looks like that, especially if we can trade some pieces, to be honest. It is queen takes d3 being the last move. Bobby's move here. We take on c7. It looks like he has a rook c8 there. So we have to try to be clever here. We can try, but there's really nothing. Both kings are super safe as well. So it's not really wow. They have what the heck? Engine says rook c3 there. What's that? Bro, okay. Rook c3. That
well, I guess it leads to the same thing. You're just going to be down in exchange, like rook c3. We take, and then you take. Maybe
yeah,
this is a little
draw,
bit better
bro.
than.
No.
Well, Gukesh will certainly push here, but I mean, this pawn on c7, it's a pass pawn, but the pawn is also pretty weak. We see king g1 by Fabiano, moving the king a little bit closer to the middle. If I'd had to pick a side here, I would pick to play with the white pieces, but it's really, really minimal. And I don't know, it felt like Gukesh was doing completely fine around here. c5, take, c3, probably clever move by Fabiano, but maybe Gukesh took a little bit too early. Why not flick in a move like rook fb8? I mean, it comes with a tempo or like take here first, and then rook b8.
You know what's funny? I actually missed this. This is actually the line I looked at when we hit this position. When you were looking at c5, I was like, oh yeah, we could play, bc5, play queen b2, or queen b2 first, c5, bc5, bc5, c3. I was like, oh yeah, just play c3, right? And maybe we have something, obviously, after c3. But this actually is kind of deterrent now because of this rook b8 idea. I guess I have to go queen c2, which is kind of annoying. But I definitely wanted to keep my queen on b2. Just kind of missed that. But queen c2 is forced, and then we just trade, I guess, everything off. I'm going to take on d4 anyway, so.
Yeah, I think black should be fine after both d takes c3 or letting white trade on d4. Yeah, we currently have this position after takes, knight b6 was played, h3, rook fd8. Gukesh should be fine here, but I think Fabiano shouldn't be too unhappy. And by the way, we did get confirmation that Hikaru should be joining us early. He's on the way. He's on the way back to the hotel, and then he will be joining us, I guess, for a short interview, and he might stick around to talk about the games. All right, so this game, not too much going on. Let's see, we also have the game between Wesley and Noderbeck. We have some more moves. I think we left off right around here. Bishop g3 was played by Wesley. We saw a trade, rook c1, knight g4. So Noderbeck giving up his queen side, and he's banking on the king side, but I don't really see what's going to happen there. I mean, this knight on f3 is holding everything together.
I also like rook c6, obviously, that's coming. So we have to defend that. How? Because rook c6 is with tempo. Maybe you go bishop e6, so it's not with tempo, but that doesn't really do anything. It just develops. In fact, he must be up a pawn or something. 3-6-7, 3-6. Yeah, he's up a pawn. Sounds like this is a very strange structure. What was the last move? Queen a4 from Wesley. Wesley is very solid. In fact, David Howell likes to say, when I was doing commentary, he was like, yes, so I like to call him Wesley so solid. And I'm like, oh, snap. Maybe that was Hess. It's one of those. And they was like, yeah, Wesley's so solid. And I was like, yo, you're right. That makes so much sense, right? Wesley So is very solid here, very strong, and he can be tactical when he needs to. Rook c6 was good, knight d4 as well. I mean, you got to be careful though of queen h6, so we have to take on c6 at some point. Bishop d7. What's wrong with bishop d7?
In bishop d7, there is queen takes d4, and it feels like white just has a very solid positional advantage. I mean, these pawns on c6 are pretty weak. White's structure is very nicely connected, so I don't know. It feels like Wesley just has an edge here. But James, look at this in this game between Magnus and Firouzja. Magnus played the move bishop to b2. He's sacrificing the pawn on b2. And not only is he sacking this pawn, he's also sacrificing an exchange. Now, he can play bishop a5, but let's say black goes here. I guess he wants to do this. And he's like, okay, you can take, but all of the dark squares around your king are going to be weak. Knight c4 is coming, some pawn breaks like e5. So I kind of like the concept by Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus is definitely back in his bag, back in yeah, I am the highest rated player in the world right now. Okay. I did hold the title for at least 5 times. Get off me, right? Like that's a strong move. Bishop d2 is, I'm not going anywhere near that pawn. I mean, maybe grab the pawn and then get out. But I think there's this like a c3, but then that would be stupid. Why would we play c3 there? So maybe grab and go. Like you don't take the exchange, but maybe you take the pawn, which of course he's probably looked at as well. But and maybe he goes knight c3 there to try to trap the bishop or something. But yeah, bishop g7, that's a sick line there. I'm a big fan of what he just did there. There's a lot of calculation involved. Knight c4, e5, knight goes to d6, and your stuff is real weak. And then c5 falls too as well. Literally everything collapses after this position. Knight c4, d6, everything falls. You lose the game almost instantly here. Yeah. So wow, that was a great idea there. Did he move yet or no?
No, I kind of like the idea by Magnus, and I wonder, like, should Firouzja take? If you don't take, then why can just play bishop c3, offer the trade of bishops? And again, Firouzja really has weakened his king side over here, so perhaps he should take, but I don't know, like bishop a5, queen e7, knight 1d2. I guess you should refrain from taking the rook altogether. I mean, maybe something like castling. Whoa. But I don't know. It feels like Magnus has a nice advantage. And yes, guys, Hikaru will join the stream very soon. He has missed. He was not able to play the first title Tuesday, but he will try to play the later title Tuesday. So
nice.
Yeah, let's see. So we have this game. Then we also have the game between Anish and Tari. So castles was played. Anish took. Knight takes b5, knight b4, queen e2. Feels like Anish is just up a pawn here. I mean, Aryan has some compensation, but is it going to be enough to hold the draw?
Okay, let's see. Time almost up an hour, but that's okay. That's okay. It happens. Let's see, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 3, 6, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I have this pawn. It's difficult because they say most times, right? A lot of times they say the bishop pair is worth a pawn. So, okay, yeah, I have a pawn, but I need to trade one of these bishops to really be up a pawn. So I have to play like maybe e3, be very solid first. I think that's a good move. Maybe e3, just defend the d4 pawn, move the knight maybe to d2, trade the light square bishops if possible, and hit c4 at the same time. Then I could be up 2 pawns, in fact. So I think, yeah, this is very clean. e3 just seems like the move to me.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think, like you said, he has to go e3, strengthen that pawn on d4. And with knight of d2 coming, I think Anish has excellent chances to win this game. I mean, he's also up an hour on the clock, so I don't know how Aryan is going to try to hold this one. I mean, I think Aryan has a good chance in, let's say, this scenario. So let's say e3, rook b8. Let's say Anish takes. He's going to take, or, well, there was bishop b5, but I think in this position, white, of course, is better, but black has chances. Right. But I think Anish can avoid this position altogether and play something like queen c3, followed by a knight to d2, and you're probably going to pick up this pawn, and it's really going to be tough for Aryan to hold this. It seems like he's just down a very clean pawn, so I don't know. I mean, if I'd have to make a prediction right now, I'd say that Anish is going to win.
Same. I think Anish is going to win here because it's easy for me to try to bully this other pawn as well. I mean, I am playing for 2 results in a way, which we do have e3. Looks like he just made the move now. e3 is on the board, so now it's up to Tari to figure out what does he want to do and try to hold here. This is why these Catalans are really tough openings to face is those Catalans. I think you play a Catalan too, right, Bob?
Yeah, no, I played the Catalan myself with white. And
I think you beat Grishuk. Yeah. I don't remember what tournament that was. Maybe it wasn't Grishuk or was it Grishuk? Do you remember? It's not too long ago.
Well, I won a nice game against Sam Savian in the Spring Chess Classic. I don't know if that is the game you're referring to. I did play the Catalan against Grishuk in the Global Chess Championship, but both games ended in draws.
Interesting. Both games ended in draw. Yeah, but I know you're a Catalan guy yourself. So, yeah, these Catalans are tough. If you like the Catalan, it is definitely a strong opening. And you have, I mean, this is clean for white. I mean, I'm playing for 2 results like here, so I have no worries from white.
Exactly. And it's always tough to deal with for black. I mean, white often gets a little bit of pressure and without much risk. And that's exactly what we see right here. I mean, again, Anish almost up an hour on the clock. He has an extra pawn. Pawn c4 is weak. The bishop pair of Aryan is not too effective just yet. So it's looking tough for Aryan. So let's keep looking around. We also have, Noderbek made a move. He played queen h6. And Ali Reza took the pawn on b2. Bishop a5 was played. Queen to d7, only move for the queen. And now I'm sure that Magnus is going to sacrifice the rook with knight 1d2, so that in case Ali Reza takes, he can recapture with the rook, with the queen, and attack the rook in the corner right away.
I'm going back home. I always like to say, that bishop is like, you don't even consider bishop takes a1. It's not a move. You don't play it. And it's your best piece is obviously the dark square bishop. especially if you're an accelerated dragon player, a Sicilian dragon player, a King's Indian player, a Grinfield player. When the bishop's on G7, or even Perk, right? You put the bishop on G7, do not take the rook on the back rank. You just move it back unless you know what you're doing and you can solidify the dark squares. You just go back. We call it stick and move, pick and roll. Take the pawn, go home. Go back home. Bishop G7 and hope for the best, and I'm a pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, I think Alireza just has to make a move like castles, and then after rook b1, go bishop to g7. I mean, white has some play here, but
Okay.
what does he really have going for himself? I mean, maybe something like queen e1 followed by queen h4 could be annoying because the pawn on h5 is tough to defend. But hey, black is up an extra pawn and should have some way to activate his pieces. So we definitely have a very fighting game on our hands.
Right.
Knight 1d2 has been played, and again, you cannot take this rook. I think you're just getting absolutely obliterated on the dark squares. And yes, Hikaru hasn't joined us yet for an interview. And James, we also have some more moves in this game between Fabiano and Gukesh.
Yeah, what happened? What was the last few moves? Yeah, it looked like some queen trades there. Rook c1.
Rook d8. Take, queen e3. Take, g1. c8, queen e4. Okay. And the queens have been traded. So I feel like Fabiano has a very slight edge. This pawn on c7 is a weakness more than anything, to be honest. But maybe Gukesh can just push it. I mean, white can take here, give black an isolated pawn, but it shouldn't be enough to win the game. But again, if anyone is better here, it is Fabiano.
I actually think it's just going to be Armageddon here. Pawns on the same side. I mean, it's difficult. These are high-level players. It's going to be most likely Armageddon here due to the inaccuracies that they don't make. And yes, c5 play, takes. I can even maybe put the knight on c4, in fact. Right after, we trade. Yeah, there it is. Knight takes. I can play knight c4 to stop the advance of the pawn. And trades are fine for me. I go f4, walk the king up to e3, play e5, king e4, shuffle, and have an easy game. Easy draw, and then we go into Armageddon. So I think they're both preparing for that. Exactly, but of course, don't play for a draw. Still play for a win, obviously. But don't play for the draw. And the draw will happen, if both sides play for the win.
Exactly. Yeah. If Gukesh can get in c4, he should have enough counterplay. Maybe a rook b1 with Fabiano to attack the knight. But I mean, something like rook c6 should be fine. I think, like you said, this game is just headed for a draw. So pretty quiet day so far. I mean, Hikaru, a quick draw. Shakh knew all of the right moves, but hey, the Armageddon was fire. And yeah, I mean, I think Wesley is going to get a win. I think Giri is going to get a win. We have the move e5 by Tari, but so in case of takes, he wants to take here. And in case of knight takes, there might be a queen d5 down the line.
Interesting. Okay, so let's go into the think tank here. What do we do? We could just take it, I guess. That's always number one, is just taking it. We do have the op color bishop, so not the biggest fan of this. Opposite color bishops, yes, I'm up the pawn, but opposite colors, we know how that goes, especially even if you can be up 2 pawns sometimes, still a draw. Kind of annoying, so don't want to go this route. Rook d1, is that possible? Rook d1. Takes, knight takes. Oh, I mean, rook d1 instead of d4.
Right now.
To d5, I mean, yeah.
In case of rook d1, black can take here, and we get an isolated pawn on d4, which maybe they can just take right away.
They can probably capture queen d2. Doesn't work. Yep, so, I guess we have to take it.
I think what Anish has to do, I think he just has to take an e5. Tari will take an f3. That's his only way not to lose a second pawn. All right, so takes. He takes an e5. And here, black is down a pawn. And this pawn is c4 somewhat weak. But I think Anish should focus his attention here on the king side. He should play the move rook a7. Now, he's got this extra e-pawn, which is really valuable because he can potentially put his bishop on d5 and put pressure on this pawn on f7. Tari cannot do the same thing because Giri has this pawn over here. So even if Tari manages to trade off all of the pawns on the queen side, I think this endgame is going to be pretty unpleasant. After queen b3, rook d1, and bishop d5, Giri will have massive pressure on this pawn on f7, and I think he has excellent chances to win here.
Also, like rook d1, rook d7, and bishop d5. I mean, all these moves together are just decisive, right? Put the rook on the 7th rank, double the rooks, still hitting f7, still a pin, and then put the bishop there. That is definitely possible, and it looks huge and lots of chances. Of course, this is what happens in opposite color bishops when one side can attack the other. And all the pawns being on dark doesn't mean that the bishop has targets. It's really more of like the bishop is not that active, and everything's all nicely defended. On the other hand, it's different. Double the rooks, bishop d5, f7 is a weak square. Everything's light on light squares. King g8, pawn on f7, pawn h7. Pretty nice. Still for Geary here, if he finds this line for sure.
Yeah, so tough tournament so far for Tari. I mean, yesterday he got a draw against Magnus, but he could have lost that game. I don't know what his score is. I mean, 6 games have been played. I think it's like 1.5 out of 6. Not a disaster. You know, he's the lowest seed in the tournament, but he's really struggling. Like, he's not really getting close at all, if I'm being very honest, to getting wins on the board. And it feels like even some of the draws, he's struggling. So, I don't know, tough, very tough tournament for our good friend. And yeah, I think Anish, you know, he's pretty low in the standings, but that is simply because he's lost so many Armageddons. But I think in terms of classical, he's doing pretty all right. I think he's on 50%. So win here would certainly do great things for him.
Yeah, he definitely wants that win. Of course, we all do here. And Arjan, definitely tough tournament, but of course, tough players. So, you know, teaches on us just how it is. He's playing stronger players. I think he's the lowest rated too as well in the field. So very strong, though, obviously. He's getting better. And it's always good practice with these guys as well. Up a lot of time, Geary here is. And do we have any moves after e5?
No, Geary's still in the tank, but yeah.
Got it.
But yeah, you made a perfect point. Like, if you want to get better, you have to play people that are better than you. I mean, you might lose some games, but that is the only way to improve. So let's see what Geary's going to do. I mean, I expect him to take with the pawn. He can also take with the knight, but then Atari will take here, take an e5, play queen d5 check. And, you know, here he will win back the pawn. And I think the funny thing is, probably Arjan's drawing chances here are better. It's quite likely that at some point the pawns on the queen side are gonna get traded off. And if they ever reach a 4 versus 3 rook endgame, this should be a pretty standard draw. So I feel like Arjan should be able to hold here, but I really like that other option with keeping the opposite color bishops on the board. I felt like here Geary is very close to winning, perhaps, with the pressure on f7.
Right, yeah, that pressure is huge here. You can't move the king. I mean, you can, but then you give up the pawn here, and now I have, you know, a pass pawn on e, and I can always create one too if I push e and f at the end of the day, and create one. I'm up the pawn, which makes a lot of sense, or I'm up another pawn there if I'm able to drop. I'll take f7. That's just going to be a clean win. So rook d1, rook d7, bishop d5. Very, very tough situation you will be in with lots of pressure on your position. So even though opposite colors, this is good and very instructive, to say the least.
Yeah, so let's see. So Geary in the tank. I think really the crucial game for us is this game between Gukesh and Fabiano, but I think it's headed for a draw. Rook b1 has been played. Rook c6, knight f3, c4, knight e5, and rook c5. I mean, you can take the knight, but if we take over here, hit the pawn on e4, and if you go f3, black goes rook c5 back, and black has plenty of... That being said, wait, what if white goes rook b2, king f7, king f2, king up, king here? This pawn has more of a weakness, I would think, like king here and here.
That's right. Yeah, the king would be more. Yeah, it'd be more of a weakness. So you have to go like e5, maybe. But even then, yeah, maybe e5. Maybe and then if you move your king, I can move. I go g5. Is g5 possible or no? Oh, yeah,
g5.
Yeah, king g5 is nice. I'm just going in there. If you move, I move. I go in. Oh, there's
by the way, is not the move.
Wow, g6. Look at that. That is crafty.
It's not the way to go.
Oh my goodness. And then h5, king e2. Oh my goodness. h4, mate. Ooh-wee. That's a sick mate.
Exactly. So, but yeah, this game is going to end in a draw very soon. I mean, it's very good for Hikaru that at least he's not falling further behind in the standings. And James, I know it's still a little bit early. This game is still going on, but let's say it ends in a draw. Who do you have in the Armageddon? Do you think Fabiano's going to win or Gukesh?
Probably because he has more experience, I think, in Armageddons. He just played a lot of them. He just came from CGC doing, not CGC, Chessable Masters, doing so many Armageddons. Just Armageddon here, Armageddon, Armageddon, Armageddon. Like, he's been playing these, so I think he's a favorite. But Gukesh is no slouch and no joke. Now, we did know that in the Blitz he didn't do as well in Norway chess. He just wasn't doing as fast. It was faster chess, which is okay. That's fine. It is what it is. But he's 27-36 for a reason. He's no slouch. Absolutely. He's a monster here. But I think Fabi has a slight edge.
That's a 95 has been played, so let's see what Gukesh is going to do. I mean, to me, rook c5 looks like the most logical move, and we will probably get into that rook game. But I'm sure now he's calculating the ins and outs of that one. All right, so we also have the game of Wesley. Things still looking very good. After queen a4, queen h6, Wesley took the pawn, bishop d7. The queens were
Whoa.
traded. But look at the difference in pawn structure. I mean, this pawn is weak. The pawn on c7 is weak. Rook c1 is coming. The a pawn is a weakness as well. And Wesley's got no weaknesses whatsoever. So I predict a win here for Wesley. I mean, Wesley just he just punishes these guys so efficiently if they make
Yeah.
mistakes.
Yeah, and even his chessable course, in fact, me and Naroditsky calls it basically his E4 course, part 1 and 2 is like an encyclopedia. Now, of course, there was actually some small inaccuracies there in the Caro-Kann line. In fact, one of them hung mate. But you know, when we doing these chessable lines, like there's so much stuff and lines and like work that man put
He
in.
hung
Like,
mate.
I'm not even gonna lie. Yes, it's in the discussions if you go there. Like I do a lot of it. It's a Caro-Kann line where like one of them actually just hangs mate on, but the move is like 28 moves deep into theory, right? So it's a very long line, right? So obviously it's very rare you're gonna reach that, but it did hang mate in one of those lines, so it's kind of funny. But most of it is absolutely encyclopedia like. This actually looks like something from his E4, E5 parts, where he goes for Italian games. He likes very solid principal chess. Develop the pieces, castle the king. You have a weakness in pawn structure. My structure is a little bit better than yours. Yes, I have double pawns, but my rooks are active. C and D4, C5, C7, and D4 are kind of weak here. I have just a slight advantage, right? And he's going to milk that slight advantage.
All right, yeah, no, I'm trying to look, but I don't see the line where he hung mate. But
Yeah, it's like a
I'll definitely
Caro-Kann line.
be.
Yeah, you have to deep in there. Yeah, you have to look deep because I was looking against something for Caro-Kann, which nowadays I'm giving out some chessable files here. Gary has one of the sickest Caro-Kann lines I've ever seen. In fact, second pieces. I was like, is this Gary? Like, what happened? He like leveled up. I'm like, it was very sick. I love his advance, and it's very simple. Where you just go bishop b2, knight f3, knight d2, c3, or bishop b3, knight d2, c3, like play this way. Put the knight on b3, a3, b4, rook c1, knight c5, all the time, like all the time. Even the advanced variation stuff, very easy to understand. But his Caro-Kann, I didn't like Wesley's in chessable. I didn't like his Caro-Kann. He did more of a it was engine like, but something is deep in the Caro-Kann files, bro. So that gives you something there, Bach. It is Caro-Kann and it's deep in the files. You got to find it, but you'll be able to see it in there, bro. And then let me know if you find it. I remember seeing it, and I was like, you know what? I don't even want to try it. I don't even want to try none of the lines now from his from main one. I don't even want to try it. So it is nice, though. I think he recommends E5 as well, but he takes on C5, DC5.
All right. Anyway, so let's see what is going to happen. So currently, Noterbeck is in the tank. I think, yeah, Wesley is just going to win this one. And that would move Wesley up in the standings. I don't know what score Wesley is on. I think he's on like 50%. But let me check real quick. Also, I assume, okay, Hikaru should be joining us very, very soon. So we will be on the lookout for that as well. So yeah, definitely do not go anywhere, you guys. But let's have a look at the games that are going on. So we expect a draw here in the game between Caruana and Gukesh. Magnus and Ali Reza, I mean, who knows what's going to happen. And I do expect Anish to win this game against Ariantari.
Yes. Ariantari game looks good there. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the 5. That's going to Armageddon with Fabi. Wesley looked like a win. And yeah, anything can happen. He did go back, though, Bishop G7. So he did pick and roll there, stick and move. You take the pawn and you go back home like nothing happened. Because you can't give that bishop up. But now it's up to Magnus to figure out what to do. That's probably the most exciting game. It's Magnus's game right now because you have a lot of pawn breaks. I can go knight c4, I can go d4, I can go f5, but it has to be correct.
Exactly. I think this game is really the one that's the most undefined. I mean, at this point, I think there's like a 90, maybe 95% chance that Wesley is going to win his game. Anish also having great chances to win his one, probably also north of 90%. And I think Fabiano's game is north of 90% that it is going to end in a draw. But here, really, anything can still happen. Magnus is down a pawn, but he is up in development. He's got all of his pieces out. Ali Reza's king is still in the middle. And even if he castles, it's not going to sit super safe over there. Like I said, Magnus has some nice pawn breaks. F5 maybe is a move, but Ali Reza could take. You can also just ignore it by just on bishop b5 might run into knight c4, but e5 is a very thematic pawn break to break up this pawn chain over here. So let's see what Magnus is going to go for. Also, queen e1 with queen to h4 to follow makes a lot of sense as well.
I definitely like the e5 move the most out of these moves because it does break it up. We're also threatening like knight e4, knight c4, knight something. Jumping the knight in there and really starting to get a little crazy there. So big fans of those type of positions, obviously. And as you mentioned, it's thematic. There's lots of times where you can sack the pawn or rookie one knight, with the knight on f3 and go e5 very quickly, much earlier than in this game here. So this actually, believe it or not, actually, it feels like I was looking at a Rossalimo Sicilian, but this was not. I think he just went bishop d3 out the opening, more of like the Danny Kopech type stuff. But I mean, bishop b. This is very reminiscent of some type of Rossalimo, but Rossalimo may be going wrong for black. It's just like the e5 is coming. He got the f pawn out. Our g and h pawns are definitely overextended a little bit. The g5 move is nice and very thematic, but I guess the follow up is what's the hardest part. So more working with maybe engine work and looking around for that to see what you can do better, because g5 is definitely a possibility when he played early in the game, but the follow-up may have been incorrect, obviously.
Yeah, so very double-edged and interesting game. Some people in the chat are asking, is Hikaru going to join? Yes, he will join us very soon. I mean, he probably just got back to the hotel. He will need to get a couple minutes to get ready. But yeah, definitely do not go anywhere, because we will be asking him about the games that are going on, about the Armageddon, about the classical game. So it's always interesting to hear his thoughts. But yeah, I mean, I really don't know what to expect in this one. Both players are around an hour. They've only, how many moves have they played? They have played 13 moves so far, so they might get into time pressure. I mean, still lots of moves to be made, and the position is super complicated.
Definitely possible. I mean, time pressure is, we saw that yesterday with Firouzja in a different type of position where he wasn't really attacked as much. He had the white pieces too as well. So he, white pieces easier, a little bit easier to play. He really didn't get much trouble there. And then we had the Armageddon game. But this one, it feels like, it's double-edged. You can get in trouble. E5 is definitely a huge possibility here. And if you misstep there, we go knight e4 or c4. c5 is going to end up hanging at some point. We can tuck our king on h1. The bishop can come back to c3. Lots of options. Definitely like white's pawn breaks for sure. I can't move d5. Like, I can't even move my... Well, maybe... I guess you can, because bishop d4 check at some point, because I want to take on c5, but you have to be careful. So maybe e5, he goes d5. Oh, d5 you can't play. Yeah, correct. e5, d5, knight c5, right? So, yeah, e5 is definitely moved, considering that hard.
A pawn break that Ali Reza could consider, something like f5, strengthen his pawns on the king side, and also they could potentially bring his rook into the game as a castles. Queen e1 has been played by Magnus. Computer evaluates this as a brilliant move, and we are having Hikaru in, so let's bring him in. All right, welcome Hikaru. How's it going?
Hey, how you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Yep, doing pretty well.
Congrats, bro.
Fantastic. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it was a pretty good day, I guess you could say.
Exactly. It doesn't matter how you get it. We always keep saying that. It matters did you get it done? And Hikaru always gets it done. Exactly. So you got it done, bro. Good job.
Well, I mean, I said this during my interviews, but I feel like today I did not get it done. I was a little bit lucky, but obviously in the first round, there was an Armageddon against Wesley, which I should have won probably like 99 times out of 100. And it happened to be the one time that I didn't win it. And so I think today was kind of the exact opposite, where definitely I should not have won this game, but you just keep the game going until players get low, and then good things happen.
All right, so Hikaru, your classical game ended in a draw. I mean, I think it was all preparation and Shakh. Probably he knew it all, but do you want to talk us through the game anyway?
Sure. So, I mean, there are a couple interesting things. First things first, Shakh started playing the Queen's Gambit Accepted. He's played it. I don't think he's played it that much in recent times. He's obviously played it in the past as well, much like I have. But, he used to play more Grunfeld, more standard like Nimza or Goes and setups. And then he plays the Queen's Gambit Accepted. And so we play e4, e5, knight f3. And oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm not watching Zoom call. I was watching the stream. Yeah, so after e4, e5, knight f3, this is the first funny moment. So in this position, Shakh basically started thinking, not for a long time, maybe 1 minute, but at first he went to reach for the knight as though he was going to play knight to f6, and then suddenly he realized to play bishop b4, because knight f6 would be actually a fairly serious mistake, I think. I don't know exactly what the evaluation is, but it's definitely not the right move, and then, of course, he realized and he played bishop b4. So that was the first thing that I realized, was that clearly he had not looked at it a whole lot, and so I felt pretty good about going into this. On the other hand, obviously, he's played this with both black and white in this tournament, and so he clearly has looked at the line in recent times. And Yeah, I mean, all of it ended up being preparation. I think the first critical moment was when I played rook to a6 instead of rook to a4. If you go forward about like 7-8 moves, I mean, it's all standard. Yeah. Yeah, so we get to the situation after knight e7 where rook a4 is also playable here. And I think the line goes, how does it go? I think it's rook a4 is it takes, knight c5, rook b4. I think this is a game between Just Kidding Duda and MVL, where Duda sacked the queen with queen takes knight, and then bishop takes rook. And Duda won a very, very nice game here. He was able to get the bishop to d4, and then I think play knight e3 later on. And mind you, it's still completely fine for black, but there was a game in this, I think, in the, I remember it was Bucharest or it was in Warsaw, but one of the recent Grand Chess Tour events. But I felt like there's no way that Shakh doesn't know this, and so I played rook a6 instead, hoping that perhaps this would be a little bit of a surprise. And then he played knight c5, rook c6, queen e7. I mean, none of these moves I think are super obvious if you haven't looked at it. And then I played queen f2 here. And unfortunately, I mean, but what I was banking on was that, Shakh would not actually know that he needs to sack the knight on e4 here. It's the only move to maintain equality. So basically, I was hoping that Shakh would not know this by heart. And even after knight takes e4, he still has to be precise, because after queen f4, takes, king f2, rook d5, queen e4 here. I think queen f6 and rook f5 is the only way to draw on the spot. I don't think there are other ways to keep the game going, which are probably playable, but it's not easy. And I was sort of hoping that even if we got to this point like we did in the game after king g1, rook d8, and then bishop takes a7, that he would not maybe remember that rook f5 is the move here, because rook f5 is not the obvious move. Rook d1 is an obvious move. Rook d4 is an obvious move. It feels like there should be some play here. But if you don't play rook f5, I think the black is actually in a lot of trouble here. Maybe rook takes b5 is possibly okay as well. But I was hoping that he wouldn't know rook f5. And then he did, and the game just ends on the spot because I have no choice but to make a repetition. So it was kind of tricky, because sometimes when you get in these memory tests, if someone hasn't looked at the exact line recently, sometimes moves over the board aren't as obvious. And that's sort of what I was banking on. And there was a famous game that I played in I think it was 2012, if I'm not, no, it wasn't 2012. It was the first time I broke 2800. It was in Zurich. I think it was 2012 or 2013. And I played a game against Sergei Karyakin, and it was an English opening. It was all prep, like 25 moves, leads to forced draw, but black is, I believe, down a piece, if I remember correctly. And Sergei had not looked at the line recently. So when we got into position over the board, he wasn't able to solve it. And I won that game very easily. And this was more of the same, where I felt like, if Shakh doesn't know it, I'm just gonna get a free win for nothing, basically. And if he does know it, it ends in a draw. But I thought that was better than maybe playing something where he'd be more comfortable and more likely to know it by force. And so yeah, it's unfortunately he did know it, and that led to the whole Armageddon mess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes if you go into these forced variations, it's a bit of a gamble. Like either your opponent knows it and they make a forced draw, and if they don't, you might get a winning position. But yeah, the Armageddon, it didn't start out your way. So yeah, what are your thoughts about that one?
Well, basically, I just decided to play chess and move fast. Again, with 1 second increment, if someone gets really low on time, I think it's very, very hard from a practical standpoint without obvious moves to make a bunch of moves with 1 second on the clock. So I just played fast, free-flowing. I mean, of course, bishop takes f6 is not the best move, but I literally don't care. And I just thought I'd take, play c3, d4, g3. I think Jobava actually played something like this against me with the white pieces, and I got into some trouble. So I thought, why not? And I think it's all relatively okay here. Bishop f5. Yeah, I mean, maybe somewhere around here. I should just go knight d2. I don't know why I didn't play knight d2 and just trade off the bishops and just play chess. But yeah, I went bishop h3, and then Shakh, to his credit, he used his time and he found bishop h6, which was a nice move. And then, of course, I just blundered with knight e2. I just didn't see bishop f3 at all, basically. I thought I could just go knight d2, but that hangs upon after takes, knight takes d4. And then, of course, black is just much better. So I was sort of on autopilot, just like falling asleep at the wheel. And so finally, I just played rook e1 because I figure, you know what? Here, at least, even if bishop takes e3 is probably good for black, it's a sacrifice. And in an Armageddon game, a draw gets me nowhere. I have to win the game, so I'm happy that there's this big imbalance.
Right, yeah. But I feel like also in an Armageddon game, for someone like Shakh, it might be easier to go for something direct instead of sitting there and seeing you slowly but surely improve the position. But when bishop takes a3 came, or when he was thinking about his move, did you realize that you were in trouble?
Oh, I mean, I knew I was in trouble, obviously, but again, he's made a sacrifice, and at the end of the day, if I draw the game or I lose the game, that makes no difference. I have to win. So the imbalance actually made me happy because I felt like if I could hang on, I would actually get chances, and I thought I actually defended this extremely well to not lose on the spot. I mean, maybe 92 is wrong. Wait, was 92 wrong? What was I supposed to play here?
Moves.
It was some engine move, 93, which is ridiculous.
Oh wow! Oh,
it's crazy.
Oh, knight a3. I only thought about knight d2 and knight c3. Oh, knight a3, knight c2 is
it's crazy. Crazy. Yeah.
That's very nice, of course. Yeah. And somewhere around here, I was trying to get optimistic, but I don't think it really is great. Because I guess if I take with the rook, there's just queen d3, and I have no good move, and then knight d4 is coming in, and I thought what I did was fine with queen takes e2, but he found queen h6, and somehow I think it's just bad because if I could get one more move in here and put my king on g1, I'd probably be okay. But I don't have the moves. If I go king g1 here, there's queen takes d2, and then knight f3, knight takes d2, and if not that, there's also knight c2 and knight e3 as well, which is a huge problem to deal with. So there's just not a whole lot I can do here, and it's just a very difficult position. But I found bishop g4, and I think after bishop g4, he played knight c2, right? And I played bishop f3. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and here I thought actually it was a big mistake that he didn't just trade everything off on e1. I thought if he traded everything off on e1 immediately, rook takes, knight takes, and king takes, with like queen e3 here, let's just say queen e3, king d1, and rook to e8, for example, I don't know how I'm supposed to really play this position because there's always queen c3 and queen a1. And without rooks on the board, I think practically speaking, I think I can draw this, but there's no chance of ever winning, in my opinion.
Mm.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I was going to say I was also surprised by that, but yeah, keep talking us through the game.
Yeah, so I mean, once he doesn't do that, at least now I keep a set of rooks on the board, and there's some practical chances. I thought I played about as well as I could have, all things considered. I played what did I do here? I played queen f2, right? He goes queen. He goes rook c8, yeah, and rook c8 also. Again, I don't know why he let me trade the queens. So I thought the whole point behind him playing knight e3 was to basically play with the queen and the two rooks and avoid an endgame altogether. So I was a little surprised that he let me trade the queens, because once the queens come off the board, I think I have. There's some chances for a swindle that definitely didn't exist before. That much is clear. I mean, like if I can get the bishop to d5 or bring the king over, if he loses the d pawn, I'm gonna always have some chances to survive. So yeah, I go a4. He plays rook c2, king e3, which I thought was a very tricky move here because on first glance rook c3 looks winning, but I have king d4. Yeah, but then he found d4, which I thought was an excellent move. I have to admit that when he started thinking here, I was starting to get kind of optimistic here because I saw there was no entry on the file. D5 is hanging, and then he found d4, king d3, and rook c3, which I thought was fantastic because even though he gives up the pawn on d4, now he has very clear-cut plans with rook c7 and rook d7 and the rook on the second rank. And around here, I thought that I was probably likely to just lose the game. But again, I used my time and I found a way to keep it going here with knight to f1. Yeah, only move, I think, by the way. I think any other move, he would have won the game. So we get to this position after knight f1, rook d7, bishop d5, and then we just end up in this massive mess at the end. But I mean, the rest, I think I could go over it all day, but I don't think people want to hear that. So yeah, I think it was always close to losing, but I think the problem that Shakh made actually around this point when I played knight d1 is he was so set on playing f4 and exchanging all the pawns on kingside, and he sort of lost track of the overall game. He sort of focused only on this one plan to make the draw, and then it gets kind of tricky. I mean, everything he did was still completely fine, of course, as we go forward. d7, good move. Yeah, I played b4 here because what else? And yeah, now he played rook e1. Yeah, and then what did I do? I played king f2. Right, now he went rook e4, which, I mean, it's probably the best move, but it's also a very tricky move because suddenly it gets a little bit slippery here after the trade with knight c3 and the king running to d4. Like, black is obviously winning here, but you have to be careful because if you don't go g5, for example, you go back move, like already here, if I can get the knight to f4, I mean, it's still fine for black, but there are tricks now based on the pawn structure. And yeah, after g5, I played a5, right?
Mm-hmm. So and then, you didn't mind the rook trade at all? Because we thought that was a big improvement for Shakh.
Well, I didn't want to do it, but again, we're getting low on time, and I just have to start finding moves. That's all I can do. And I mean, at least here, I felt pretty good about it. He takes, which is a huge mistake, obviously, because now I thought maybe even f4 here would have been good enough to draw the game. Like, if it just goes f4, just ignore everything. Like, knight takes e4, king f5. Like, it's not about like winning the game at this point. It's just I don't know how am I supposed to win this position after takes fg3, takes king g5, because you're pushing the h pawn down the board. And yes, I can always sack the knight for the pawn, but a draw is not good enough.
Right.
And I think GH4 was a huge mistake, because then after takes, it's just somehow it ends up getting tricky here. Yeah, he goes he trades on a5. Right, it goes a6 now. Yeah, now knight e2, and suddenly all bets are off kind of at this point, because once I go bishop c4, the a6 pawn is loose, and Shakh, I mean, basically, he wastes time by going rook d7. I think he should have just gone rook g4 right away, but at any rate, we get back here. Yeah, and then he goes rook g4, because basically I have to do something. I go bishop b7, takes, and yeah, and here, of course, it's still fine, but he plays e3, which is also good to go rook a4. But after king c5, yeah, of course I could take and draw, but I have to win, so I go king c5. And now he blunders with f4, which is a huge mistake. I don't know if it's actually losing after f4, but if he had just gone rook a4 and then rook a2, he would never have lost this game, because he can just play h4, h3, h2, and with the wide peepos, it's completely fine. But then once he goes f4, bishop b7, it's still playable with 10 seconds on the clock. Suddenly you're like, what have I done? It just looks losing. And yeah, and then he plays rook h2, bishop f3, rook f2, and then a6, of course, and now I think it's close to loss. And yeah, now I play knight c3 like a total idiot. I forgot there was queen a6 check, basically. So what I thought, okay, I'm probably winning here, but is there another move? And so I played knight c3, and I completely overlooked rook a2, and luckily he flagged as I was playing the move. But yeah, it was kind of insane.
Right, but yeah, you did get the win in the end. Very important half a point added to the standings. I mean, I think even if he had not flagged here, there's still, of course, chance, because with 2 seconds and only 1 second of increment, he can always flag. But what are your current thoughts on Fabiano's game?
Well, first things first, you're right that with 1 second on the clock, I think I would have probably flagged him here anyway, just to be clear. So I think needs to be said. Now, as far as the other games that are going on right now, Fabiano has completely misplayed this, it looks like. I thought Fabiano had good chances, but this endgame looks very drawish to me. I mean, probably... Yeah, I mean...
With king f2 and king e3, I mean, you have to very slightly...
I mean, they're chances, but how are you going to get rid of the weakness on e4? So king f2, c3, right? King f2, c3, king e3, c2, rook c1, knight d6. How are you going to get rid of the weakness on e4 exactly? Like, you can go king d3 or king d4. I mean, just rook c7 or c8. Yeah, maybe I don't know. Like,
knight around at some point.
G4 f5 too.
Yeah, but for example, say I play like rook c8 here, knight f3. Can I then go rook to a8? Like, even this endgame, this is probably maximum you can get. I assume this is still a draw. Rook c2, rook a3, king d4, rook a4, king e5, knight e4, king e6, and then knight f6. And I mean, yes, you have an extra pawn, but against a player of Gukash's caliber, this should be a draw.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's about the maximum that you're going to be able to get.
Jeez.
Right, so you have all faith in your boy Gukash. Like, you think he's just going to hold the draw?
Well, it's not really about faith. It's the fact that this is a technically drawn endgame, and I consider Gukash to be a good enough player to draw a technically drawn endgame. I mean, it's nothing about me like rooting against Fabiano or anything like that. It's just this is a technical draw if we get there, and I'm just not feeling it here. But I felt like Fabiano earlier was better, but yeah, it looks like this one's petering out just like most of the other games.
Yeah, we thought the same. Most likely draw Armageddon here.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we thought actually before the Gukash was completely fine. Now it feels like it's not much, but maybe Fabiano is on the slightly better side of the draw, but still very likely that this one is going to end in a draw. Mm-hmm. In the meantime, I think Wesley is just going to win, right?
Well, I mean, this is also talking about chess and luck or no luck. Like, this is another example of, like, how is it that Noterbeck just plays a dubious line, the Queen's Gambit accepted, and Shakh plays the right line? I mean, like this is just another example where, I mean, Queen f6 definitely is not right. I know that much. But But it's just sometimes the luck just breaks that way, where like Noterbeck very easily could have played the exact same line that Shakh played. And I looked at it, I didn't find a whole lot. What I did, I thought was one of the most practical ways to try to break it down. But then Noterbeck just loses his mind against Wesley. Like, why couldn't Shakh do this against me, for example? So there are moments like that during the tournament where you're just like, why does, how is it this happens here, but, it doesn't happen somewhere else? But, I think generally what I would say about Noterbeck is I mean, of course, I still have to play him the next round. So, maybe I'll have to eat my words, but my general take on Noterbeck in this tournament is that he's been way too optimistic. I sort of get the sense that he thinks that he's almost better than everybody here with just like his general approach in various games. Like yesterday was a good example where he did get a nice advantage against Fabiano, but he was unable to once the advantage was gone, he was unable to take the draw. He felt like he still had to try to win the game, and Fabiano just brutally punished him. And I do feel like with Noterbeck, he's perhaps a little bit too cocky, or it's just like he's not being objective for whatever reason when it comes to some of the players who are playing this event.
Yeah, of course, the sword cuts both ways, because sometimes that, of course, gives him some wins, but it might also lead to some losses. And yeah, I think here Wesley's just probably going to win this one. Also, I think Giri's got great chances to win his game. Although, we thought around here when Arjan played e5 that Giri should take with the pawn. What is your take, Hikaru?
Well, I mean, come on, it's Anish. What do you expect? Let's be serious. Anish loves his draws. He's got to get them draws. Yeah, I mean Anish is probably going to play this out for 4 hours if we're being honest. But I'm feeling like where we're headed here. Oh wait, sorry. How do you get that even? Yeah, because he takes f6, queen takes. Basically what I'm saying is we're going to get the 4 versus 3. We're going to EFGH versus FGH, and Anish is going to make us sit here for another 2 hours in agony before the game probably ends in a draw. But practically speaking, this once again is a technical draw, but Anish will keep us here all night long for sure.
Right. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised he didn't take with the bishop. Then Tari takes here. We have the opposite color bishops, but Hikaru, you used to play this line in a Catalan where you are down a pawn. But I think in this one, White has excellent chance to win, right? I mean, after rook a7, getting the bishop to d5 at some point, it feels like the pressure on f7 is just a little bit too much. So we were kind of surprised that Anish didn't go for this one. I mean, here it feels like Tari should be able to draw.
Yeah, so the first thing that's important about the Catalan one is that there are 2 extra pawns on e6 and d4 for starters. So you don't get this bishop d5, which is very important, actually. So, yeah, I do agree that that it is quite strange. So wait, can you go back to him? What did he took on e5 with the pawn, was it?
And it took on f6.
So right here, huh? That is very strange. You know what I'm guessing? I'm guessing Anish thought that's just he must have thought the drawing chances in the opposite color bishops or Tari's ability to defend it, it's easier than playing this end game. Nah, but I think it's actually just a mistake. He should have just taken on f3 and played like rook c1 and just played it. I mean, probably it's a draw, but I think your chances are definitely higher in this end game than they are in the current one that we have in this position.
100%.
I mean, I think if he gets like rook a7 and maybe the bishop to d5, it should be close to winning for him because he's so active. But I think right now it's probably just headed for a draw. I mean, I think Tari's got a great chance to get these pawns off the board, and with the 4 versus 3, like you said, Anish is going to keep us here all day and all night. But we all know what the likely result is. Well, I mean,
but to be fair though, the time control is conducive to that because you don't get more time at move 40. You get a 10-second increment, but you don't get more time. So if Anish is up 20 minutes, it could be very unpleasant to play because Tari could be in a situation where he's 2 minutes, Anish is 20, but Tari only gets 10 seconds every move. So Tari's going to be sitting at the board for like 2 hours, unable to go to the bathroom, unable to like get refreshments, and it could be a very bad situation.
That is for sure implied.
I'm not trying to be funny, but I actually like, since you don't get more time, that is a consideration. Like in some of my games that I've thought about towards the end is like at a certain point, if you're going to get 30 minutes at move 40, then it's like you can use up all your time, but you can't actually do that in this time control because you don't get more time at move 40. So there have been a couple of games, like against Gukesh specifically, where like we were starting to get long time. I'm like, I'm just going to start moving fast because I'm not getting more time. So if I end up down 5 or 10 minutes at the end of the game, I could just end up losing. I could just lose. So, yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, using that time is good. You had a great time edge in both games. It's been working for you. So just keep up the great work, obviously, with the preparation. And the prep has been working. You said you only spent like 20 minutes in prep, you said, for this game?
Oh, my prep? No, I spent more time than that. But, I think the main thing is you just have some general set ideas against certain openings and you go from there. And I think I'm doing what I can. But also, since I see people are writing things in chat, there are a couple things to point out. First and foremost, of course, I will be playing Title Tuesday this evening in about 4 hours. So obviously, I'll be playing that. That's the first thing to point out for people in chat. And secondly, I saw some questions about Tari playing. And I think as far as Tari playing, I think that he's the number 2 Norwegian player. He deserves an opportunity to get the experience, and it's difficult, but nonetheless, the organizers are Norwegians, so that's why he's playing. And I mean, I think he's had some chances here.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Hikaru, we know that your defensive skills are some of the best in the world. How would you try to hold this one if you're Tari playing against Anish here?
Yeah, so first things first, the big question is the 4 versus 3 easier to draw with double F pawns or not? So for example, if you play bishop G2, queen F6, GF6, king G2, C3, let's just say takes, probably here this is rook A6. This could be actually just bad, because here you have rook D1 and you can do rook D1. Yeah, this could actually just be very bad. Yeah, but so for example, if you put the rook back on A1 just to illustrate the point, just play rook A1 here, rook A1 or whatever. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, sorry, you want to trade one pair of rooks?
No. I just want to play rook A1 and rook C6 so that black controls the 6th rank.
Okay, yeah. So let's say you go here and we go here.
Rook C6. Yeah, this is another question. If you can get this endgame, is this an easy draw or not? Now, my instinct is that this probably is very easy to draw. Even if you get the rooks on A7 and D7, you can just always wait with rook B6, king G7, king G8. And I find it hard to believe that this is scary. But if white can get that rook to A6, then white probably has chances. So that's my initial assumption is that this is actually very scary to play for black. So based on that, I think that based on that, let's go back. You can't allow that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can't allow it to happen, then you have to play queen C6. Yes.
All right. So
trade.
I guess we trade.
Mm-hmm.
Rook here or something? Or rook A4?
Yeah, see rook A4, probably queen E2 though. And then
rook E1,
queen D3.
Rook E1, queen D3. It's very close though. It's very close though. You're right. This starts to feel like white has chances to win this. So let's go back. Yeah, queen C3 maybe is a nice move by Anish. Very, very nice, nuance.
Because I guess this trade also isn't ideal.
If you trade on C3 and trade on G2, can you then play rook FD8 to go rook D3?
Rook D1, rook D3.
Rook D3?
Yeah, that's nice. Just rook C1 and then shuffle. Yeah, that was very nice, in fact.
No, I think this actually just might draw on the spot. This looks to me like this should be the way to draw on the spot.
Can't win C4.
Yeah.
Rook D3, yeah.
Rook D3, and it seems like it's just in time to hold. So yeah, perhaps this is the way to go. I mean, wait, what if I go here? Rook B1. So you go rook D3. I guess I go rook A3. You go
right, and so now G6. I'm just gonna play I don't know if G6, probably G6 and H5 is the correct setup. It looks like so. Yeah, rook B7, H5, or king G6. Probably H5.
And I guess there's no way to improve here. The moment I go here, you go here, but still it feels unpleasant. But I don't see how to make progress with white.
Yeah, I think overall it should be a draw still, but yes, it feels a little bit unpleasant. I agree with that. It does feel a little bit unpleasant.
Yep, especially if you're playing against Anish, who will keep pushing for another 2 hours. All right, and then the big question: what are your thoughts about the game between Magnus and Alireza?
Oof, heat.
Yeah, so I mean, this looks lovely for Magnus, I think. Although, wait, somehow Magnus dropped a juicer on B2.
Yeah, he sacked it.
He sacked it, interesting.
You just went bishop D2 right here. It's okay, go ahead and take it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I get the point behind going for this. Yeah, now, is E5 the move that breaks it? Is E5 the move that everything starts to fall apart for black or not?
Yeah, e5 looks nice, breaking this up, maybe 94 potentially.
Right.
And I don't know what Ali Reza is going to do here.
Yeah, this looks really, really bad.
Terrible Rossalimo is what I was saying. Like a really bad Rossalimo.
Yeah, Ross Limo Grand Prix also is another system you can get this from. But yeah, with the pawns on e6, d6, c6, c5, I think after Magnus plays e5, I think it's going to be a very, very long evening for Ali Reza.
And yeah, so far Magnus hasn't really been able to leave his mark in his tournament. He's on -1. Perhaps he will get a win here and come back to 50%. So, what is your explanation? Why do you think he's not been in top shape?
I mean, first of all, it's a very strong tournament. Everyone here, with the exception of a couple players, they are professionals. So I think because of that alone, some of the juniors are very, very, very aggressive. They want to try to win every game. And so I think Magnus perhaps hasn't put in as much work as you would expect from him, considering the importance of this tournament. I think that's first and foremost. But also, I think Magnus's just general form is a little bit off as well. I feel like some of the decisions he's made in some of these games have not been the best. I mean, he almost flagged against Tari yesterday, for example. So I think it's a combination of perhaps less prep and then the fact that there are a lot of players who are very hungry here.
Yeah, Magnus actually said in an interview, I can't remember what tournament, but he was saying like, I'm just rusty right now. So because I haven't been playing as much, and he's not looking at chess as much, which does hit the game there. And of course, you being a streamer first, right? Even though streaming is streamer first, you are hitting chess every day. So you are getting those reps in really. So you're not really like rusty as someone else would be if you're not actually looking at chess.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the big question. Is Magnus just not looking at chess altogether? That's right. The big question. I don't think anybody knows what. Well, obviously Magnus knows and his team knows. But that's kind of the thing. Like, is he just not looking at chess at all, or what's going on? And I think actually in retrospect, looking at the tournament now, I kind of regret my decision to not be more aggressive, because I really thought Magnus was going to be aggressive against me, and then he played something very He played something very solid, and so I kind of wish I had done something perhaps a little bit different. But nonetheless, I think probably he's just not been studying chess, and it does make a difference. So that's how it goes.
Right.
All right. In the meantime, Rook D1 has been played. But Hikaru, I just wanted to ask you. So it feels like Magnus is going through a bit of a slump. Everyone has gone through highs and lows. Like, what is generally, in your opinion, the best approach to break a negative tendency and get back into good shape again?
I think the main thing is just to play more. I think Magnus just needs to play more. But of course, it's also very tricky too, because one of the things that's difficult in this day and age, you have so many online tournaments now. And I know, like, I saw that Gucci Reza was talking about this in one of his interviews before the tournament, but like, he doesn't really like the online tournaments as much as over the board. And I think like the problem is so many tournaments are online now that, with the exception of the Grand Chess Tour, you're playing from home, you're playing online. I think when you're playing online Rapid and Blitz so much, you become much more casual, it feels like. Like a good example is before this tournament began, I played Chess Champions Tour from Norway, where I lost to Jordan Van Forest and Ali Reza. And honestly, like, it was weird because even though I lost those matches, I wasn't as upset as I normally would be. I was annoyed in the moment, but very quickly it's like, okay, that's it happened, that's that. And so I think it's very tricky to find the right balance between online and over the board. I think for me personally, what makes it so easy is the fact that, I only have 2 more days to enjoy this experience before I have to get back to my regular job. And I think, using that as perspective, that makes me enjoy every game a lot more than I normally would if I were, say, a professional chess player. And so I think it really depends on the person. But for me personally, that's the biggest thing, is like knowing that, like, whether it's today, whether it's yesterday, like knowing that, I only have a couple more days left before I have to return to, my regular job. That makes it a lot more enjoyable versus, say, thinking, oh man, it's just another game. It's probably going to be a quick draw. Blah, blah, blah. We move on to the next game and so forth. Having that mindset for me has helped a lot with dealing with, potential lows.
It's also helped you a lot too, as well, as you reach, world number 2 since like 8 years, right? I mean, just that whole mentality, relaxing, chilling, being calm. Wow. I got something else to do. I mean, you hit number 2 in the world again. Even being a not.
Yeah, but it's what I would say about that is actually it's like when Ali Reza was number 2 before this tournament began. Like, everyone's like, he's back to number 2, but Ali Reza was number 2 with, I think, a rating of 2810 maybe, or it was something like a lot higher than it is right now. maybe a year or two ago, and now he's like number 2 after I think Romania, and his rating was like 2780 versus 2810, and like I feel the same way. Like, sure, I got to number 2, but my rating is still like 30 points lower than my all-time high. So it's nice, but I wouldn't necessarily say that it means as much as it did back then, because certainly like at 2780 versus 2810, 2815, whatever it was, there is a big difference. So it's nice, but I actually don't really think about such things these days. It's just I try to play good games, and if you play good moves, good things happen.
Good things happen, right? We hear that all the time, of course, and we start the quotes and inspiring people around the world. Chat, very nice. Hikaru, that's what he does. Good to have you.
Yeah,
and
Hikaru,
I wanted to pick your brain on that one. So I remember in like 2015, around that era, there were a lot of people who were right around 2800, who were a little bit above it, like yourself, Anish, Fabiano. But now like the number 2 is like 2780. Also, Magnus is a little bit low rated. So do you think there's rating deflation going on, or what do you think is up with that?
Great question.
Well, I mean, I think the biggest difference is that, frankly, with the power of computers, I think the players who are in the 2,500 plus range are just much better prepared than they ever used to be. And I think certainly the gap is narrowing. Of course, we're still the best players in the world, but I think it's a lot harder now to beat someone who's like around 2630, 2640 than it used to be. And I think even just for me, when I look back to the pre-pandemic world, I think it may be like 2015, 2016, 2017, I had some really great results in this tournament, Gibraltar, where I played a lot of slightly lower rated players. But I think in 2018, which I believe was the last year that I played there, I suddenly was struggling to beat guys who were like 2,500. They were playing great prep. And I think it's mainly just that the players at all, at the GM level, maybe 2550 up, are just so well prepared now that it's very, very hard to get an advantage.
Yeah, no, for sure. And also it's difficult with black to avoid any forced draws, because you might run into some very tough prep. In the meantime, we have the move f5 by Ali Reza. So I think really right now, I mean,
I don't like what Magnus has done, though.
Yeah,
but I don't like what he's done. I feel like if we think about this position with the pawn being on f5 versus f7, that has to be much better. I mean, maybe Magnus was worried that the knight goes to f5 somehow. But I feel like with the pawn on f5, it takes away a very critical square on e4 for your horse. And I don't sort of wonder if Magnus is starting to go astray here.
Also, the move rook d1 doesn't look as useful
at all. In fact.
I mean, I guess what Magnus is saying here is that he's a very I understand. I think I understand what Magnus' plan is. His plan here is that he's probably going to play e5, and he's figuring down the road at some point he's going to play c4 and d4, and basically ask Alireza, what is he doing? Because you can't castle queenside. Maybe you can castling kingside actually now almost looks completely fine to me. So I think he's trying to. It's sort of like he's waiting to see what Alireza intends to do. That's my guess. But I'm really kind of shocked that he allowed f5. I would have played e5 in like 5 seconds in any game. Actually, I would have just played e5 immediately.
Definitely. E5 gave the most chances here, as the knight can't go to e4 anymore. Maybe some knight c4 action there, and then take and allow the rook file to be open.
So yeah, maybe that's his idea, the knight c4. It's not so much that it's just that it felt to me like this e4 square is so juicy. Like it's just screaming for your knight to go to e4. But maybe Magnus, his idea is to go knight c4, which is also kind of interesting. Interesting. Yeah, actually, the more I look at it, the more I kind of actually like what he's doing. I kind of like it, assuming he plays e5 here.
Right.
But
I
he's
don't
still
know.
thinking. I mean, what else do you do besides e5? I mean, it's really the one pawn break you have, right? And Hikaru, I also wanted to ask you another question. I mean, Magnus has been very, what is the word? Like, he's been very open in recent interviews, saying like, "Oh, I don't study much chess. I'm not that interested in it." Do you think he's maybe been a little bit too open? Like, he's now giving his opponents some confidence now that they know he's not studying the game as much?
I guess, but I mean, Magnus is still a professional player. Last I checked. I mean, I'm not trying to say this in like a negative way, but at the end of the day, like, I mean, like with someone like me, for example, obviously I have a lot of other obligations and commitments, things that I have to deal with on a daily basis. But it is kind of odd to me if Magnus is not doing that. Like, what exactly is he doing all day long? No, I'm not trying to like be really negative here or like a negative Nancy or anything. But I mean, I don't think. I mean, unless he's like online playing poker all day long. I mean, I really don't know what he's doing. So, it's definitely a little bit surprising to hear. But yeah, it's just surprising. Because again, for me, I obviously like I don't have a choice. Like 8 hours every day, like I'm streaming. That's what I'm doing. And I know there are people who want to believe that I'm like that like magically I'm like studying like 5 hours every day on top of that. I will say this quite clearly. I am not doing that, of course. But I think I've found a way to budget my time very well in terms of like streaming, in terms of playing and all these other things. But maybe Magnus is just like he needs this break, and maybe if he does poorly here, this will be a wake up call for him, possibly.
Mm-hmm. It's important to get the reps in. I mean, like he's not getting the reps in, and you getting the reps in 8 hours. I talk about that all the time. Like, yo, on Title Tuesday, he's sitting around 8. Now, of course, maybe like 2 hours. Like you take a break and like an hour here and there, but it's grinding. You grinding, yeah. Of course, it's a streamer first job, right? And it is it's streaming, but it's those.
But you know, I think also like when I play chess, like I mean I do enjoy it. Again, maybe it's just the perspective and everything, but for me personally, when you know, I'm being serious when I say this, because I know everyone thinks, oh, you're just like making stuff up, but like I really do look at it, and the reason I think I'm enjoying these games so much and I'm playing here in classical chess are because I do have to go back to my regular job in like 3 days. Like that is just the reality for me. And so I think because I have that perspective of like, you know, I have my job and that's what I'm going back to, like it makes me enjoy it. And the thing that I feel like for Magnus is surprising, I guess, from that standpoint is like maybe he just doesn't enjoy chess anymore. That is obviously possible. And like, you know, he could obviously do terribly in 20 tournaments in a row. Nobody's going to care. His legacy is secured. But I do think, like, as I think about the overall picture in terms of greatest ever, that starts to come into some question. I think like Magnus right now were to say, you know, just like drop like 50 points and just retire like 2780, 2790 or something. I'm not sure if I would actually necessarily say that he's better than Gary. And I just assumed he would continue to dominate for years and years. But I start to wonder if like you actually could maybe say that Gary is maybe the greatest of all time if Magnus suddenly were to stop right now.
Excellent point of view. In fact, E5 on the
meantime, we have to move E5. Yeah, but yeah, Gary's legacy or his the longevity of his career is really impressive. I mean, he was really dominating from 1985 to like the early 2000s.
Right?
Yeah, it's like 2003-ish, 2003, 2004, around then. But you know, I don't know. But also, you know, what I would say though, the big difference between Magnus and myself, certainly, and another big difference is that when you look at Magnus, certainly he's always been someone who's, you never really know exactly what he's doing when it comes to preparation, like what his approach is, any of these sorts of things. Like I've said it before, but one of the things in the old days I remember very clearly is, and I'll refer to a specific tournament. There was this London Chess Classic tournament that was played in Kensington and London. It was sort of outside the city, but everyone was put up in the same hotel. It's the Hilton Hotel at Olympia for anybody who wants to do research. And everyone's staying at the same hotel. But the one thing that I remember from this tournament playing it 9 years in a row is that I would see people like I'd see MVL, or you see Levon, you see people at breakfast or, you know, at dinner, you would run into each other. The one person that you would never see, however, was Magnus. He was nowhere to be seen. And I don't know if it was on purpose or not. And I've said this in streams before too, but there's sort of this mystique, like what is Magnus doing? Like, where is he? Because like I see Levon, I see MVL, like there's more like human, it's more relatable. And Magnus was nowhere to be seen. And it wasn't just at this tournament, it was many other tournaments. And so I feel like when you have that aura, that mystique, and with Magnus now, you see him everywhere. He's very open about everything. I sort of wonder if people had a certain image, and now that image has been completely shattered, and like the whole mental grip that he had over everyone kind of hasn't fallen by the wayside along with that.
It's deep. Interesting. He also said something before. I remember a long time ago, he had an article or an interview where he said, like, yeah, I'll quit chess or stop playing when it's not fun anymore. And you mentioned that about being fun, having fun with it. And of course, it may be at that point for maybe he's just not having that much fun anymore with it. He said, I'm not going to stop chess. Like, you know, I'm not 2,900, maybe not, you know, I'm not going to stop, but I don't want world championship anymore. So maybe it's just not as fun anymore for him.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. Classical chess it's very difficult. Like today is a good example. You know, I prepared something, and of course, Shakh knew the whole line, and I got absolutely nothing. It was like, okay, you go sit down and play 20 minutes of chess, and that's it. So the preparation is becoming more and more difficult, of course. But for me, like I don't really worry about that because, as I said, it's all fun for me because I have to get back to my real job, which I also enjoy as well. Don't get me wrong, but nonetheless, like this is my vacation from real work. So I think, you know, for me that's how it is, and so that's why like I don't actually mind these quick draws, or you know, if things don't go my way, I don't get what I prepared. Like it's just how it is. So maybe that's that. I mean, definitely that's helped me quite a lot in terms of my tournaments overall, but. I think for Magnus, I highly doubt that it's like he's done. I think it's insane to even suggest that right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I think certainly he needs some sort of reset, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And even looking at this position, like I still feel like Magnus has the advantage, but I don't like it. Doesn't feel it doesn't feel clean at all anymore. Like I'm just thinking about this position, like where's the clean advantage? Like if you go take on d6, queen d6, knight c4, for example, then you can take and go queen e7, and I mean I'm not actually sure how much better white is. Yeah, like you can take or go queen e7, and like there's e5, you can castle. Like it's kind of on the edge. And also it sort of speaks though to earlier when I was on the chess.com broadcast, and I was so convinced that Magnus was going to blow Alireza away. He was going to go queen e1, e5 and just steamroll him. And I think also that's based on what we've seen over Magnus over all these years. And now here again we see another situation where Magnus has not done that. And I still think he's better, but it's getting to the point where if he's not really, really precise, I think Alireza is going to be very much back in the game.
What about knight c4 instead?
But knight c4, can't you take on e5? I mean, this is probably what's going to happen. We're probably going to get knight c4, and we're gonna get takes, f takes e5, I guess.
Yeah, that's ugly. F takes e5, knight c5 can't be played yet. Takes.
See again. I mean, I have a feeling that the computer still probably likes the white position, but it's getting very messy. I mean, it's getting very, very messy here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here the e-pawn is very weak, and for the moment, Magnus is still down a pawn, and he's definitely got structural compensation, but Alireza's king is not that weak at all. I mean, he can definitely castle on the next move, and I think Alireza's handling the complications pretty well. I think, like we said earlier, the move rook d1 feels a little bit wasted. He should have just gone e5 right away.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm just very surprised that he didn't do it. I mean, I think old Magnus would have played e5 instantly. No second thoughts. I mean, it's just. Yeah, I'm looking at the position, and the more I look at the position, like I don't know. I'm starting to feel kind of scared for Magnus a little bit, because I feel like if Alireza is able to start getting the flow and play some quick moves, this could turn around. Very similar to my game against Alireza yesterday, where he was very slow. He wasn't sure what he was doing, but then as soon as he found a clear-cut plan, he was able to blitz out a lot of moves. And I don't know. This is going to be very interesting as we head into the home stretch for sure.
Also, the game between Fabiano and Gukesh has ended in a draw, so I don't know what time the Armageddon is going to start, but Hikaru, you know both players very well. Who do you have in the Armageddon?
I mean, it's tough. I would have said that I thought that Fabiano was the clear favorite. I mean, my general impression of Gukesh, like pretty much all the Indian juniors, for better or worse, he doesn't play a lot of blitz. He doesn't play a lot online. So I would have assumed that Fabiano is a big favorite. Also, because I remember there was this hideous match between Magnus and Gukesh in the Speed Chess Championship where Gukesh really just got destroyed. So I would have said that I thought the Fabiano was a clear favorite, but Gukesh has actually really impressed me in some of the Armageddon, specifically yesterday against Anish. So I think Fabiano is still a favorite, but I think it's probably more like 60-40 as opposed to what I would have said before the tournament, which would have been like 80-20 for Fabiano.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Fabiano had a very tough match in Zel 1 against Magnus. But yeah, Gukesh has been doing pretty well on the Armageddon. So we watched him beat Shakh Mamedyarov. He beat Anish, and also, if I'm not mistaken, he beat Noderbeck, and Noderbeck is really known as someone who is a blitz and rapid specialist. So I don't know, it's tough to say. I would still go with Fabiano, also because he seems to be in such good shape, but it's he might just only be a slight favorite. And you've said this before. You feel like overall Black is a favorite in a 10 minutes versus 7 minutes time control, or what is your overall take?
I mean, I think it depends on the player and the situation, but I would say this. I think that for me, I would always prefer to have Black. I think 10 minutes versus 7, 6 minutes versus 5, whether it's the not Speed Chess Championship, the Global Chess Championship, I will always take Black. I will always prefer having Black, just because the fact that statistically speaking, 65 to 70% of the games in chess are drawn. And I think here we've definitely seen Black with a big advantage. And like 2 of the white wins in Armageddon, my win today and also the win of Wesley, were both extremely lucky. Wesley's win against me, and then my win against Shakh, to be clear. So it already is very skewed in favor of Black, and then there were two of the white wins were very lucky wins, I guess you could say. So I think Black is a big edge generally, and at least in this 10 versus 7.
I agree 100%. As we're off here, okay. And the two knights. What's your experience here? Who do you usually take? I think black, if I'm not mistaken here. With but have you played it from both sides here?
I mean, I feel like probably Fabiano and I have played this sort of position like 20 times, to be honest. Fabiano and I have played this a lot. But this whole bishop e7, a little bit unusual what we're seeing here from Gukesh, I feel like. Because Fabiano is going to go knight a5, bishop d2, and like try to go bishop c3, or maybe even b4 down the road. Of course, Gukesh very well prepared, so we'll see. It feels like Gukesh already spent 42 seconds and Fabiano spent 20.
Right. That's
not good. That's not a good start for sure. If Gukesh has already used 50 seconds.
Yeah, in these Armageddons, preferably you'd like to catch up a little bit on the clock. You definitely do not want to have the time gap become bigger. So I guess Fabiano's just going to go kingside castles, and there he goes, and keep the game very quiet. And I guess this is not a bad approach in an Armageddon. I mean, all of the pieces are on the board. He can go for long maneuvering, and it's not easy for Gukesh to have some quick breaks and create quick counterplay.
Right, yeah. I mean, I think White's a little bit better. I feel like I've had quite a few games where I've let the knight get to a5, and eventually I'm able to untangle. But I think, generally speaking, White should be a little bit better here. It's my general assumption. But again, it's all about pawn structure. Yeah, we get the flying V, obviously, so b6, knight c4, I expect, knight c4, and then probably f6 followed by rook e8 and knight f8, knight g6 is probably what I would go for if I had the black pieces here. But we will see. Of course, obviously, this also impacts the standings quite a bit because if Fabiano does not win this Armageddon, that means I pick up half a point on him, and I'm only down by, I think, 2 points, if I'm not mistaken.
By 2 points. Yeah. Okay. But I guess the most important thing, I mean, of course, you'd like to catch up with him, but it's really just important that you do not let the gap become bigger than 3 points, so you can still catch him in that final game.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much the way of looking at it. Is to basically have a chance. Currently, it's a 2.5 point differential, or I think right now it's actually 2 because Fabiano is half point less. But we'll see what happens in the Armageddon. If he wins this, then it will remain 2.5. So it is a big game from the tournament standings. I mean, I think yes, in general, the only thing that I would like is to keep it where the last round matters. That's the main thing. If it's more than 3, you know, that's unfortunate, but that's definitely what I'm hoping for. Now, rook d8 is a strange move from Gukesh. Rook d8 is... Oh, actually, no. You know what Gukesh wants to do here? He actually wants to go knight b8, knight c6. He wants to go bishop f8 and then knight b8, knight c6 and use the d file. I think that's why I went rook d8. Okay. It's got to be to play knight b8.
Didn't he go knight b8 right away?
Oh, that's also a good question. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm really not like... I'm going to be honest. I'm hating this position for Gukesh because he's going to go... This is typical Fabiano. He's going to go knight f5 and g4 and king h1, rook g1 and try to steamroll him on the king side. Maybe, for sure.
Anyway, knight b8, your plan is on the board. So let's see. Knight f5, definitely an option in case of takes. This threat is quite awkward to deal with. You do not have to move knight c6 anymore. But the one thing that is a little bit concerning for Gukesh is that he's not catching up on the clock at all. I mean, if anything, the time gap is only widening. And we see queen g3 by Fabiano asking some questions. I mean, f4, bishop h6 as well. And moves are coming in pretty quickly right now.
Yeah, I mean, this rook on d8 does not look right to me. Rook f2.
Take it anyway? Rook f2, okay.
Yeah, you have to take on f4, play rook d7. I mean, but the problem is Fabiano gets to go rook af1, knight e3, and it's just all flowing for Fabiano. All the moves are very straightforward and very easy to play here. So I think Gukesh is going to lose this game. I just looking at practically considering the time situation, considering that the position actually to me looks highly unpleasant here, I would be shocked if Fabiano doesn't win this. Wait, what?
What is this?
Wow, king h8 sacking the pawn? Okay, what happens if we just take it?
Just take it twice.
There's also f5 and knight g6. I think that might be why he did it. He's trying to confuse Fabiano here.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
Fabiano just takes, takes on c4, take. You're not losing a pawn right away with the pawn on e5, but it looks terribly weak, and I don't know, this looks great for Fabiano.
Rook f7, bishop f6.
I mean, what I'm feeling like is there's going to come a moment here in the next few moves where probably Fabiano has a knockout blow, and he should use his time to try and spot it. If he spots his game over, if he doesn't, then Gukesh will probably be back in the game. That's what I think is going to happen here. There's going to be a moment in the next couple of moves where Fabiano has a 3-minute edge, and he needs to use his time to find the correct move. And if he does, I think he'll win the game. If he doesn't, then it's probably going to go the other way. I was wondering, can you go bishop h6 even?
Yeah, right. That's definitely a sick move. Bishop h6, but maybe takes a bishop f8, queen e5. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, that looks really, really bad. But okay, so Fabiano plays knight f5. So Fabiano goes for the practical decision with knight f5 just to keep the advantage, weak pawn on e5. Bishop G5 looks good. Probably even Knight D4 and Bishop G5 also looks very strong too. Yeah, I'd probably just take on D4, go Bishop G5, Rook AF1, and just play on the F file. And because of the time situation, I think Gukesh will be unable to defend, if it is even defendable at all, honestly, because it looks highly, highly unpleasant here.
Yeah, and the black just has a bunch of weaknesses. The king is always weak, e5 is weak, white is the only open file on the board, so tough position for Gukesh, but the time advantage is slowly but surely shrinking, and he is a tough defender. He's a tough defender. Like, he can get pushed to the edge, but he doesn't get easily pushed over the edge. But we have Bishop G5 by Fabiano.
Takes.
Yeah, Knight D4. Knight D4, Queen D4, Rook F. You can't play Rook F7. So if you take and play Rook F1, then black gets Rook F8, and you can at least hope for something.
Tricky. Double
I don't. Whoa. Why not Knight E6 there? I thought Knight E6, Queen G3, Knight F4 might have been interesting, but anyway.
Anyway, we have Rook F8 by Gukesh.
I like Rook F8 though. I like it.
Yeah, he's cutting into Fabiano's time advantage. So how would you proceed right here, Hikaru?
I'm actually not sure. I mean, Knight E3 feels like the right move, but the thing is, after Knight E3, Rook F2, Queen E6, you don't have an entrant. It feels like you were supposed to be winning. It felt like there should have been a knockout blow, and now somehow it just isn't quite there somehow. So he plays King H2, which I like. It's another practical move.
Queen G3, I suppose, but then Knight F4, and black's defense is not easy to crack down. And
then black gets Rook F6. Yeah, I mean, like, if you get Knight F4, then you go Rook F6, Rook F8, and black, if anybody, is better. Yeah, I'm feeling like Fabiano's lost the thread a little bit in his sort of in his attempt to try and press Gukesh on the clock, is what it feels like. It really feels like that. Although I still think after Queen G3, Knight F4, Knight E3, there might be some Knight G4 trick, and white still should be better. But considering how good the position looked, it feels like something has gone a little bit wrong for Fabiano.
Right. So Queen H4, maybe? Oh, even Queen G3.
Yeah, so he's going to go Queen G3, Knight F4, and then maybe Knight E3, but then Knight E3, Queen A4.
Oh.
Okay, Queen G4. He wants to go for G3. I kind of like it.
Exactly.
But if you go
G6.
Rook F7, maybe? I would have gone, I don't know, Rook F7 or something. But again, it's a moment of truth here for Gukesh. He's going to have to find a really good move here. If he doesn't, he's just going to fall apart.
Rook F6 has been played.
But I thought now there was G3, Knight G6, Knight G6. Because Knight E6 loses to Knight takes G7.
Oh, what a tactic.
Oh, Rook G6 there.
Oh, actually, good point, huh?
Oh, he can, wow. He can play Rook G8 after that. That's ridiculous.
But the time advantage is dwindling. Fabiano only have 1 minute and 20 seconds. He goes 93. Still looks like he has an edge on the board, but I think he made a very good point earlier, Hikaru, that he should have traded that knight when he still had the chance, and Gukesh was unable to recapture with the queen. But it's looking pretty critical here. I mean, if you take, that feels bad. I mean, taking here looks bad as well, because you're just going to drop the pawn on e5. So Gukesh under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big moment. He plays Queen D4, which I actually kind of like here, because, again, Knight F5, you go back to D7. I like Queen D4. I actually, I would say that this is one of the things that's really impressed me about Gukesh, is I feel like his nerves have been pretty good. Because, for example, if you could, just to contrast him with, say, Ali Reza, I feel like Ali Reza, when there's a lot of pressure, he's shaking, he feels really, really nervous. You can see that he's definitely feeling the pressure. But Gukesh seems really, really solid. Even when he's under a lot of pressure. Like, this is a position that I would not want to have here with black. And yet I feel like Gukesh is continuing to find good moves. So that is one big difference when I look at Gukesh and Ali Reza specifically, where Gukesh doesn't really seem to get rattled in the same way. Like, even when he was losing against me, it wasn't clear that he was losing. Whereas I know if I had the position that I had against Gukesh, against Ali Reza would have been shaking the table, and it would not have been good.
Yeah, great point. Actually, I remember looking at him when he was losing that game. You couldn't tell he was losing at all. You just never could tell. He just was very stoic still. Lost the game like, the greatest loss ever in a way. He just took it very well. Absolutely. And then you guys analyzed after that. So that's a great point there, actually.
Wow, and he plays 96 fast, seeing Rook G6. Yeah, and see, this is the thing. Now Fabiano's used the time, and he hasn't found the win. So now he's losing the time advantage. And actually, Gukesh, if he gets Rook F8, will probably not lose this game. So Fabiano has to probably play Knight E3 again.
Yikes.
And trade the rooks. But after Knight E3, trade Rook F8 even. Like, it's kind of going wrong. Yeah, it's going wrong. It's going wrong for Fabiano.
on the
We have
board.
93 played, but yeah, it definitely feels like he's lost the thread. Now he's also barely up on time, but in that night end game, like after takes everything at 95, there's definitely still chances. But yeah, it's indeed very impressive how Gukesh keeps his composure even in tough positions.
Right. I mean, it's still though. There's a long way to go here. Like maybe Rook F8. I mean, I don't really like Rook F8, but I'm wondering if that's the best move here. Just because then all the rooks come off the board, and then you can make a lot of quick moves. Kind of wondering if that isn't the best idea.
You take first or Rook F8 right away?
I would probably play Rook F8 just to get a solid pawn structure, but I mean, I think it's anybody's guess what he'll play. He'll pick one of the two. It's just a question of which one. And he can't spend too much more time. Because again, with the 1 second increment, if you get too low, it's GG. Why not?
That's true. Yeah, he's just going to press it like you did. Keep the game going. And probably do. Yeah, keep the time. There it is.
Yeah, he plays Rook F8, which is, I think, the better choice practically, even if it's not the best move, because now you get a solid structure. If you guard the pawn on F6, you have clear ideas with knight D4, queen A4, and it's. I mean, I think white is better here, but I don't know how much better white is.
H4, knight G5, queen H6, queen G7. H4.
Yeah, he plays H4. I expected that, but now I assume the move is queen F7, followed by knight D4. Maybe not though. It still feels kind of unpleasant.
Knight D4, there's check. There's check.
Yeah, and then C3.
So
yeah.
Queen F5, knight G4. But he has
so like, let's say Fabiano passes here. Let's say he goes like king G2. What does Gukesh even play?
I mean, I'm wondering if you shouldn't play C6, A6, and then B5 somewhere.
Oof.
Maybe.
Kind of annoying. Takes. Yeah, I get the passer there.
Fabiano also spending some time here. He's still up on the clock. I mean, if you would say that, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, he is up almost a minute. He still has the better position, so he still has good chances to win. But
actually, I was wondering, can Black go H5 here? H5 actually. Why not H5 here? And then just like King G7.
Oh no, knight G4.
We have C6 following your plan. King F2 by Fabiano. Wait, C6.
Okay.
Wait, apparently H5 here was really good for Fabiano. I guess it's really critical that you get that pawn there, and then like also ideas like knight F5 here.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is here, I mean, again, Fabiano's just biding his time, and Gukesh has to kind of just move now. So he plays queen G8. Okay, so queen F7. So knight G4, king G7, H5, H6 is the idea.
Okay.
I still think that Gukesh has great chances here. I think this could go either way. Because for Fabiano, also the problem for Fabiano is he doesn't actually have he doesn't have waiting moves anymore. He can't just play random moves and make Gukesh think. So like he has to actually use time and come with a plan here. So we're gonna get king G7, of course. I assume.
Or H6 right away. I mean, king G7. There is this check, perhaps, or you should go king F8.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would go king G7, but I mean, Gukesh has to basically just make up his mind and move now.
H6.
Plays H6. Yeah, Fabiano really keeping the time edge though. Like really, Fabiano's really doing a good job of keeping this time advantage. Definitely, I think knight G7 here probably is the move you should play.
That's great. That's a great move. Jeez. H5
what about queen G6 there? Like, is that a move or?
Yeah,
probably. But I mean, Gukesh has to go because otherwise he's just going to get flagged now. He just has to go and just like hope for the best.
Yeah, knight G7. Maybe there's also a check over here on C8.
Pick up C6, H7.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, it feels so hard to play. 46 seconds. I mean, knight F5, knight G5 is the idea. But yeah, this is the other thing is in Armageddon, there comes a point where you just have to go. And if it's no good, it's no good. But you just know if you get too low on time, you're going to get flagged or blunder no matter what. And so it's more about just keeping, just playing moves and hoping for the best at a certain point. And this is looking pretty bad now because there's some knight D6, knight C8, I think, lurking. In the wings.
That's what it is. Knight C8. I was like, knight D6. What's the follow-up? Yeah, knight C8's nasty.
Yeah.
Wow. Yikes.
Yeah, maybe knight F8 here. But yeah, I mean, again, if you get too low on time, you're just going to lose the game. That's why there comes a cutoff point where you just have to move no matter what. And if you lose, you lose, but that's just life.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight F8 is the only move. Okay, it goes knight G7.
Can you even trade everything? King of
Whoa,
3.
It's +3. Dang. I guess it's just some
but yeah, but the thing is, is Fabiano do that because he only has 19 seconds? If you trade it off into the end game, like the problem with trading off into the end game is that it's straightforward though. I think it's queen F5. I don't think you actually trade the queens.
Okay, we have more moves he traded than queen F5.
Yeah, see, because Fabiano, No, but Fabiano is basically
takes.
going to take queen g5, I guess. Okay, queen e7. No, you just run the king to g4.
Yeah,
Queen c8,
F5.
queen c8, and king f3, king g4, and it's
Yikes.
over.
16 seconds
Yeah.
too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Fabiano has an extra minute. So there's just no chance. Queen f7 was maybe a better try, but still probably not happening. Like queen f7. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, no. It with 15 seconds, there's no way you survive this.
Yep, queen f7 played. Okay, king g4 now, or maybe check here.
Probably just queen f5 just for practical purposes, I think is best. But yeah, at any rate, Fabiano's going to win this. There's no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Hikaru, we've
man.
talked a bunch about Magnus, who's been struggling with this form, but Fabiano really seems to be back in good shape. I mean, he's doing great in this tournament. He won the Super Bad Romania. What do you think is the explanation for him?
Well, I mean, I think for Fabiano, definitely there's this thing called luck that plays a role. I think certainly some of the people he's played against, like in prior events, have just like he's walked into preparation. You know, various games just haven't gone his way. I'm not saying it's sort of his mean, but I just feel like a lot of the preparation he's had has not actually worked out. It seems like it just hasn't worked out in last year specifically. But I think also it's the fact that Fabiano is probably feeling more motivated. Certainly, when you look at the World Championship match, with all due respect and fairness to players, you know, Fabiano played a match against Magnus. And I guarantee you that Fabiano, as he's watching the match, he was thinking, like, wait a second. It feels like these guys only spent a week preparing for the match, and I spent months and months preparing for the match against Magnus. Like, why am I not here in this match? Now, by the way, just looking at the position, by the way, this is still ongoing. It's not over yet, by the way.
Right. And where's the progress here? A5 at some point?
Yeah, probably bring the king all the way over and then A5.
Like
A5
like
now, maybe? Yeah.
Or now? Because queen f5?
Queen E8?
Whoa.
Now A5, because takes queen G6. Wait,
What?
whoa, wait a second.
Uh-oh.
Okay, but one is good cash. Okay, queen c8?
C3, D4,
C6.
something like that.
Or queen b... Check?
King G. I mean, Fabiano's winning here, but it feels like...
No, now it's falling apart. Queen f6.
Well, there's queen A1, though. There's queen A1. Queen A1?
Played.
Pick up, take. But how do you get out of the checks?
Oh, did Fabiano throw this?
What the heck?
He has to go like queen f2, maybe. Right? No.
Wait, how do you... Wait, how does this not a perpetual? Wait, check? Wait, what do you do? I don't see it. Hikaru, and oh, and he's lost on
Fabiano...
Oh my! No, he didn't. He lost on time?
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, I guess we're happy with that because that gives you a better chance, Hikaru.
That's a true fail, Fish. That's truly a fail.
But honestly, where was the win, Hikaru? How do you win this?
But here, it's not about this position. The point is that, like, I don't know why Fabiano why did Fabiano even allow this? That's what I don't get. Like, you basically go back, like somewhere around here, you just play A5. Right. Like, I don't know why. Yeah, I'm not even sure which. Like somewhere around here, you play A5 for sure.
Exactly, for sure.
At the very least. No, I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, I guess after queen f5, queen e8, to be fair, it's not. I mean, it's not so clear what you do. But I feel like there were multiple moves where he could have played a5, and then he basically forced Gukesh to have to play a5, and then it's still probably winning, but it gets tricky to play.
I thought right around here, because the queen is on f7, it's not guarding this pawn, like a5, and
yeah, a5 here just wins. Yeah.
You can always come in this way. So let's have a look. So he was still winning.
I think it might have been queen f2 at some point after taking.
Yeah, but go back and move. Go back. But see, already here, like, there's only one plan that Black has, which is to go queen d4, and Fabi just completely missed it.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Well, yeah. And why did he take? Why didn't he just
actually
check?
A draw.
But why didn't he just check and take h6 or f6 with check? Queen e7?
No, but
king g8.
Wait, sorry, go queen e8. Queen.
Oh yeah, queen e8. Oh gosh. Easy.
You just take h6. I mean, it doesn't matter. Just get the queen back to f1. Queen f1. Just get that queen back.
Right.
And I mean, yeah. No, but this is what I said. I mean, basically, Fabiano let it get into too much of a scramble at the end. And once it gets to the end, I mean, anything can happen. Because Fabiano was nursing that minute advantage. And somewhere, I don't know where, I mean, maybe times were off, but definitely looking at the clocks on chess.com, it looked like he was ahead by about 50 seconds, even once he had the winning end game. So maybe times weren't accurate or something happened. Perhaps
Oh,
because
was still
it's
a win.
crazy.
Oh wait,
But here there's no way though. No, but the problem is there's no way because Gukesh literally just moves his king forever. Queen b5. Wow.
How was that? Oh, because you shot.
Nice. Good luck figuring that out with just a couple seconds on your clock.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
And apparently it's. I guess you push, and at some point you will get checkmating threats.
Yeah, but I mean, the threat is gone here because Gukesh literally can just play every move in half a second, and you're down to 1 second too here, and it's too much. It's just too much.
Yikes.
No, but yeah, for people who are wondering, there is an increment. Just to be clear, there is an increment after move number 40, but it is only 1 second. It's only 1 second increment. That's it. So that's why, like, with 1 second over the board, it's impossible to play. Now, online 1 second increment is an eternity, but over the board, it's very hard physically to make all these moves. And as I was saying in this position for Fabiano, he has to also reach across the board and move his queen, right?
Yeah, that's
this
right.
is the other problem.
Forgot about that. Yeah, you have to remember that, Chad. The clock you have to hit yourself, right? That matters. The clock is not done for you, like we get the luxury of doing on chess.com early chess.
Right. Also, Noterbeck's just getting smoked, it looks like. This is GG. I mean, this looks terrible.
But even in Title Tuesdays, I mean, you see so many people flagging. I mean, 1 second really is nothing. And yeah, like I said, Gukesh can just go like king f7, king g7, and Fabian, if he gives one check too many, I mean, he might all of a sudden get himself into a threefold.
Yeah. No, of course, absolutely.
So let's see what has happened here. Rook a5, bishop c2, e5. I mean, I think Wesley, this is definitely his type of position. He wins these a large percentage of the time. I mean, wait, why did Noterbeck just give the pawn? It's a little bit surprising, at least to me.
I mean, my general read is that I think Noterbeck's just looking for counterplay and hoping for something. He realizes it's just a very, very unpleasant position. He's hoping for some kind of counterplay. I think that's what he's doing. And for everyone who's asking in chat, someone says, can you play two-handed scramble, one-hand clock on the other? That is illegal, you guys. You have to use the same hand to move a piece to hit the clock. You can't go here, you can't do that. That is illegal. So that's why with the 1 second increment, it's extremely rough. And actually, I realized that early in the event and the last couple of Armageddons, I'm just moving fast because you don't ever want to end up in that situation. So I'd rather like have the game be over regardless. Like if I blunder, so be it, rather than get into that situation at all.
Yeah, I think you also have the fear of playing, like, you know, the Magnus effect. There is a Hikaru effect too as well. Just being fast, we know how good you are at the game. With Blitz too as well, it is something that, even though psych, how, you know, the psych part there, you want to play good moves, but obviously it's hard to do that when you're actually making good moves and playing fast too as well. So it's a lot to it, man. But,
right, exactly. So
yeah,
again, like this is where, like, in the old days, I'd probably be very angry right now because I'd be honestly, I'd be saying to myself, like, what the heck is going on here? How is it that Noterbeck plays this dubious line and Shakh plays the best line and forces a draw? In the old days, I'd be very upset, whereas now I just kind of chuckle and find all the luck and all the odds. Just kind of weird to see sometimes how these things happen.
It's funny.
But yeah, I think Wesley has a very straightforward win here. I mean, I think can just take, and after pawn takes rook d8, black isn't in time when we just go king f1, and that's pretty much it. So I expect Wesley to win this one. Now let's see how your buddy Anish is doing. What do you think? Hikaru?
Oh, so we're actually heading towards this end game. But wait a second. So what just happened? No, but this is looking very drawish to me. So what happened? Takes, right?
Rook f8, probably a precise move by Tari, activating this rook first. C3. And now he's thinking, but what about rook c5 here, followed by rook to f5?
That looks like a good idea. Also rook b2. No, I meant rook b2 earlier instead of rook c5, but yeah, I mean, as I'm looking at this more and more, this is looking very much like it's going to be a draw. I was thinking rook b2, but then rook b8, I thought. And you can't dodge the rook trade. That was what I thought. Rook takes and rook c2, rook b2. But you do a rook g4.
It's no, but you still. But
yeah, still chances. You're right. With rook g4, there are chances. You're right about that.
Rook b2 played by Tari. Okay, rook c4 now by Anish. So I guess we're going down this endgame. Like rook c4, rook b8 is the only move. I mean, if you take here, this looks lost because white just brings their king.
Oh, but you know what but you can't keep the rooks on the board. So I take with the rook 8. Rook c4, rook 8 takes b3, and e3 is hanging at the end, I think. Oh wait, no, but you rook c8. No, you rook c8 though. You rook c8 check. Never mind. Sorry. No, never mind then.
Range.
Okay, so yeah, Anish will keep the game going then for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so instructive stuff, you guys. I mean, if black can trade off one pair of the rooks, it's a pretty straightforward draw because white cannot really break down this construction. But with the two rooks, there's always ideas against the king. Like, this looks really unpleasant, like rook h4, rook g4. And like you said, Anish can make 100 moves here, and Tari could eventually get low on time, and it's just going to be unpleasant.
Yeah, I mean, as I'm looking at this position, this feels really, really unpleasant. I would not want to play this position with black. There's also I realize you could also just lose if you play a move like, I don't know, rook b1 for example. I think you can go check, king g7, rook c g4, king h8, rook h6, and suddenly rook gh4, rook takes f6, and you just lose. You just instantly lose the game.
Yikes!
Yeah, I know this looks very, very scary for sure.
Yeah, like what do you even play here in this position? I mean, apparently you can go h6, and if here, I guess this gives you a little bit more space.
Interesting. H5?
Maybe you have to put a rook here to make sure that you block the checks.
Yep.
Okay, rook c4 played by Anish. Okay, rook b8 only move for Tari.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think Tari again. Like I feel bad for him, but it feels like again he's made a typical blunder where it felt like he had it under control, and now it's completely out of control again. Is what it feels like. I mean, it felt totally like he had it under control, and now it just feels like it's completely out of control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, what is your take on Tari? I mean, obviously he's a strong player, but he's kind of struggling in this tournament. What would he have to do to get a little bit closer to these guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as Tari goes, it's just critical moments. Just I feel like using too much time, and I think also some of his opening choices haven't been the best. But I think mainly it's the time usage and/or confidence. I think certainly struggling with the confidence aspect. And again, I think he's very likely going to lose his endgame as well here. I think we're going to get rook g4, rook c4, and yeah, I feel bad for Tari, but I think it's mainly confidence and time usage. Confidence and time usage, because he seems like quite capable, but in critical moments, bad things happen.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought in that game against you, the decision from him to recapture with a knight on d5 was a little bit odd. Like I would think, like if he's playing someone who's at the same rating or a little bit low rated, he'd probably take with a pawn. But probably with knight takes, and also after bishop g5, he played rook b8. He's just maybe giving players a little bit too much respect, perhaps.
Well, I mean, I think that was just a blunder. I mean, it's a blunder in so much as you can say a non-blunder is a blunder. But I think playing knight takes d5 against him was just a big mistake because it just meant the bishop was always open forever on the diagonal. And I think that was just a big blunder from him. When if he had taken with a pawn, which is what I was expecting, by the way, he would have probably been better. So, yeah, I think for Tari, it's probably just more confidence and not assuming that we're all gods, basically.
Playing the board, which makes total sense. He was actually beating Norderbeck, which is the game he lost there, that crazy Sicilian game. Where he had some chances, had a win somewhere in there, and blew that too as well. It's tough. Whoa, what's going on here? What happened? How did we get here, Bob?
So yeah, we left off after knight g6 by Alireza, knight c4. Right, so here I think we expected pawn takes c5, but Alireza took here and played d5. Magnus took the pawn. Queen here. Apparently some mistakes. Bishop b4, rook e8 here. Everything looks really good for Magnus, but he could have just screwed in the bishop on d6 with c5 with knight d4 to follow. But he played queen to c3, and now c5 opening up this.
Oh geez, and now it's game on. Oh, now it's game on. Yeah, now it's completely game on because now everything starts opening up.
That's a wicked move, boy. c5 and a bishop takes. Or maybe just rook c8 or something.
But then I guess rook c8,
but see, now everything opens up. Now the files open up. The knight on g6 is perfectly placed. You have to worry about your pawns on e5 and f4. Let's see. I mean, is Magnus effect still in play or not? This is really the big moment. Let's see. Is the Magnus effect still in play or not? I'm going to make a bold prediction. I think if Alireza plays c5, I think he's going to win this game.
Wow. And how would you rate the percentage that he is going to find a move c5?
I think it's probably 50-50. If he sees it, he'll play it. If he sees the idea of queen takes d6, he'll play it. If he doesn't, he won't play it. It's completely a 50-50 coin flip.
I think there is a good chance he will see it. Also, how would you rate the percentage that Anish is going to win his game?
Very high. I think probably 90%. I'd say 90% that Anish wins now.
That's crazy. 90%.
I mean, I C5 not actually great for black. I mean, am I being too bold here? Because it just, to me, it looks really scary. Like after bishop c5, rook c8, I mean, maybe I'm being too optimistic,
but
perhaps.
Then CD.
I saw CD, but then I guess we don't have anything after this. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe I'm being too optimistic, but it's just, to me, it doesn't look right.
Yes, 5 is a shocker.
But maybe it's still better for white. I don't know. C5, bishop c5, d takes c4.
Knight. Or rook d6 is a nice in-between.
Yeah,
move.
rook d6, queen b5, a4, queen a4, knight d4, maybe.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Knight d4 gets away. Queen
No, maybe it's
trap
still good for white. Maybe I'm crazy. No, maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, maybe I'm crazy. Although apparently computer says it's zeros, or Sessa says it's zeros.
Interesting.
All right, I don't even know who Sessa is, but yeah, queen c3 has been played. Let's see what Alireza is going to do. I mean, I think I would still give Magnus the slight edge. He's a little bit up on clock. So, and the position is perhaps a little bit in his favor. So let's see if he can pull this one
Yeah,
out.
I mean, that is the one thing, is that the position's easier to play for white than it is for black. Like, black is the one who's to find all the moves, and generally Magnus just has to respond to whatever idea Alireza comes up with here. So from that standpoint, it is easier for him to play. I think a lot is going to depend on the nerves here as well. We're going to see how good Alireza's nerves are as well as we head into the home stretch of this game.
For sure. And yeah, both players pretty low on time. I mean, Alireza still has to make another 18 moves. He only has 23 minutes to do so, and you will only get a 10-second increment. And I feel like generally Magnus is a little bit better at handling his clock, or what is your take?
Than Alireza? Yeah, for sure. I mean, Alireza's been very, very slow in multiple games. So it feels like he's kind of gotten. I mean, he didn't get away with it against Gukesh. He got soundly punished. I think he might have even been flagged. But I think that Magnus has been better. But Magnus also had a bit of a wake up call yesterday because he got really low against Tari and almost flagged in that game. So I think Magnus is definitely very cognizant of that, and his time usage today for sure is better. But again, the moves have not been perfect either. So what do we have? We basically have 2 games, right? Because Wesley's about to win, I assume.
And Geary.
Yes, Wesley's about to win. Geary is squeezing his body iron Tari. In the meantime, you also got a host from Jovo. So what do you want to say to him?
Yeah. Sorry, say that again?
Oh, you got a host from someone named Giovo.
Oh, Giovo. Yeah, I think it's Giovo for the host. I thought you were talking about one of the commentators, so I misunderstood what you're saying. Because one of the commentators you called Jovi. Yeah, I thought yeah, sorry. Yeah, because one of the commentators is Jovanka Huska, and her nickname is Jovi. So when you said that, it just took me a second because I got kind of confused what you were referring to. But anyway, thank you so much to Jovo for the host of 25 viewers. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. So all right, so this end game, I mean, Tari binds rook b6, which I like. It might be the only move. I'm
a little bit surprised that he's allowing Anish in through the back door with rook c8. I mean, you're gonna have to go king g7, but
right, and then you can
I
check,
guess he wants to block this way.
That's nice. How do you defend?
Wait, but what about check and rook d4? What do you?
That's exactly the problem. Yeah, that's exactly the problem. Right? Yeah. Well, wait. Why not check on g4 first? King h6.
Well, then rook g.
Okay, why not check on g4 first? Rook g5 and then rook d4, and then you go from the back door.
Rook b2, back door here, and then rook
f5. You're right. True. By the way, Alireza apparently blundered according to chat, so maybe we want to go back and take a look there.
Rook d8. I mean, but this is no. But wait, what? c5?
Ooh, c5. Ooh.
Where's that boy?
And actually, the problem is but the problem with rook d8 is like c5 is the only move. Like it's like you're forcing Magnus to play c5. That's why it's so bad. Magnus literally doesn't have another move that he can play here. This is pretty horrible. This is pretty horrendous now. Typical wooden shield.
Right. Classic right.
I mean, maybe Alireza can still go like bishop h6 and then g3, h4, maybe h3 somewhere. Like there still are some chances for swindles here, but I think I mean, the problem actually, as I'm realizing, is at some point I think there's even going to be Queen A5 probably.
Just force the
great
queen trade,
move.
but also, I mean, knight d4, as you would like to say, is quite a nice bastion for the knight, and c6 is just terribly weak. And don't forget, this Magnus, the material's even, but this just looks so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what Alireza is going to do here. This looks very. It feels like he's lacking in counterplay. That's the biggest thing. Like, you don't have a clear-cut plan of what you can even do here, and so you're gonna have to use time. You're gonna get low on time, and I just don't. I'm not feeling it here. Not feeling it at all.
No, yeah, I think Magnus. Okay, bishop h6, but I think Magnus is probably just going to get his first win of the tournament here.
E3.
Let's see. I mean, Wesley wrapping things up. I mean, let's just, I guess the game between. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kenty. My bad.
Oh no, he's just cleaning up shop. I was piggybacking off of that with Wesley.
Yeah, I mean, Wesley's game is over. Yeah.
So Wesley, he has not been too impressive yet, but he moves to +1. I guess his score is not that eye-catching because he hasn't done too well in the Armageddons. Although, he's suddenly in 3rd place. So Wesley having a decent event.
Yeah, I mean, Wesley is just being Mr. Solid and trying to pick up a win here or there where he can. Now, what I was saying about Wesley is, has Wesley played Tari yet or not? He hasn't, has he?
I remember seeing that.
Wesley.
Oh, no, he did. No, that was the Marshall. Has. Sorry, that was the Marshall. So,
okay.
He has.
Okay,
he has. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, because I was trying to recall, but yeah. So I mean, for Wesley, it's a big win here. I guess it's going to put him. I don't know where he is in the standings. He'll be behind me. I know that, but he'll probably have closed the gap somewhat. He's in 3rd. Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, I think as we look at the standings, it's going to be pretty exciting in the final 2 rounds. So that is for sure. So I mean, the good news most likely is barring some Fabiano. I mean, let's Fabiano wins in round 8, and let's say Fabiano wins in round 8. There's probably the last round. I'm gonna have a chance to play for 1st place, which is pretty hype.
Very nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So tomorrow we have the matchup between Fabiano and Wesley. That's definitely a big
not tomorrow.
Right
not
there.
Tomorrow. Not tomorrow.
Oh, sorry.
But
rest day.
Day after.
All right. So, what are your plans for the rest day? Are you going to play in Arena Kings, or are you just going to relax?
Well, I think that we have to go to an island, so we're going on a little excursion. So I'm going to an island. Of course, tonight, obviously, as everybody knows, I will be streaming Titled Tuesday, starting at 11 o'clock local or 5 p.m. Eastern time. That will be on Twitch. So I will be playing Titled Tuesday. That's my plan. I'm going to be doing. I'll probably leave you guys pretty soon for like 10, 15 minutes to go do a quick recap. But that's pretty much it. Just try to chill, try to stay fresh. And obviously, I'm already starting to think about what I'm going to play against Noterbeck, but I'll probably mostly focus on that tomorrow.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. So, all right. Actually, you know what? I think on that note, then you guys, I'm probably going to bounce for like 15 minutes, do a quick recap, and I'll rejoin you guys to wrap it up. So, I think that's what I'm going to do. So, I'll leave right now, and I'll rejoin you guys in about 15 to 20 minutes. Okay.
Right, bro.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
Have
See you
fun
guys.
Recording the recap, and see you soon.
Okay. Bye.
She check the recap chat. She check the recap coming right up. Back in here.
All right. Always a pleasure when he's able to join us. I mean, he had some very interesting insights. His game ended in a draw, but fortunately he was able to win the Armageddon. I mean, it would have been great had he won the classical game. Then he would have really been able to narrow down the gap between him and Fabiano. But we are going to take a very short break, you guys. But don't go anywhere. These games between Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja are heating up. Also, the game between Anish and Aryan might reach a conclusion as well. And probably Hikaru will be back after the break. So we will see you guys at the other end of this break. And welcome back, everyone, to round 7 of Norway Chess 2023. We're reaching into the final stretch of this round. Canty, things are looking better and better for Magnus. I mean, he's got this massive bishop on d6 and also this knight on d4. And how is Alireza even going to create any counterplay?
Well, he doesn't. In fact, there's nothing he can do. In fact, here you can play h4, and then but after h4, we take on g3, we take back on g3. You're too far away from anything happening on the h file here. I mean, you can only hope and pray here that Magnus makes some type of blunder. Magnus can play this position forever. And also, look at the time, Bob. Look at the time. They'll move 26 here.
Yeah, Alireza has to make another 15 moves to reach the time control, and only then he will get an increment. I mean, it's not like he gets an hour or half an hour on the clock. So, very tough position he finds himself in, not only on the board, but also on the clock. He goes rook f7. I don't know what that does, but like, let's say we just go rook b1, followed by queen d3. This is definitely Magnus's type of position. I mean, he's got clear dominance and almost no counterplay for black. So I really do think that Magnus is going to get on the scoreboard finally with a win here. So let's have a look at the game between Anish and Tari.
Wow. Okay. So, okay. Check rook g5. Wait, what happened? Okay, check. Yeah, rook 5, and then rook a4, rook a5. Okay.
Rook f5, apparently a big mistake by Tari. I mean, I understand this idea that he wants to combine rook f5 with rook to b2, but he should have started with rook b2 and then here. Right. Now after rook f5, Giri can play g4, attacking the rook. If you go, let's say, rook d5, then rook a8, and I think the white threats are just a little bit too much. I mean, eventually, although how exactly does white checkmate black here? Like, let's say black goes, I don't know, here. I assume we give a check. Black goes here. Wait, rook a6 is GG.
That's sick. Oh, man. What a move. Wow, that's a hard line to see. I'm not even going to lie. But, of course, it's all around these double pawns, how bad they are. They're so bad. Like, everything's just working. And that's a move that he would find. I mean, not even seeing it, like calculating it. It would just happen to be there because of the position and the pawns. It makes a lot of sense here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and here's an instructive point about rook endgames, guys. I mean, if black is down 1 pawn, he still has chances to hold, but down 2 pawns, it's 99% of the time just gonna be lost. Then g4, rook g5 has been played. Now I assume Anish is just gonna kick him back with the move h4.
Easy.
I guess you can park your rook on g6, but
can I still go
you're
rook
really
up?
Stuck there.
Rook all the way up, rook takes g4, king f3, f5. Ah, that's cute. That's cute. I was trying to do it anyway. Like rook a8.
Wait, sorry. So what did you want to play here after?
I was going rook 4 a8 anyway, but after h4, rook g6. No, it was h4, rook g6 first. H4, rook g6, rook 4 a8, but then rook g4, king f3, and then f5. And
yeah,
maybe f5. And just get out. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. Anish has played h4. Now I assume Tari's plan is to go here, but it really looks way too passive. I think you're just going to run out of moves. Let's say king f3 here for Anish. Slowly but surely moving up the board, also very much in a style. And I think sooner or later, it's just going to all fall apart for Tari. I mean, I don't see how you're hanging on here. And you're frankly just running out of moves. Like, let's say rook d6, rook a7, followed by rook c7. I mean, this rook is doing a good defensive job. But other than that, in c7, or sorry, f7 is another very important weakness.
Just holding. In fact, James, do you still play the Scotch Gambit? Do you play it until a certain elo? Yeah, Scotch Gambit I really love. In fact, even Alex Fishbane, Grandmaster, wrote a book about it, playing it even at the higher level as well. So really nice. It's fun to play. You also see it in the U.S. Championship. The game was A. Wonder Liang versus Levon Aronian, who he beat, in fact, in the Scotch Gambit with the early knight g5. So I follow all that stuff. Definitely a fan of Scotch Gambit, but I mean, I'm more versatile these days. More of a universal player and I'm an aggressive universal player, which means like, okay, I'll take the positional stuff if I have to at the end of the day, but I'm definitely always looking for aggressive stuff all the time. Do you prefer French or Caro-Kann for a beginner? Yeah. What do you think, Bob? French or Caro-Kann for a beginner?
Very good question. I really like the Sicilian also for beginners, but yeah, Levy is teaching everyone to Caro-Kann these days with his courses.
Right. Yeah,
anyway, so rook g6
myself all the time.
Then I think Sicilian and E5 are the moves I like. I think if you're an absolute beginner, you should just play E4, E5, and against D4, you should play D5, just putting a pawn in the center. I think that's a very good foundation to start a game. If you're starting to move up a little bit, I really like the Sicilian, especially the accelerated dragon is just fire. If you are just around 1,000 or a little bit below. The nice thing about the Carcon is that you generally get that bishop into the game. In the French, you very often suffer.
I didn't know you played accelerated. You play accelerated dragon?
What? I don't play it in. Well, I like to play it against viewers, and it's also something I teach a lot of students of mine. But I don't play it in a serious chess. No.
Yeah, I don't play it anymore in serious chess, but I used to a lot. I mean, accelerated. I have like video. I got like one of the best videos on YouTube right now on the accelerated dragon. So I mean, I've loved that. In fact, I even drew a Dennis Kodrick Dennis or whatever GM, right?
Dennis Kodrick.
Dennis Kodrick. Yeah, I drew him with the accelerated dragon with the black pieces. So it's fun, bro. It's definitely fun. But Maroxy bind is where you're gonna have your problems at. And that is the most annoying thing ever, is when they put them pawns there, and like even lower rated players can get good positions with you because of the Maroxy bind. So that's the only thing. If it wasn't for that, like accelerated all day.
No, I think so too. Yeah, the Maroxy is really an annoying line against the accelerated dragon. In the meantime, Tari has put his rook on G6, but to me it looks way too passive. I think Anish is just gonna go King F3. What he also could do, if he's worried about Tari breaking with F5 or H5, he could play Rook C5, making sure there are no pawn breaks. Now, this would allow Black to sit here.
That's crazy.
But I guess Black can... I mean, I guess the passive defense is just not going to hold. But who knows? Maybe it is. But I do really expect a win here for Anish, and it's going to be instructive to see how he's going to get the job done. Let's see. Magnus still in full control. H4 was played. But, you go H4, and that is it.
Look at the queen. Bach, look at the queen. Look at Black's queen.
The queen is stuck in the dryer, but there's no easy way to attack it. Like, Rook B4 is not available. You can go Rook B6, but Black defends, I guess, with this. And Alireza is slowly but surely trying to chip away at Magnus's king side. Also, look at Alireza's clock. He's down to 8 minutes and still has to make another 11.
He might sack on F4. I was looking at Rook D1. My idea here is Rook D1, and then play Queen B3. Trade and then play Rook B6. But after HG, Knight F4, pawn takes, Bishop F4. I mean, he may sack. Like, it's possible. I should be still winning there, though, at the end of the day. But I definitely wanted to play Rook F to D1, that is. Rook F to D, play Queen B3. Maybe we go Rook A to D, though. Maybe it's not a problem. But, I mean, Rook F, no, I have to go Rook F to D. That was my goal here. What's wrong with Rook F to D here? Is there something tricky?
I don't think Alireza has any sacrifice, but perhaps he can slowly build up on the H file. I don't know. It does feel way too slow to get anything going on this side of the board, but it's not that easy for Magnus to finish things off. Perhaps, like I said, he can go for that queen trade. It might make it easier for him to win the game on the queen side. To me, the most obvious move is the move Rook B6, but I guess Black just... Oh, wait. How does Black defend? Because the moment you go here, you hang the pawn on E6 and your position just falls apart.
Yeah, there's no moves.
So what does he do?
There's no moves, bro. It's just there's no moves. And it's going to be a point where this is going to happen. There's no moves, and he's probably going to resign, right? It's just how it is in these type of situations. It's really difficult.
What about this?
Knight F4. What? What, bro? This is dank.
Oh, look at this.
Too dank.
Look at this.
That's too dank.
So we were wondering how Alireza can ever create any counterplay, but I think he can just move his rook to H7, and after Magnus takes, he has this nice idea of trading, go Bishop F4, and Rook H3, and you attack the queen, and look at this queen over here. It feels like this queen is just a spectator, but all of a sudden, this queen is swinging into the attack, and the annoying thing for white is it's not easy to trap it, it's also not easy to trade it. I like your idea. I think if Magnus can get the queens off, I think he's just going to win, like 99%, but it's not easy, because right now this is not available.
Wow. Yeah, this is tough. This is tough, obviously, but Magnus is not going to allow those type of chances. It is 16 minutes to 8-2 as well. He has more time, half the time, basically, Alireza has of Magnus's. So it just depends on what he wants to do here. What does he want to do and how? He's gonna figure it out.
So let's look at your plan again. So let's go rook fd1. Let's say black goes, although this could allow a sacrifice. It probably doesn't
That's what
work,
I was looking
but
at.
at least
I was looking at the sacrifice. That's exactly. I was like, I mean, the problem is he's gonna sack it, like, and just be annoying. But queen b3 anyway. Yeah, exactly. Takes. I looked at rook takes here. Knight h3. Okay, maybe king h2, something like that.
this feels like desperation for black more than anything, but
Exactly.
perhaps you can get something going with these pawns and the rook. Man, it's under 15 minutes.
I think he's calculating all of this, in fact. So, and then at the end of the day, it might be more of like giving him too much counterplay with the rook after d. So maybe. What else do we play? Okay, what else can we play? And rook b6 was that rook h7 line, right? Rook b6, rook h7.
Exactly.
It's a crazy line, bro. That's crazy. Like that line is sick, but the knight is like loose, which it's not loose, it's defended, but my queen's the only thing defending it, and I'm not a fan of that, obviously. So we need to like do something about it. That's why I like rook after d1, but then again, okay, he's posing some problems. This is why Magnus is thinking, so it makes sense here. Makes sense.
Yeah, and if there's anyone who's good at cooking up counterplay out of nowhere, it's Farouja.
Fyro!
Yeah.
It's Farouja.
Exactly. Rook fd1 has been played.
I mean, I get it, Magnus. Right. I get it.
So let's see if Farouja is going to sacrifice the bishop. I mean, it's now or never. I mean, if he doesn't do it, Magnus is just going to go queen to b3, and I think he's just going to win the game. But Canty, you must feel proud that your move gets played by the best player in the world.
You know what I'm saying? Give me my elo right now. I need all my elo today. I need all of that. Rook fd1, that's a nice move, bro.
Exactly. And Alireza down to 8 minutes. I mean, is he going to sack? Is he? If you don't sack, I think you just lose. So you might as well, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to work out. And hey, the clock is starting to get really critical. 7.5 minutes. He has to make another 11 moves. I think he's going to make it, but it's not impossible that he might run out of time.
7 minutes, of course, but 7.5 here. Pawn takes g3, pawn takes g3. Sack. Which way? Knight or bishop? Definitely probably bishop. Takes, knight takes f4, queen b3. Trade, rook takes, knight h3. Maybe just king g2. Knight f4, king g3, knight h5, king h4, rook h7, king g5. That's ridiculous. Like, why am I walking my king all the way up? But maybe it's possible. Like, maybe it's possible. It's kind of wild. Maybe just king f1 or something. But where do I put the king is the problem. Like, where do I put the king? Problem here.
We have these moves on the board. Both players traded on g3. I guess Alireza is going to go for it. I mean, that's why he took here. I mean, it was really up to him as to when he wanted to release the tension. Right. You can go rook h7, but Magnus is going to go here, trade the queens, and I mean, these pieces are dead. They're dead. You might as well just sack one of them.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
They're just pieces of dead wood. Like that's what they are right now.
And the problem is, he can sacrifice and make chances. It's not like a sacrifice where nothing will happen. This is why this is scary still, because like he can sacrifice and make things happen because it is Alireza, who's been world number 2, a few times already. So, you got to be careful. The sacrifice there. We're going down the line. Here we go, chat. Here we go. Takes queen b3. And we'll see what happens.
Now he's got to take. And there it is. Magnus could also keep the queens on the board with queen e3.
That's true.
But it's really in his style to go queen b3.
Correct.
I'd have to say it feels really tempted to just trade the queens off and go into an endgame that has to be winning. Right? I mean, why not?
Right. Yeah, queen b3. Queen e3 is like, I mean, he can check and play f4. Not a fan of that.
Especially against Farouja, it's really tempting to just trade the queens because he can pull out tricks out of nowhere.
Oh,
yeah.
Right. Six minutes on the clock. Come on. Magnus trying to make it work. Whoa. Queen b3 completely winning.
Kind of.
Why did the engine just like, what was that? It was like +6, and then it just went to +1. But he played queen b3. We looked at all of this already. Rook takes, queen takes, rook takes, knight h3, and the king f1. I don't like that. Maybe just king g2 anyway. But then he still has f4. I didn't see that till now, actually. But queen
It's
takes
not over
takes,
yet.
knight h3, king g2, f4.
So let's see. So take here, f4. But even if you get f3, we go king g3.
Oh, you're right.
You know what?
Right.
I mean, although
I
you
was thinking
can
of
do
that.
this, but the
I was thinking of
king.
that. Why not? You know, we could do it. We definitely could do it. Yeah.
But rook g7 cuts the king off, and if black gets king
Hmm.
f7, he's all of a sudden threatening checkmate. Alireza has traded on b3, and I think, yeah, there we have rook takes b3 on the board. And I think knight h3 is really the only way to get anything going.
So now we looked at this already. Knight h3 check and king somewhere. Obviously not h1. That's the worst move to make. King f1 is maybe show that for the chat, right? Oh my goodness. Wow. Don't do that. King f1, king g2, or h2.
Yep. To me, king g2 looks the most logical, just moving the king up. Although, like you said, there could be this move f4, but does f4 do that much? I mean,
it does pose a
f3.
little bit of problem. But you're right. King g3 is like, but then he goes knight g5, 94. How do we even stop that?
Yeah, knight g5, 94, then push at the right moment. There's also rook h7.
Yeah,
And
there's
you know,
some
white can
stuff.
take here. White can take, but the pawn is not promoting anytime soon.
Yeah, and this is the problem I didn't like. So maybe I do have to sack rook h3. And knight g5, I am not happy. I mean, I have to be so accurate here with white. Rook d4 maybe, something like that. Sheesh. Not a fan of this.
Check.
Look at the eval bar. Now it's in black's favor. Like, that's crazy, bro. This is how accurate you have to be. Whoa.
Yep, but Alireza also down to 4 minutes. He has to make another 7 moves. I'm sure he's gonna make it, but it will be by the skin of his teeth. I'll tell you that. I mean, knight h3, I guess, is an easy move to make, followed by something like f4 or knight g5, but he's got some options here, so he's got stuff to think about, and sometimes that can be a bad thing, dropping even lower and lower. I mean, I think the last couple of moves will be made with just a couple seconds on the clock, and again, then he will only get 10 seconds, so I think he really needs to keep some time here.
We have one more game. Let's take a look at that real quick, see what is going on in that Giri game, just to see if we have any progress there. We play king f3 and Tari downtime as well. Yeah, they're both up time here. Looks like Tari and Alireza are going down here. Going down here. Okay, so
no, I think there's no chance for
game. Yeah, it's not. He's not moving. He's still thinking.
Yeah, I think no chance for Tari. I mean, the position just looks lost. Also, he's getting very low on clock. And yeah, I mean, something bad's going to happen. Like either rook a7 or rook c7, or rook a8 and other rook g8. I mean, there's still king here, but he goes rook b5. We got to move by Firouzja, or you mean by Tari?
Tari. Oh no, Tari. He played rook b5. Rook b5.
Maybe rook a8.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, but then king h6, and like I was trying to figure out what's the kill shot here. Oh, okay. Engine says that's not even the move. So apparently it was something better than that. Maybe it's like an h5 or something. Human wise, that seems like right. Like just rook rook 4 to a8, obviously, but it looks good. But that's not the move.
In the meantime, we have another move by Alireza. He goes a4, so he wants to get the rook off the third rank. Makes sense. Perhaps he wants to go knight h3 and make sure that Magnus can never sack the rook over here. So let's see, maybe rook b4 makes sense, or rook b6. Alireza down to 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and again, another 6 moves to make.
And that's only a little bit of increment too as well. After that, lots of time for Magnus. Definitely in his favor up a piece here, but complicated still, not over.
But we know what a strong blitz and rapid player Alireza is. So even if he's down to his last 10 seconds, I'm sure that he can still find good moves. But, you know, he is definitely going to feel the pressure and he is going to make mistakes. And, yeah, Magnus must realize right now that this is his game to win. I mean, he cannot let this one slip.
Yeah, knight c6 is coming to as well at some point. The c6 pawn is hanging. We have to move the rook, but maybe like rook. Okay, where do I go? Rook e3 check, and then you push. Maybe I got rook e3. I have rook c3. I mean, all these moves seem good. I just go king g2. I was going to sack. Like, that was my idea. Just get rid of that boy. Get rid of it. Oh, but you said rook g7, king. Oh, and the king f7 idea is sick there, isn't it? I have rook f1.
Yeah, and
maybe.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like, f4, first of all, comes with a tempo, attacking the rook. Also, king of 7 is a big threat. it would threaten rook h8 and white would be in trouble. You can go rook f1, but there's this move rook g3 by Alireza, and he takes this pawn over here, and that's why the move a4 becomes very useful.
Sick. That's a lot there. That's a lot. So we have to go like, so okay, what else do we have then? Instead of rook c3, we don't stay on the third rank, so that means sacking's not a possibility. So we have to be active, which means rook b4 or b6. We go rook b6, hit c6, and can we queen that pawn is the question. Engine doesn't like it that much. Knight h3, king up, f4. Ooh. Takes f3, king g3, knight g5, king takes g4. Oh my goodness. What is going on?
And look at this king over here. All of a sudden, it's pretty weak. Like, let's say you go here, I go king h8, and hey, rook g8, rook h7 is a very serious threat. So not easy for Magnus to keep full control over the position, especially against someone who is as slippery as Magnus. But he goes rook b4. I think a good move, because this way he can always get rid of the pawns through the fourth rank. Rook h7 has been played. Now, I guess just taking the pawn is a good way to continue. Like, just take that pawn, push the c pawn home, and if you promote this pawn, you don't have to worry about Alireza going for a checkmate.
That is correct here. And Magnus on the move after rook h7, knight takes c6, maybe knight h3, king g2, knight f4, king g3, knight h5. Okay, wait. So where do we go after knight takes c6, knight h3? What's the move there, Brock? You going king g2? Oh, there's no knight f4. We just take. Okay, so
yeah,
f4.
F4, but also check now.
What a check! Just giving back material here. Takes, and push, and we have check and rook b7. Whoa, sick. Rook e8 push, yeah, and then rook b8. Oh man, that's over.
I think this would be a nice way for Magnus to finish off the game. I mean, again, just take this pawn over here. The bishop on d6, it cannot really play a meaningful defensive role, but I think it's just good to get his own pawn going. He cannot fully control all of Alireza's counterplay, although he could go rook b1 and maybe trade off a pair of rooks that could turn out to be useful. But I think he just shouldn't be too worried about what Alireza is doing on the king side.
Yeah, shouldn't be too worried. Yeah, it just seems like he has to calculate every f4 push, which, of course, with the rook on h7, it's not as hard anymore to handle the f pawn. It's not as scary, I would say, because you can't push it through. You can't get f2 in with like real tempo because my rook's on the back rank, and the rook is not behind the pass pawn. This is where you want to be on defense and offense. Is always behind the pass pawn. So the f pawn being passed, you can't really queen it. I'm feeling good if I'm Magnus here. I can nab the pawn, maybe even play rook d to b1. Maybe rook b8, but rook b8 is probably not the most accurate, but you do have a few moves here. So good stuff. Looking good for Magnus.
For sure, yeah. I mean, everything looking good. He has 8.5 minutes. Alireza only 2 minutes of 40 seconds on his clock. But, you know, Magnus hasn't moved just yet. I mean, the win is not in his pocket just yet. I mean, he still has to make some accurate moves. And perhaps he could start to, you know, hesitate a little bit here and there. And, you know, with the time ticking down, this is not over. Let's have a very quick look at the game between Anish and Tari. I think this one is gonna be over pretty soon.
King, I mean, this is guy.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like if
it's not me.
If you tell Anish like, hey, what is your dream position? He will tell this one. I mean, he's just dominating, no play for black, and I mean, both this and g5 are winning for white.
I'm trying to find after king h5, what do you do? Maybe rook h8, h6, rook h7, and then bring the other rook over. But I mean, is that possible? Rook h8, h6, and just so h6 and rook h7, with the idea of just bring the other one. And if you play check, I take on f5. It's sick.
Another very nice idea is just to go here, attack this one.
That's so bad because like that's just like you're not even going for mate. You're just like, I'm just going to take everything you have and like win the game. So yeah, this is over for Tari. I didn't even see rook f8. I was just going for mate or trying to queen the pawn. But like even if rook f8 wins, it's very bad for black.
Yeah, and looking tough for Tari. I mean, I think Anish is just going to get a win on the scoreboard here. And yeah, Anish also he hasn't done too well in this tournament, but that's mainly because he has lost a lot of Armageddons. In terms of classical chess, he's on 50%. So a win here will get him up in the world rankings. And I think that's really the most important for most of the players.
Very nice. Especially Hikaru here. He's just like, yeah, I'm not even worried about it. Number 2 in the world. And let's say he got number 1. Like, I mean, I'm not even worried. Like, I'm the best player in the world.
Streamer.
I'm a streamer first, Jack. I'm a streamer first. You know what I mean? Classic right triangles. I don't play chess. Juicers, right? Oh man, right. But that type of mindset has got him actually very, very far, in fact. So it's something to learn from.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I said many times, he's just a little bit more relaxed. I mean, he's just enjoying the game more. In the meantime, Geary still has to finish this one off. I mean, I'm sure he's going to do so. Both GF and G5 are winning. Let's see if Magnus has... Oh, Magnus has moved. So he played Rook F1, check, King up, Knight G5, takes, and Knight E4.
Where is he going after Knight E4? What's the idea, buddy? I don't see it yet.
Oh, he wants to do this. Rook H3, and then start checking.
He always tricky. Man, you can never look. You got to remember he was world number 2, and he's up there for a reason. Rook H3 makes definitely makes a lot of sense. Wow, low perpetual. Lower perpetual. Yeah, I mean, that's cute.
Magnus is not going to let this one slip, right? Although it is starting to get trickier and trickier. Like you can go Knight E7, but even here, Black can sack the rook and go Rook to H3. I think if you take, this is just over. Like C6, and I mean this sort of Rook B8 and Rook B7 is just too much. But Rook H3, I mean you're down a full rook, but you're threatening to make a perpetual.
E4? No, I can't.
You can, but I guess I do this and
yeah, but C6, Rook C3, and I think you're defending everything. Yeah.
I mean you hit this,
it's kind of annoying.
Take this, and you've got 3 passers on this side.
That's crazy. 3 passers almost. Yeah, you gotta be careful there. Bishop H4, Rook take. What about Bishop H4? But then Rook takes.
In the meantime, it looks like Hikaru is back. So let's see if our producer is able to let him in. Let's see if we can get him. And it would be great to hear his thoughts about these games. All right, so Hikaru, welcome back to...
Yo.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Hikaru, welcome back. Hope you had fun recording the recap. And things are heating up in this game between Magnus and Ali Reza. Do you think there's still a chance for Ali Reza to swindle here?
Mm-hmm. Hello?
Yo.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry. I heard you guys on the actual stream site pulled up. So what's going on?
Yeah, so I was just saying, like, first of all, hope you enjoyed recording the recap. Things are heating up in this game between Magnus and Ali Reza. Do you think there's still a chance that Magnus can pull off a swindle here?
Ali Reza.
Okay, so so 1 second. So what happened? Magnus messed this up?
No, he's still winning. I think we left off right around give me 1 second. We left off right around here. So C5, Bishop H6, G3, Rook D7. Everything looking good for Magnus. Now...
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood you. You said... Sorry, I thought you said Magnus pulling off a swindle. I'm sorry, my bad. Yeah, sorry. I thought you said Magnus, not Ali Reza. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty bad, right? Overall?
Definitely. It does, but he has Rook H3 coming, and...
Rook H3, Rook G3, and then King G7. Yeah, and you go for the mate, right?
Yeah, or just make perpetual.
Right, that's true too. Yeah, so Rook H3. Yeah, see, like this is the thing. Like even this position somehow it's not clean at all, and like Magnus has been pretty shaky. I feel like, but he has 4 minutes here. So what do you do after Rook H3?
We was looking at it right now. It's actually his move now. So we was trying to figure out what's the line. What do we do? 97 takes once, Rook H3, and then what?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Like Rook H1, maybe?
I thought the same.
Wait, what? He took an E4 and Knight D4? What?
Whoa.
King of 7?
Okay, he just wanted to simplify everything. Yeah, he's not sharp, obviously. But hey, it is what it is. Rook H3 anyway? Oh, he's going behind the pawn. Best defense.
I mean, this is, this is really, really scary to me. Yeah. I mean, maybe it's still good. I mean, I guess the point is you can't guard
B8, huh? C7.
You can't
rook
guard.
B1?
Well, you can't guard E6. That's the problem. So you want to go like rook
Oh.
C3, C7, and then rook C8 and sack, but the E6 hangs.
Ooh,
But maybe that's still
sick.
not clear because you have rook C2, king G3, rook C3.
Right.
Yeah, I
D6,
mean,
this is stuff still I hold.
Yeah, it feels very tricky. I don't know. It doesn't seem. Yeah, it doesn't seem easy to play. It feels very, very messy.
Yeah, and
F7?
Alireza starts with king of 7, just defending this pawn first. I mean, rook EH8 is coming. It's not out of the question that Alireza could maybe still win this one. I mean, he's down to 40 seconds, but with a 10-second increment, it's really not the end of the world. I mean, it's kind of shocking how Magnus has bungled this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Magnus is he's just not feeling the rhythm. He's just not feeling the rhythm. Like it's just not there. I mean, again, like it's hard to believe that Magnus is not doing anything with shots. I mean, I guess that's the thing I would say, but I'm starting to think that maybe that's just true. Maybe it's just true.
Yeah.
All right, so after rook EH8, by the way, Alireza down to 20 seconds. He does have a big edge on the clock, and rook EH8 is on the board. I mean, what do you do here with white? I mean, you can go knight C6, but like check and take, and who knows what's happening here?
Yeah, I mean, this is insane. This is completely insane. What is Magnus doing?
I think he made it or something on rook B1. Rook B1, check, king there, check, king there, rook F2, king G5.
Yeah, but I mean, this is just so out of control for Magnus.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so completely out of control.
Yeah, that's the word, right? Exactly.
I mean, because basically the problem is like if you make a wrong move, it's not that it's going to be a draw. Like it's not a draw. It's not a win and a draw scenario. It's like a winner or loss scenario. Like there's no in between. Because if black gets F4 or E3 or something, like you're just going to lose.
And made it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane for Magnus. I mean, maybe it's rook B1, rook A2, king G3, and you walk the king to. Well, but
what about this? Rook B1, F4?
Oh my
God! I'm
god!
Checkmate.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point.
That's GG. Whoa, woof, man. So you have to go knight C6 then, right?
But check and rook C2.
Check.
No, I mean this is completely insane. What is Magnus even doing? I mean, maybe you go knight. Is it knight C6 and then knight A7? Is that the idea?
Oh, that's gross.
Check
that's terrible,
here, take.
But no, that can't because there's rook F3 at the end. No, wait. No, because knight A7, rook A3, king F4, rook F3.
But I mean, even if you queen, I've got so many pawns.
Yeah,
here and here.
Yeah, no, I mean, what is Magnus even? I think Magnus is going to lose this actually.
What a shocker that would be. Okay, he goes
on the board. Okay, he's still on the board.
Yeah. I mean, how do you hold this after rook takes C2? And also now,
I mean, you have knight D8. You have knight D8. You have knight D8, knight takes E6, and you break the base of the chain.
Oh, you just take E6. Okay, I was like, what is knight D8?
Maybe, but there's still rook F3. Rook F3 takes 6, bishop C5 or something, and then F.
What's on the board? King G6.
G6 takes E6.
Yeah, it takes, but takes rook H3, rook
C5,
F3.
F2 at the end.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So why isn't this just winning? I don't know. Maybe GF3 you have king G3 or something.
Yeah, he is actually lost. I mean, he's completely. This one's completely turned around.
Unbelievable.
But that is quite a shocker. I mean, I knew the game wasn't completely over yet, but when Magnus had that bishop on D6 and then knight on D4, it looks so dominant. And perhaps that move he played earlier, rook F2, was a little bit. I mean, he probably saw bishop takes A4, but he's like, there's no way, right? There's no way. But I mean, it's insane how this one has completely flipped.
Remember, we talked about that too as well with like rook after D1, the queen B3. We went down this whole line. Something happened. Rook H3, now it's just even. Whoa, he was supposed to do something else.
No, because because there's king G3, and then there's some trick. That's why.
Interesting. Okay, knight C5 maybe, or bishop C5 or something like that.
Yeah.
Alireza has to go rook F3, otherwise he just loses. But I think he will. I mean, takes. Do you take the E?
Yeah, because the E3 you can go. No, because the E3 you go king G3. I think you just go king G3, rook G2, king H4, and it's.
Draw.
I mean.
All of this is on the board. I mean, you can take it to G-pawn as well, I assume, right? Or
man, this is so tricky. I assume you take with GF3, King G3. Where's the draw, though?
It's 20 seconds. 20 seconds for
okay. You made a move. King G3
King
now.
G3. Check King H4. Check King there.
Wait, what about this? F2, right, King back, and G3.
Oh, G3. Oh, G3. Nice.
That's a nice move, bot.
And like check King H7, maybe something like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is so messy. I think it's going to be a
90
draw, though. I think it's going to be a draw. I think we're going to get king g3, rook g2, king h4, rook c2, king g3.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Very likely. I mean, Alireza has 32 seconds on the clock, but he must feel that he has some chances here. So let's have a look. So king g3, f2, king g2, g3,
G3, knight.
check, king
Yeah, there we go.
h7, knight d3,
Yeah, maybe D3.
f4. Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, and
Take
wait,
it?
take. And black is just in time.
Oh,
But
that's
then
gross.
this, I mean,
This is dank. What is this?
No, I
My
mean, this is
goodness.
completely out of control.
Yeah.
keeping Magnus
Completely
down
out of
to
control.
1 minute and 20 seconds. I mean, what else does he wait? What else does he do here?
I think you can. Feels like you can sack that boy almost, but you have to go F2. Yeah, takes. Yeah, right.
Rook c2, king d4, g3, knight
G3,
c5,
knight
g2.
C5, G2, queen with check. Yeah, that's GG.
King d no, but king d5. It's still a
Really?
game.
That's stupid, bro. This is out of control. Seriously.
Let me show that line. So bishop c5 here. Take king e3, rook back, king d4, g3. Here, push.
Yeah.
Queen
with check.
here.
Out of control.
Hikaru, with a couple seconds on the clock, which one? Okay, Magnus goes king g3. Is that the most
Yeah,
you
of course he
or
went
bishop
king
c5?
g3. No, I would have gone king g3. Because I think it's going to be a draw here. I think we're headed for Armageddon.
All right,
I think we're gonna get rook g2. We're gonna get rook g2, king h4, and we're gonna get a repetition. Yeah, we're I mean, because you can't here. Like, it's just too much.
Too much.
I mean, f2 g3 with like f2 g3. If you have 5 minutes to do pure calculation, you can maybe play it, but you just cannot play it with seconds on the clock.
I think also for Alireza, given the fact that he was so dead in the water, he's probably just
the draw is fine. Yeah.
Armageddon. Breathe. Relax. Go to Armageddon. I got 2 results. Just play for 2.
Right.
Very smart.
All right. So, Hikaru, who do you have in the Armageddon? I mean, who do you have, Veruja or Magnus?
I mean, Magnus is 5 out of 5. Magnus is 100% in the Armageddons. I assume you have to assume that Magnus is likely the favorite since he's 5 out of 5. I mean, I don't know though, because on the other hand, for Alireza, it's such a huge boost. I'm sure he knew he was losing. I'm sure he knew that he was losing the game, and multiple times. So, I would have to go with Magnus, but I think I'd have to go with Magnus, but who knows? Who knows? Anything could happen.
All right.
All right. So in the meantime, your also managed to win his against Tari. So Anish moves to +1 in the classical portion, having a solid event. And yeah, but I guess we're gearing up for the Armageddon between Magnus and Veruja. So how do you think he's going to approach this game? He's going to play e4, d4, knight f3, c4, b3. What's it going to be?
I think he's probably going to play some knight after e3 or something. I think he's going to. Magnus has found a lot of inspiration from me. I've noticed in a lot of his blitz games, so I assume he's going to do something like that. That'd be my best guess.
Oh man, that's Magnus Nakamura. In fact, playing knight f3, e3, b3. Right, nice system there. Actually, I've adopted it too as well. That system is really nice. I was able to beat Leordis from Cuba, International Master, with the system in like 20 moves. So I was hyped. I was like, I felt like Hikaru with the knight f3, b3. I was hyped. But of course, I do think I actually think a Catalan here is what I'm thinking. What do you think, Bob?
Yeah, and by the way, Hikaru, I'll leave it up to you. Like, do you want to stick around for the Armageddon, or do you want to get dinner and relax and get ready for?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna probably go get dinner just because, of course, I will be I will be streaming a little bit later on. So I think I'm gonna go get dinner. I don't know if you guys are gonna cover it or not. So I'll go get some dinner, and then I'll obviously be playing Title Tuesday in about two hours. That's gonna be the plan. So I'll be, of course, on Twitch for that. But yeah, I'll let you guys do your thing, and I'll catch with you guys on the other side. Okay.
Thanks, bro. Good luck today.
Sounds good.
Have fun.
All right. See you guys. Okay.
Yeah, bro.
Bye.
All right. See you. All right. Always nice to have Hikaru come in and cover the games with us. Yeah, very shocking that Magnus let that one slip. I mean, he was completely winning, but he let Alireza off the hook, and now we're headed for an Armageddon. But James, I think we're going to take a very short break. Do not go anywhere. You definitely do not want to miss the Armageddon between Magnus Carlsen and Veruja. This is going to be fire. We will see you guys after the break. And welcome back, everyone, to round 8 of Norway Chess 2023. The Armageddon game between Magnus Carlsen and Firouzja has already started, and it started off as a Petrov defense. And James, Magnus played this silent with bishop to d3 and goes for a very slow approach. What do you make of the opening so far?
Yeah, definitely. I like it because that's not what he was expecting. When you play the Petrov, you're expecting, after knight takes e5 and knight d6, knight back to f3, you play, d4, bishop c4, knight c3 is the main move. Definitely everything but bishop d3. In fact, so bishop d3 is not a move that I've ever seen before. In fact, I mean, we even saw a surprise with Magnus playing knight d3 in the World Championship with in 2018 with Fabi, which that was a surprise then. But I think the surprise was cool, but Black still is fine. Look how solid Black's position is. In fact, it's like the same position besides the d4 pawn being up, in the center. And he's pressuring him on the clock right now. So him meaning Magnus. So this is Armageddon here. It is about that clock too as well. And we are using it to our advantage, says Magnus. But it's very solid for Black.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, it's extremely solid for Black. That's why Firouzja played the Petrov defense. But I like Magnus's position. I mean, only one pair of pawns has been traded and one pair of rooks, but he still has all of the minor pieces on the board. He has more space, so I think he's definitely got a lot to work with here. Maybe Firouzja can try to trade off some pieces with something like 94 down the line. But yeah, this is definitely the type of position that Magnus wants. So let's see what he's going to do. I mean, something like bishop b3 makes sense. Maybe queen b3, attacking that pawn on b7, and he goes ahead and plays the move.
Queen b3 and hitting b7, queen c8, hinting at sacking. But I mean, come on now, you can't sack that because the bishop's on f1, defending h3. That's not going to be a thing there. Yeah, Magnus likes these type of positions. I heard about I read about Magnus's style, where it was like Magnus likes to, he doesn't care about an opening advantage. Like he's going to beat you later on. And I'm like, shoot, I'm the other way around. I love an opening advantage. I'll take one every single time. Like that's exactly what I'm looking for. I would love to get an opening advantage and try to have the initiative and use that, ride that wave through the rest of the game to try to win most times, obviously. But Magnus doesn't care about that. There is no opening advantage right now for White. I mean, it's just the same pieces, same stuff. Have a little bit, I have a pawn on d5, a little bit of space there. But other than that, I think Black's totally fine. We have a time edge, though, for sure.
I think Magnus was a little bit too hasty to play the move d5. That makes Black's moves a lot easier. I don't know why he didn't just play bishop to e3 followed by rook d1. I mean, that would have nicely kept Firouzja guessing, but d5 allows the very easy knight e5, takes. And again, Firouzja has very easy moves, and especially when you're up on time, you'll want to make your opponent's moves as difficult as possible. With rook c1 by Magnus, b6, nice move by Firouzja, and potentially he can put a knight here, maybe pawn a5. So I think Firouzja is making a nice comeback in this game.
Yeah, he's definitely making a nice comeback for sure. I do like queen d1 here, maybe queen d1. So I can probably try to play b4, and if you play a5, I might consider g4 and f4. You'll see this a lot times with kingside attacks as well. But g4, f4, maybe try to push the pawns there and create something. There's knight a4, stopping anything going into c5 and bishop d6. And here we are, c5 anyway.
Yeah, c5 by Magnus. I guess Firouzja is going to take. Knight takes. I think Firouzja should trade the pair of knights, but not the bishop. If he trades the bishop as well, after rook takes c5 followed by queen c3, Magnus gets really nasty pressure on the pawn on c7 and the pawn e5. But rook b8, I like this move, because where's Magnus even going to go with the queen? Maybe queen a3, but then you find yourself in a pin. And after queen c3, maybe Firouzja can take everything and the pawn on b2, and the position is starting to become quite simplified. So I think it's definitely spinning in Firouzja's favor.
Absolutely. And of course, because you have the two results, we're playing for two results is what it is, where Black is. In fact, I win, I win. I draw, I win. So that's huge there. So it's playing something as solid as Petrov there. But you're going to have to bring, more pieces to the party, and also more dynamicism and initiative from the White side if you're trying to look for, chances, especially against the rock-solid Petrov. I mean, all the greats have used it too as well, even Fabi, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Fabi used it against Magnus himself in the World Championship as well, which all games were drawn. So bishop a6, mixing it up a little bit. What about he could?
Yeah, interesting move. Like if you take, then take, and the knight on d7 is hanging. Firouzja could move knight takes c5, and then if takes, move the queen. You cannot take because the bishop on f5 is hanging. But I don't know, like something like take and just move the queen. It really doesn't look too bad for Firouzja, and he's getting a lot of pieces off the board, and that is exactly what you want if you're in an Armageddon and you only need a draw. And look at the clock. I mean, Magnus still up quite significantly. over 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh yeah, up a lot of time for it. But I mean, if pieces trade right now, it's going to be a lot easier for him to make quick moves. So, okay, Queen E8 made a different move instead. Whoa, engine,
With
not
knight
like that.
b7 here,
Oh, what a
taking the
move!
bishop and this. Wait, what does Fallujah even do?
That's
How
a
do you keep
sick
it
move.
together?
Yeah, that's sick.
Knight b6
That's
maybe?
very sweet. Whoa.
Oh, and he finds a knight b7.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't give him those type of shots. Wow, knight b7. That is an awesome move. Bishop a7 and knight takes d6 are on tap here. Yikes. That's a
So
tough
starting
one.
to take the pawn. Perhaps knight b6 to block all of that. But Fallujah is in trouble now. He's down 2.5 minutes on the clock. And it looked like he had it in the back. He just had to get, or well, in the back is a big word, but he should have traded off that knights. I think there he would have had great chance, but now it's all Magnus. I mean, look at the clock, almost up 3 minutes and a dominant position on the queen side.
Question is, how do I follow up here? I do want to take the bishop. Maybe just bring the rook to c6. You got any tricks there?
I think both are fine. I mean, taking here and then rook c6.
Yeah.
Or rook c6 right away, because and there he goes. The bishop on d6 is not going anywhere, because if it moves, you hang the pawn on c7. What does Fallujah even do here? Like, how does bishop c8 play out? It all feels extremely risky. But if he doesn't find some good moves here, he's just going to get blown off the board.
Yeah, rook c6 immediately. That's game move? Okay, that's game move. Hitting d6. Wow. What do you do here, Bach? I mean, I feel the pressure. Queen e7. Shoot. Sorry, bro. Hey, relax, Magnus. Hey, man. Can we talk about this?
Well, if you go queen e7, I mean, I guess maybe he can just take here,
and then
take on d6, take on d6. This should be winning. Although take queen g5. And Fallujah is thinking he's more than 3 minutes behind the clock, only having 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Bro,
I think Magnus has this one.
Yeah, it's in the bag for sure. I mean, I think what can you play here? Really, bishop d7? No, knight d6. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No,
like,
I mean, there's no trick. There's no trick. You don't have a discovery with the knight.
Strange. Almost, wow, under 3 minutes.
Yeah, more than 3.5 minutes behind on the clock. I mean, I don't see it. I don't see maybe knight c8, desperately defending everything, but it looks super passive. And Magnus must be feeling good now. And perhaps Fallujah is kicking himself. In this position right here, why not trade the knights? Go queen e8, and I think he's got great chance to win this one. But he kept the knights on the board, and Magnus spotted the opportunity. Knight c8 has been played, takes, and let's see where Magnus is going to go with his queen.
Maybe queen c3. I mean, you also have queen a3. Queen c3 is just annoying because knight e4, obviously. But I mean, queen a3. I like queen c3, but I also like queen a3. So maybe just like queen a3, just get out the way. I don't have to get hit with the tempo and figure out where I want to go next. Queen c3, knight e4, queen c1 is really nice. I'm winning c7 regardless, or a7. Yeah, maybe it's the queen c3 route, in fact. But queen a3 is also
queen c3. And maybe back. And yeah, someone's making a good point in the chat. Magnus, the old Magnus, would have probably beaten Fallujah in the classical game a couple hours ago. But okay, Magnus, he has a great position. He's got a big edge on the clock, 3 minutes and 20 seconds to be exact. But where is he going to go with the queen? And again, we know how slippery Fallujah is. He can always cook up chances out of nowhere. And there we go, queen c3.
Yep, queen c3, bishop e4.
Perhaps now we take one of the pawns. Black takes here. And maybe b3, but black can get opposite color bishops with the move knight to b5. So not over just yet. And Fallujah trying to create some chances.
And bishop e4, yeah, rook takes c7, bishop takes e4. That seems wrong. Something seems definitely wrong with bishop takes d5. I mean, okay, maybe there's nothing. I don't see anything. Wait, queen c5 probably was there. All right, so queen a4, immediately engine says that is not a move. Maybe just rook a7, you have queen d1 check, king h2, I'm out the way. I do grab a little pawn here.
There should be something for Magnus. What about just dropping the bishop all the way back to f1? And that's what he does. I mean, if you take here, now e5 is hanging, and all of black's pieces are super loose. I mean, I think Magnus has got this one. I mean, queen takes a2 has been played.
I mean, queen e5.
Wait, what about takes, and rook d7? And that's the line he's going for, queen e5.
Yeah. And if, oh man, wow, that's crazy. Knight e8, might be bishop d4, but then queen d5.
I mean,
you just take the
rook e7.
Rook e7, that's what it is. That wins on the spot. Everything hanging. Everything hanging.
Yeah. Rook is hanging, knight is hanging, bishop is hanging. And here's the thing for Fallujah. If queen takes d5 does not work, you're just completely lost. And it doesn't.
Right.
And there we have the resignation. All right, so Magnus Carlsen did not manage to convert his winning position in the Classical, but he wins in the Armageddon, moving to a score of 6 out of 6 in the Armageddon portion, but we're still waiting for a win for him in the Classical.
Yeah, that's crazy. 6 out of 6 is an absurd Arma score if he converts his creamsicles in the chat. That's crazy, right? 6 out of 6. You know, Armageddon up, Armageddon down. You know what I mean? Like Hikaru says, like, oh, 50 up, 50 down. Like, whatever. You know, got him up, got him down. 2 up, 2 down. Like, yeah, bro. He got all 6 of them. Okay. That is insane right now. Like, only other person that does that type of thing is Hikaru, as we see. So it tells you on another level. Like, just take it to Armageddon and win every game. I don't care about the Classical. It is what it is. We'll fix that later. But everything in Armageddon, you don't want to go to Armageddon right now with Magnus.
Yeah, and he's just winning Armageddon after Armageddon. So, yeah. All right, so interesting stuff today. Let's have a very quick look at the standings. Right now, Fabiano is in first place with 14.5 points. Then right behind him is our man Hikaru Nakamura with 12.5. So we're 2 points behind. Then we have Wesley So in third with 10.5. Gukesh and Giri on 10. Farouj on 9.5. Magnus on 9. Shakh as well, and then Noterbeck on 6, and Aryan Tari in last place with 3 points. But James, all good things are do come to an end. We are gonna wrap up here, but it was a great time commentating with you today. I mean, we saw lots of interesting action, and we will be back, or Hikaru will be back 1.5 hours from now. He will be playing and streaming Title Tuesday on Twitch, so definitely make sure to check that out. And after the rest day, we will be back with round number 8. James, what are your thoughts of today?
Thoughts today is Hikaru is still doing his thing. Great to see. You know, he's not like failing anywhere. Of course, we're getting the dubs where we get the dubs. We're not losing in the classical chess as well. He's in great form, feeling good. Chess overall, you all are learning stuff here. In fact, I played some games recently after this, and I just noticed I'm improving from like just watching these games, guys. So hopefully you at home are improving. If you're not, hey, look, just keep watching the games, keep checking them, keep going through the stuff, right? It's been awesome hanging with you guys. Lots of energy here in the chat. So it's been a great day overall. Good to see the chess as a whole here and learning something. So had a good time with you guys. And of course, Bach, great commentary as always, man. It's always easy working with you, bro. So yeah, so it was good stuff. Good day.
It was a lot of fun for sure. And yeah, after the rest day, Hikaru will play Noterbeck. It would be great if he gets a win in that game. He would close down the gap with Fabiano perhaps. But if he manages to keep the gap less than 3 points, he will have a chance to leapfrog Fabiano in the very last round, in which Hikaru will face off against Fabiano with the white pieces. So we're setting up for a very exciting finish, but I think he definitely still has good chances to win this tournament. But again, we are going to wrap up. I hope all of you guys enjoyed our coverage. If you guys did, feel free to give myself and James a follow on our channels. And James, I will leave the final words up to you.
All right, chat. Yes, somebody said, are we streaming? I will be streaming tonight. Absolutely. I'm back in town. So, of course, we're here. Make sure y'all follow Bach, too, as well, guys. Bach streaming on Kick and Twitch, guys. So, shout out to all of you. Great stuff today. Hope you have a great rest of your day wherever you are in a big world, big whole wide world, like Hikaru will be saying, of course, stuff like that. So, look, guys, it's been awesome. Make sure you come back, obviously later on to watch Hikaru do his Title Tuesday. And that's it from us, guys. So, we'll see you guys on the next one. It's been great. Have a good one, everybody.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move and then I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again.
Bye.